The dust from the mid-season cut has settled, and a new chapter has begun. Relegated surfers refocus their sights on requalification, while rising stars seek to claim their own spot for the 2025 WSL Championship Tour.
That came down to the wire.
80 men and 48 women from various paths convene, all chasing the common pursuit to take on the world's best surfers next season.
There's no gimmies on the Challenger Series. Every round is an elimination round.
For these challengers, the journey to reach surfing's highest level begins here on Australia's Gold Coast, home to world-class waves.
Oh, wow.
The 2024 Challenger Series begins now
This is game on.
at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. Good morning, welcome back to the Challenger Series for 2024. Kicking things off here at Snapper Rocks, the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. Competitors in jerseys suggest we're going to get competition back underway here on day 3. It is just after 9 a.m. local time, and we still have some nice little runners rolling down the point here at Snapper, as some of those campaigners look to get set, get some eyes on this lineup. Also some veterans in the mix. Great to have Lakey Peterson here. She'll be featured in the first heat of the day. And what a heat it's going to be. Here on set, Ronnie Blakey, joined by Felicity Parmentier and Richie Lovett. Morning, Felicity. How's the Gold Coast treating you?
Oh, fabulous this morning. It's just a classic Gold Coast morning. Beautiful, crystal clear waters, sunny. And it looks like there's a few little waves.
It looks really fun.
Yeah.
You live the best life in the world. Obviously growing up over in Western Australia, enjoying the beauty of that place. But you've also spent quite a bit of time here on the Gold Coast.
Yeah, I lived here for 6 years, and it honestly this morning is making me wonder, well, why did I leave? It's just stunning here, and it's, we're coming into autumn, almost winter, and these are the days we're getting greeted with. It's beautiful. It makes me miss here a lot. But yeah, living the best of both worlds at the moment. A little bit of Western Australia, a little bit of the East Coast.
For sure. Rich, for us, it's been an amazing place to just sit and watch the action unfold these first couple of days of the event window. But it does start to wear you down a little bit. You just can't watch that many fun little right-handers without wanting to get a piece yourself. And we're going to miss out again today.
Yeah, I know. The surf envy's a real thing. And there are so many waves around here as well. We've got all this attention on Snapper Rocks, but there's right point breaks riddled up here in Queensland. So, well, you never know. We might get a crack at it the next couple of days, but not today.
No. It looks like we're going to get competition underway in just a moment, but Stacey's going to give us the full rundown on what's coming our way.
Thanks, Ron. That's right. Yes, we are underway with women's round of 32 this morning. Nikki Van Dyke in the Bonsoy athlete area. How you doing?
I'm doing great, thanks to my Bonsoy coffee. Yeah, it's great to be down here. I was actually surprised. It actually looks really fun. So, yeah, keen to get a heat out there.
Got a couple of fresh blue boards in the rack over here. What are you going to ride?
Yeah, my little bluebirds. They're both the same, so I mean, probably the newer one, but they're both amazing, so whatever I pick is going to go well.
You've had great success out here as a championship tour event, obviously looking to get back there.
Yeah, definitely looking to get back there. I'm kind of just looking forward to putting some good surfing on today and every heat, I guess, this year. So, yeah, keen to get out there and keen to get back there.
Steph's performance the other afternoon, get you fired up?
Oh, my God, that was amazing. Yeah, it was so cool to see the impact those 5 have had on this community and surfing. And it was all class, and Steph absolutely schooled them. So, but as respect to all, that was really cool.
On you, Nick. We'll let you get out there. Thanks, Ron.
On you, Stace and Nikki Van Dyke. I mean, her warm-up started yesterday afternoon. We had DJ T Mammy down there keeping the crowd entertained in the afternoon, and Nikki front of stage, dancing up a storm.
Yeah, dancing
as
up
always.
a storm. Yeah, it was a beautiful afternoon yesterday. Tiana putting down some tunes and all the girls and commentators alike down there.
Oh, mate, yeah, the Out to Lunch crew have been really lighting up Rainbow Bay in the afternoons. We've got more music coming our way throughout the week, so if you do have some time, if you're nearby, get yourself a ticket.
Absolutely. No, plenty to do down here besides surfing. So much to see and do on the Gold Coast, and we've got another ripper day down here. Sun is shining and some fun little waves in the lineup.
And what a way to kick off the round of 32. Lakey Peterson recently was announced as the wildcard recipient of the 2025 Championship Tour. Bella Kenworthy, one of the most exciting young surfers on the Challenger Series, out there in the blue jersey from San Clemente. Zoe Benedetto from Florida. She's already competed in that opening round for the women, round of 48, and she is going to be really hard to beat just based on her form. And Yolanda Hopkins, well, we've seen the Olympian a number of times now on the Challenger Series, always a force and pretty reliable for some good numbers. But it is going to be Bella Kenworthy getting things started here. The 17-year-old has a great variety on that forehand, already on show as she goes to the opening combination here. Found a nice little runner. But unfortunately for her, slips on that final turn. But she is a really exceptional young talent, Felicity. 35 minutes in these heats. It's going to be a lot of time for these competitors to rack up some good scores.
Yeah, 35 minutes is a long time, but I like that call. You know, this morning when I was watching it very early, it seemed a little bit inconsistent. I feel like as this tide's filling in, it's getting a little bit better. But it's plenty of time for these women to get a lot of waves. This is Bella's opening wave. She did well to jostle and have the inside here for this. Layback hack there, so a little bit more variety. Big carving maneuver there. This wave was looking really good, and she just brought it through to the inside here and just fell. But nice little opener. Got the feet in the wax there. I'd say she's probably going to want to improve on that, but look, you'll take it as an opener.
Yeah, Rich, they're the ones that sting the most, where you're not even in a turn and you stumble, as we see on the Bonsoy replay here. This is Yolanda Hopkins.
Yeah, Yolanda just connecting with the lip there. So good signs. A couple of nice little rides. Chip shot off the top of the point. But yeah, I was trying to work out what actually happened, whether she just front foot slipped off or not too sure. But anyway, opportunity perhaps lost there for Bella Kenworthy just to, you know, maybe get up into the 5 range.
Yeah, I think just she missed on adding some extras. It's not going to impact the score too much. The wave had almost faded to nothing, but you just want to finish strong on that opening ride. Numbers coming through. Looks like it's going to be in the 4-point range. 4.17 for Bella Kenworthy. And the Kenworthy name, we've seen it for a long time around the surfing world. Her dad, a photographer who travelled with the Irons brothers a lot back in the day. One of the best lensmen. And yeah, still taking the odd shot, but these days, I think more often than not, that lens is focused on his daughter Bella. She's, like I said earlier, an exceptional talent, really progressive, great skateboarder as well, and part of that youth movement coming through the Challenger Series ranks at the moment. Had a solid finish in her first crack at the CS last year. Got all the way to 15th place and had a semi-final finish down in Sydney, where she lost out to Sally Fitzgibbons.
Yeah, it was a close one. I remember watching her out here on the Gold Coast, and she surfed very, very well. And obviously, you know, building that confidence sometimes takes a few years to get the reps up, really settle into that competition mindset. But have a look at the conditions here. It is picture perfect. Great looking wave coming through the competition zone now. Here we go.
This is Zoe Benedetto, who really was one of the stars on the opening day of competition, with moves just like this. Nice sequence of turns to kick this ride off, and she's on her way to the best number of the heat so far. Really working this one over. She had a really solid performance last year in the early rounds, and then suffered an interference and was bumped out of the contest. She was heartbroken, and it really I think just stalled her momentum last season, but she's back and surfing incredibly well. Yolanda Hopkins trying to get into the mix here. This is actually her third ride, so she's been pretty busy in the opening stages, but doesn't yet have a solid number to speak of. We'll see what kind of finish she can put on this one. Kicks the tail out, little slide there. But tinking her way down the line, in contrast to Zoe Benedetto, who really laid into her turns.
For sure. Zoe, for me, is someone who's really figured out this lineup. This is Zoe's wave. Beautiful looking wave. This is an A-grade wave for this morning. Great opening combo there. Gets to release the fins on the second move. Open face carve for the third one. And yeah, in my eyes, best wave of the heat so far. Clear as day. But yeah, she's one of those women that I watched last year, and she just has a knack for picking great waves in heats. You know, you always hear people say, oh, that person's a wave magnet, and just by chance they get these waves, but it's not. She's figured out this lineup.
Yeah, especially with 3 other surfers out there with a lot of competitive experience as well, to find that room and to get yourself that A-grade wave, as you put it. You know,
Yolanda's
it's not luck.
Yolanda's wave was a little bit more down the line, and she had to race it. A more compact style, quicker turns. But Zoe, total contrast. We've watched a bit of a paddle battle here. Lakey Peterson putting in the big ones.
Saw some solid performances yesterday in the men's round of 80, and we saw competitors from the CT sometimes prosper, but a lot of them didn't really put it together. So we'll see how things pan out for those surfers in this round of 32 for the women. Lakey Peterson recently relegated back to the Challenger Series, but news breaking just a few days ago that she's going to receive a wild card for the championship tour.
What a series of emotions she would have gone through in that week. You know, just falling off the tour. You know, your hopes and dreams are completely shattered, and then, you know, getting that incredible news that you receive a wild card. You get, you know, a golden ticket basically, and she deserves it. I mean, she has been just so powerful on the women's tour for a lot of years now. She's challenged for title. She's got many event wins. You know, she really is sort of veteran status now, but in a really distinguished way.
Yeah, definitely. And the other thing is she feels like she's doing her best surfing, and we just know that it's so hard to crack the top 10 on the women's championship tour through those first 5 events. So she was one that fell out of the mix and eventually was bumped out of the top 10 picture by surfers who carried some momentum through that last event in Margaret River.
Yeah, and I really liked how vocal she was. She came out and said, you know, I really need to do some work on myself and on my surfing and re-evolve and adapt. And, you know, this new breed of women are bringing this incredible new focus and energy to the tour. They're bringing new maneuvers. They're exploring different parts of the wave. They're getting really creative with how they're constructing their rides together. So it's forcing these elder women to go, hang on, I've got to reset here. I've got to keep up with the crowd, otherwise I'm going to be left behind.
Just on 26.5 minutes to go. And numbers coming through for Zoe Benedetto, 6.5. Strongest wave in the opening exchange so far. Stays conditions beautiful out there at the moment.
Yeah, that's right, Ron, here with an Oakberry surf conditions update, and it's a stunning Monday morning. No wonder nobody goes to work on the Gold Coast. Where else would you rather be? It's a beautiful morning down here. The swell's about 2 to 3 foot, a little smaller than yesterday, but for sure the waves coming around the corner and just peeling all the way down the line. I think we're still going to see some great action this morning.
Most definitely. What about just some of these matchups, Stace? This is a great one. We saw a bit of it yesterday. Veterans coming up against rising stars on the Challenger Series.
Yeah, it's really good. I think these youngsters are keeping the veterans honest. And, you know, speaking to Nikki Van Dyke earlier, she knows that. She's been here, spending a lot of time on the Goldie, and then she's seen everyone come into town. And very similar to when any event of a tour kicks off, you get to see where the level's at for the year. And this being the first event of the Challenger Series, I think it's going to be a great chance for everyone to show the competitors what they've got.
I mean, surfers like Lakey Peterson, Stace, have surfed a lot of heats throughout their careers, but With 3 other competitors in the lineup for a championship tour mainstay like Lakey, it's unfamiliar territory in recent times.
It really is, and I think Snapper has a way of really still giving you good opportunities if you can be patient. You have to select the right wave. The wave really does the talking here. It sort of doesn't matter how talented you are. It's really hard to surf a wave up here. So I think Lakey's experience should pay off in these 4-person heats. However, we have seen a shaky start from her this morning, so we'll see how she bounces back.
Yeah, just a 1-point ride for her. Thanks for the Oakberry conditions update there, Stace. And we're going to see if she can rally here. But these youngsters, they're not going to be perturbed by having such a big name in this lineup. They're chasing their own dream. They want to get to that championship tour themselves, as Bella Kenworthy, who dropped a 4.17 on her first wave, gets going once again here. Standing on the tail here for a moment. And now looking to load up for the finish. It does really well there. And now Peterson on the outside, whips through her frontside carve. Has had a victory here at the championship tour level on the Gold Coast. It all eventuated, and the showdown was actually just a little north at Kira in pumping conditions, but it was a big win, an impressive win from Lakey.
Yeah, I think, you know, Lakey's so deserving of this wild card for, you know, that 2025 season. And what Rich was saying before, we'll get back to that in a sec. Let's look at Bella's second wave. This one ran off a little bit in front of her. She gets around this section, lays into that first turn. The wave sort of slows up here a bit. So she's just keeping the board moving through this section and looking for a finish here. Gets a little jam in the pocket. So a nice little backup there to her 4.17, and behind her was Lakey. So Lakey on a smaller wave, gets a nice jab in the pocket, another slash. But this one just doesn't have that same energy that we've seen from these other waves in the heat so far. Definitely tapered in height, but she's realising that, hey, okay, these other women are getting their accounts open, they're getting the ball rolling, I've got to put something on the board. One other thing to note is, you know, Lakey isn't surfing 4 people heats, like at all, you know, and I think what came down to a lot of these, I mean, a lot of times ticked down in this heat already, but she was out of sync in that first exchange, and now she's on the back foot. You know, it's different on the CT. You're surfing, you know, 3 people heats in that opening round, but then from there on out, only you and one other person in the lineup. And out here today, when it is a little bit more inconsistent, I think it's so important to sort of make sure you're on that first exchange and get an opening score.
Definitely. Yeah, I think that coupled with what Stace was touching on, it's very difficult to surf a wave up here at Snapper, and I feel like just mentally those championship tour competitors can't help but think, I've got a performance edge over this Challenger Series field, and then you find yourself out there and you're trying to convert some of those medium-sized waves at times into solid numbers, and that's sort of been where we've seen the favoured, more hyped competitors fall out of the mix here, is when they don't get the selection, the wave selection right, or make a mistake with priority.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it is a different playing field, and well, perhaps being overconfident can be a negative for these championship tour surfers coming in here. They got to stay busy, stay enthusiastic, keep that wave choice up.
It's funny though, the way that a surfer evolves. Like Lakey's very powerful. She's added more flow to her surfing over the years, and you know, you talk about this next wave of youngsters and the progression. Bella Kenworthy with that skateboarding background, but Lakey was one of the trailblazers who started doing airs and more progressive turns in heats, winning national titles with their reverses at Trestles, and winning a championship tour event at the Surf Ranch with an explosive reverse out of the pocket. So we'll see if she can kind of lean into those kind of moves that have seen her achieve success against this younger field. Maybe even she's the one out there who can create the point of difference in her approach. But with just over 20.5 minutes to go, Yolanda Hopkins building on her numbers, her busy approach. And we saw it a lot yesterday and on the opening day of competition, the busy surfer taking the early lead.
Yes.
And then eventually because they're not in that priority, eventually they get tracked down. We'll see if Yolanda can hold on though.
Yeah, absolutely. You see the replay here, another speedy little wave. Just enjoying that compact style that she has, staying nice and tight with her manoeuvres, and she sort of has been picking waves that are suited to her style. Perhaps the next one, if it slows up a bit, we'll see her really start to dig into that rail work. She's sort of been hamstrung a little bit by the wave choice and only being able to do those quick snaps down the line rather than a big open face turn.
Definitely. I think, you know, her waves that she's been choosing this morning, if I'm going to be super hypercritical, I feel like she's been just a little bit behind them and the waves have been running off a little bit fast in front of her. It's been great because she's been able to go super critical in the pocket, but just, you know, when I compare it to Zoe's wave, a bit bigger, a bit more open face, and it allowed Zoe to get that variety of repertoire. But it's definitely within Yolanda's wheelhouse. You know, she surfs so well. I actually spoke to her this morning and she said that she had her best wave that she's had here so far. This morning she got a barrel out there on her first opening wave. So yeah, she was pretty stoked with that. One wave this morning in her opening surf, but a barrel. So you'll take that.
Only takes that one warm-up wave, a good one to get that feeling and just inject that confidence into your mindset on competition day before you even have to put the jersey on. I was always an advocate of having a surf before the heat. There are some surfers that just go, no, I'm going to save it all for when I put the jersey on. But yeah, I was rattled if I didn't have a warm-up surf.
Oh, I'm exactly like you. And sometimes that morning surf would dictate how I thought I would do in the heat.
Exactly.
Well, here we go, live action. Bella Kenworthy up again, hanging on to second spot at the moment. But with just a couple of low-scoring rides, as she banks through the lip there. Loading up for more on the inside. Got that tricky little wave in front, which is absorbing some of the energy in this wave as it makes its way down the line, but she's still chipping away at it. And committing to finishing this one off on the inside. Again, just a bit of a slip on that final move. 18 minutes to go. Likely going to dump the 3.6 that she's currently hanging on to and lift the requirement. But Zoe Benedetto, as long as she's got that real edge with the strong score on the opening exchange, she'll need next to nothing to get herself up into first place here.
Yeah, she just lost priority though. She was up there at the top of that priority rotation, but she's obviously paddled for something. And this is Bella's last wave. So this one started off really nice, but then, yeah, like you said, Ron, this wave in front of it just absorbed so much of the energy. And she's trying to improve on a 3.6 here, so this last section of the wave, it's pretty horizontal surfing. I mean, it was the wave itself that's letting her down right now. Not sure if she'll improve on that 3.6. But yeah, so Zoe just lost priority. Now Lakey's out the back with priority, so hopefully we get to see Lakey open up a bit more of a set comes through, but you're going to think maybe a little bit of an error from Zoe there, because I mean, she was at the top of that priority rotation. She only needs a small score to jump back up into the lead. Definitely.
Rich, with Snapper Rocks, you know, ultimately you want to have a wave that's drawing off the sandbar. And if you get one like Bella Kenworthy did there, where there's a wave just in front of it, there's not that draw, so there's not a lot of push, not a lot of surge provided to get you down the line with some speed.
Yeah, well, it was very down the line, that wave, and she was trying to manufacture her own speed. You could see her working incredibly hard, even to try and find a section to do the manoeuvre on. And those waves that really draw off that bank, such as this one now, that looks really good. Looks like Lakey's going to have a crack at this, but a different looking wave right from the outset.
And a lot of speed for the first move. Lakey banks into the pocket. It's going to load up again for her here on the inside. Kicks the tail. Really able to commit the board right through each of these manoeuvres as she comes down the line now, and really just got a whole lot more speed to get into those opening combinations.
Yeah, you could tell straight away as soon as she took off. It was just the direct contrast from Bella's wave. You know, that one hit the bank properly. It was drawing nicely, had a beautiful steepness to it, and it wasn't looking like it was working with her, you know? She wasn't working against it. Didn't have to work too hard, just had the beautiful speed here, straight up into the pocket for that first jam, wraps it back around, and then sort of slingshots her into this second section. as she gets another fin release there. Couple of little fin releases, gets that little finish, but I'd say that's definitely going to be Lakey's best wave for sure.
Yeah, I love this angle here where it sort of shoots you down into this pocket section. Lakey just tagging the lip there. Love these turns down the line after this wrap where she actually gets that tail release. Starts to get a little bit more radical off the top.
15 minutes to go here, waiting on the numbers to drop. The WSL would like to acknowledge the Gundjerbara and Minyangabul people of the Bundjalung Nation, and we pay our respects to the elders past, present and emerging, and extend that acknowledgement to any First Nations peoples here today and watching on the broadcast. Thank you to the Jurukai Surf Culture crew, the mob coming up and doing a fantastic opening ceremony for us again here at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. It's a beautiful morning, and we've still got so many big heats coming our way. 14 and a half minutes remaining here in the first heat of the day. We're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. Welcome back to the show. Ronnie Blakey here with Felicity Parmentier and Richie Lovett calling the first couple of heats of the round of 32 for the women. But let's have a look at the Surfline forecast here, Rich. I mean, it's been a glorious couple of days, and it's beautiful out there at the moment too.
Pitch perfect conditions, and we've got this mix of south and east swell just left over really from the last few days, and still nice clean conditions. And then we've got a larger swell that's going to fill in over the next couple of days. We may get a bit of wind and weather with it as well, but that's a good thing because it'll bring some bigger wave height. So as you can see here, 3 to 4 foot faces, so around that, waist to chest high today. Beautiful offshore conditions this morning, and might trend around a little bit more to the south this afternoon. But looking ahead, Tuesday through Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, you can see Thursday and Friday in particular, the wave height starts to tick up a little bit more. We're going to get that big south energy coming up the coast again, and Snapper Rocks is going to start to show its fangs again.
Cheers to Surfline for keeping us in the loop. But nothing wrong with today. It was one of those mornings where we were kind of questioning whether we were going to get competition going, but you can't turn your back on waves like this. There's opportunity out there. We've added some time to the clock.
A bird in the hand is worth 2 in the bush.
That's exactly right. Yeah, already we've seen some good waves ridden out there by competitors in this heat. Lakey Peterson just dropped a 7.1, just showing that, even with some mistakes early on, that she can rally and is going to be a threat, especially if she connects with the high-quality waves out there. Zoe Benedetto still hasn't been able to back up her 6.5, but she needs next to nothing from fourth place to get herself into the lead here, and she's out there with priority. Yeah,
right now, you look at the scoreboard, Yolanda's sitting out there in the lead. I feel like that's a bit of false sense of security because you're looking at Lakey, who's got that 7.1, and Zoe, who's in fourth right now, but she's got that 6.5. So if I'm Yolanda right now, I'm thinking, okay, that next wave that I get, it's got to be better than a 5. You know, I've got to improve on that. There's already 2 women here that have slightly better scores than me. I may be in the lead. That's not quite accurate. You know, you've got to be thinking 10 minutes on the clock. There's going to be at least another couple of exchanges come through here. So, yeah, I loved what I saw from Lakey, though. As soon as you took off, you just see, okay, that's a CT surfer.
A lot of speed, and she's positioned herself down the line here to back that 7.1 up. And just loads up and digs into this first turn. Nice pocket here to work with. Always had strong performances here at Snapper Rocks as a championship tour surfer. And now trying to make her Challenger Series opponents pay with her experience here on the inside. Working this one over, it's tapering off. But she didn't need a whole lot to improve her heat score total, and she's likely done it with that one.
Yeah, absolutely. Smart too, hey? Look at the experience of the championship tour surfer, sitting wide. She was down in the priority order, and she thought, you know what, I'm going to stay away. I've identified that these wider sets are coming through. I'm just going to give myself every opportunity to build a score, and she's done that. So she will go rocketing up to first place when she gets rid of that 3.17. And, yeah, that lady there, Yolanda Hopkins, she's going to be in a spot of bother because it's all going to come down to Zoe Benedetto. This is a critical moment for her in this heat. She's got to choose wisely. But let's have a look at Lakey's wave. So this is down halfway into the bay. Nice wrapping turn to start things off. And basically gets vertical on the second hit. Another wrap, so the variety's there. And then she hits this little low road. Has to do a bit of work to get down, but there was more points here. Tags it again and finishes off with a couple of nice hits. So a strong ride.
6 championship tour victories for Lakey Peterson. And when you look at it, you know, they've all come with the amazing forehand.
Yeah.
She did win at the Surf Ranch, but it was her wave on the right that helped her get over the line and claim the victory there. So she always feels a lot more comfortable with her front side, and you can see why. She's about to drop another good score here. But you're right, Yolanda Hopkins, you know, we saw a lot of competitors in the earlier rounds here in these heats with 4 people. You know, it's not as much of a chess match, and sometimes you can win through in a progressing position with a couple of mid-range scores. You might just get yourself hanging on to that second spot if someone can't back up their big number. But it's a gamble. It's a dangerous game to play.
Yeah, I'm not, if I'm Yolanda, I'm not sure why I took off on that last wave.
Yeah.
It was just another carbon copy of the wave that she's already got, which was only ever going to give her a 4 or a 5 at best. So, you know, this is competition at this level. You can't really make those mistakes.
Yeah.
She was second on the priority order behind Zoe. She should have just waited. Yeah. And, you know, she needs that 7 now if she wants to progress through this heat, assuming that that Zoe and Bella could maybe build on their wave tally.
Yeah, Zoe's still only after a 3.9.
Couldn't agree with you more, Rich. I think it was definitely a big mistake, especially this crucial part in the heat right now. You got to be thinking Zoe's sitting out. She's going again, Yolanda.
So, yeah, just looking to keep busy. It's not a bad tactic if you're getting big oncoming sections, or you can find a way with a steep wall. You can do one huge individual turn, but it's going to be hard to chip away and get that number as Bella Kenworthy tries to get herself in this heat as well. But she's also in that same position as Yolanda, where she needs to get a quality wave to really give herself a good chance against Zoe Benedetto and Lakey Peterson.
Yeah, for sure. And you just saw on that wave, you know, she is surfing well, but the turns just are a little bit light-footed when I compare it to Lakey. She's cutting down into the water a bit more. There's more energy, more power in her turns. And by nature of the waves that she's choosing, it's allowing her to do those bigger turns. So, you know, it's really becoming a story of this first heat. It's becoming obvious that wave choice critical.
Well, Yolanda on the inside actually finds a wave that's got a bit of energy in it, and she does thread together some decent turns here, gets a solid finish. So her previous wave came through at a 3.8. It'll be interesting to see where this next one goes. Is it going to be in that 5-point range again? I mean, any extras she can add while she's taking chances on these insiders is worthy, but you know, with 5.5 minutes to go, it still feels like getting to the top of the point and maybe getting yourself in line for priority could be a better tactic. But let's have a look at Bella Kenworthy's wave here first.
Yeah, Bella's wave, you can see it's just got that little taper on it. It's quite small here, but she drops down into this second section, starts to build her speed here, and the wave gets steeper. She jams it in the pocket, gets a second little jam there. For me, though, I'm just looking, you know, I compare it this wave to, you know, Lakey's 7, Zoe's 6.5, and it's just the wave quality. I've got to go back to what Stace was saying earlier this morning. You know, it's all about wave selection. This one from Yolanda was really well surfed. I'm actually interested, I'm interested to see where the judges go with this. Like, I mean,
well,
she's
they were
got
bigger turns.
Yeah, they were.
They were more major turns, connected. All 3 turns had some intent. There's another little sneaky one down the line.
And Bella's going to swoop on it. Hits the pocket. Just tapping away at the critical sections of this wave, but again, just a little restricted by the wave height there.
It's such a hard thing to do, to not ride waves out here, though, because it looks so fun. Even the small ones, as you're paddling out, you're going, oh, I'd love to ride that. But this is competition, and you really need to, you know, fall into line when it comes to choosing the right waves.
Yeah, this one just taking off down the line. Bella trying to improve on her situation. I just can't help but think she just needs one of those better wave. She just needs a better wave. She needs a bigger wave. And when Lakey and Zoe are sitting there with a 6.5 and a 7, I mean, you've got to be scoring up around that similar region if you're thinking about getting through this heat. But for me right now, I mean, it's actually nervous times for Zoe.
Yeah.
I mean, she's sitting out there. She's got a 0.5 as a backup, but she's literally only got the one wave in this heat, that 6.5, 3.5 minutes on the clock. I saw her looking at her watch before, so time is ticking down, and I feel like, you know, those sort of nervous thoughts are going to start creeping in.
Amazing how time seems to move at a different pace depending on where you're sitting in the heat. For Zoe, it feels like it's flying by. And, you know, for Lakey Peterson, it feels like the clock's going really slow here at the moment because she's in a position where she wants this heat to end. Yeah,
well, Yolanda Hopkins has just put a 0.1 of a point basically to increase the requirement for Zoe, who needs a flat 4 now. And a flat 4 out there is not straightforward. You actually need to have a wave of substance and do you know, maybe 3 turns to achieve that score.
I think all 4 surfers out there at the moment are surfing really well.
Absolutely,
and
agree.
The only difference is, you know, the height in Zoe Benedetto's best wave and also Lakey Peterson's. Lakey, though, did turn her backup number, which was an insider that she picked up under priority, into the third best wave of the heat, a 6. On the outside at the moment, Zoe Benedetto is going to make her move into this first section. Nice hit there. This wave already starting to kind of break away, and that's all she's going to get out of it. So she didn't convert. She needed a 4, not going to get it there, and she waited a long time to get it.
Wow. This is just such nervous times for her. But you know what I've got to think is there's been so many waves come through. If I look at Bella's got a couple of 4s. You know, Yolanda's had 3 5s. There were plenty of waves that came through that Zoe could have had the chance to get this 4. I feel like she's just dropped anchor completely, and she's been, like, I understand that she has this knack for finding these beautiful waves, but today with that inconsistency, I think she's had to be a bit more active in this heat. There's been opportunities.
Yeah. Let's get a pull-back shot here and just see what Yolanda Hopkins, her move is, because she's got priority. And here she comes. She's starting to make her way down the line here. And she's going to try and limit Zoe Benedetto's opportunities in these final stages of the heat. Look, Zoe just started so well, 6.5 as a number. And this is what we were talking about, the gamble of just taking those medium-sized waves. If you can surf them well, you might get yourself into that second position, but you are in danger of being overtaken. Bella Kenworthy needs a 6.1. So she really needs to surf hard on this wave, and moves like that aren't really going to help her cause in turning in the number she needs. She might need an air here on this final section. It doesn't ramp up though, as we see Zoe chasing her down the line, chipping away at this one. Found some room to move and gave herself an opportunity here in the final stages.
Wow.
There's a nice hit. That's good small wave surfing, but she is chasing a 4. And Yolanda Hopkins, who's hanging on to second spot, isn't going to waste any time. She's going to try and up the ante here. Tries to throw the 360. Probably wouldn't have improved the situation for her, but this one's going to come to a close, and we are waiting on numbers. We'll have to get a look at what kind of work Zoe Benedetto got done at the start of her ride. Did she get the 4 required to jump up into second spot?
Very surprised that Yolanda let her go.
Yeah, well, she must have just kept moving down the line and got that sneaky chip shot. That little corner in the swell line that can kind of break it up sometimes. So that lady there, her position in this heat, advancing position, under threat at the moment.
And that's, you know, the game she played, the gamble that she was willing to take was to get a couple of mid-range scores on the board and see what unfolded towards the back half of the heat. She put herself in a position where she could control the lineup, but Zoe Benedetto somehow found space to get herself an opportunity here. Feels like Bella Kenworthy's going to fall short. She needed a 6.1. That last wave just didn't have it in there. So Zoe Benedetto, we're waiting to learn her fate.
She surfed that wave so well too. It was a smaller ride, but just was in attack mode, flaring the tail out. Each one of the turns was connected.
Well, that score's come through for Zoe Benedetto. Not enough.
Oh, wow.
A 3.73.
Oh, so close.
Surfing so well. We've seen it already in the men's division as well. Form surfers just not getting it right strategically, and as a result falling out of the mix. So Zoe Benedetto will have to bounce back at Sydney, the second stop on the Challenger Series. But Lakey Peterson, after a shaky start, really came home strong.
Yeah, she sure did. You know, arguably got the best wave of the heat and converted with some fantastic manoeuvres. Strong performance from the Championship Tour surfer.
Yeah, also surfed a wave up on the inside to back up that number.
Yeah, well, within the space of 3 or 4 minutes, she got her 2 scoring rides. And as we check the form here, Lakey, just that'll be a good confidence boost, and she'll get her Challenger Series campaign underway.
More big heats coming your way from the round of 32 here on day 3 of the event window. This is the Challenger Series. The Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM, is brought to you by Bonsoy, the official milk of the World Surf League. By GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. By Boost Mobile, official telecommunication partner of WSL Australia. And by Experience Gold Coast, strategic partner of the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. Welcome back to the show. Snapper Rocks still turning it on here for the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. Heat 2 hitting the lineup now, and what a lineup we have. Four amazing surfers campaigning on the Challenger Series, all trying to get to the Championship Tour for the first time. From the Basque Country, we've got Nadia Aristabe in the red, Erin Brooks, the Super Grom. She'll be out there in the blue, representing Canada. Ava Wong, she's been exceptional in the earlier round, and let's see if she can continue that form, the young Hawaiian, and Kayala Tamotabana. I enjoyed watching her form here last year in the Challenger Series event, but it is going to be Erin Brooks getting things started. She's found a good size set wave too as we go to the Bonsoy replay.
Wow, this wave is just hitting the bank perfectly. Series of backhand hits there. But yeah, one of the better looking waves that I've seen all morning so far. Does she get the finish? She does. So great opener for Erin Brooks here. These first 3 turns on the backhand, really well timed there. Just love this angle here. You can really see how vertical she got there on that second turn. But yeah, this was really well done from the Super Grom.
16 years of age, finished 9th on the Challenger Series last year. Her first run at it, had a victory over at Sakurema, beating Sophie McCulloch in the final there. And have a look at the numbers from the first ride here.
Well, that ride had something special.
Yeah.
And, you know, the technique was perfect. The position of the maneuvers were done just, you know, right in the perfect spot on the wave. And we just saw the energy lift. The speed was there.
Yeah.
It was all there. The power was there. And that's why that score's dropped, you know. You could just feel it on that wave. She's something special, this one.
A lot of the Championship Tour surfers at the moment, Championship Tour surfers of years gone by, people like yourself, Felicity, often are mentioning Erin Brooks in conversation, just how talented she is, the form, you know, the progression.
She's been coming up through the ranks for a while. There's been a lot of talk, there's been a lot of hype, a bit of a prodigy child, really, and for good reason, because she has been dropping clips on social media probably for about the last 5 years, traveling all over the world to amazing locations, destinations, Indonesia, getting barreled like crazy, doing these airs in these wave pools that, you know, we just haven't seen from this young generation. Like, she's been blowing minds left, right and centre, viral clip after viral clip, and I think it's just only a matter of time before she's on tour. And she's started off with a bang, 7.67, beautiful surfing, but yeah, it's only a matter of time until she's on tour, and she's sort of part of that same conversation as Sierra Kerr, you know, Katie Simmers, but she's got to be looking at women like Katie Simmers on tour. You know, Katie's still so young right now, and thinking, okay, like, you know, that's my near future.
Yeah, we've, you know, occasionally you can look at a surfer and a fielder on the Challenger Series and say to yourself, they could win a CT event right now. I feel like Erin Brooks is there.
Wow.
And here she goes again, already backing up the 7.67 and finds a pretty solid wave here on the inside. Gave us some opportunities to swing that board vertically, Rich.
Yeah, no, this is good good competition surfing here. And like Lakey in the heat prior, you know, had that great wave, sat wide, picked up another one down the point.
Kayala looking to get into the mix here on her opening ride. But I think Erin Brooks is going to put herself in a very comfortable position here in the opening stages of this heat. 7 minutes gone, and she's going to be asking a lot of questions of her opponents.
Yeah, well, this was a little double-up swell line down into the bay, and it provided her a great canvas, a couple of neat little sections here, and Erin just goes to work on the backhand. Just great speed. Oh, big hack out the back for Kiala here, streaking down the line, so she got some good work done outside, and repeatedly hitting the lip, down the line, goes for the layback check turn, another nice off the top, and then unfortunately just coming out stuck, but gee, she got some really major turns done outside, so that's going to be a good wave too.
Yeah, that wave was a beautiful wave, just as almost as good as it gets for the morning. And she did some great surfing on there. I've got to think though, maybe because it was her first wave of the morning, she just didn't want to fall, and I feel like you could see a little bit of that.
Well, here we go. This is Ava Wong there. Ava Wong just trying to get her score on the board here, trying to get in on this opening exchange. We're waiting on a couple of numbers to drop, but yeah, Kayla had a beautiful wave. I mean, a hard one to even go to turns on.
Yeah. Almost looked like there was maybe a little barrel section out the back.
Sure. If you'd gotten into it a little bit earlier, you would have tucked in for sure. Here goes Eva.
Yeah, this one here, she's trying to get into the mix. She's obviously heard Erin's already got this 7.67. That second turn there was great. The wave just ran off without her. I was super impressed with her in her opening round heat. To me, in that opening round, it looked like she was a wave magnet, right? She just had figured out this lineup. She knew exactly what wave she wanted to score, what wave she wanted to catch. She dropped like a 7.67 in that opening round, which was really great. But yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing more of her.
26 minutes to go. Let's check in with Stace.
Thanks, Ron. Lakey Peterson, a whirlwind couple of weeks.
To say the least. It's good to be here, though, and the dust has settled, so I'm happy.
And you've secured the 2025 seasonal wildcard.
Yeah, it feels good. Obviously, just missing out on making the cut, and kind of thinking I was going to come surf the Challenger full-time and try and get back on, and then, yeah, I was super stoked to get the wild card. I've been on tour a really long time, and I feel like over time I've earned it. So, yeah, feels good, and stoked to be here, just surfing stress-free, really.
You mentioned off air you've got to work on some heat strategies. Do you feel you got it done in that heat then?
No, I actually was really trying to work on my starts of my heat. That's something I really want to work on while I have some time off, and I don't think I nailed exactly what I was going for, but it's a start, and I was trying something new, so I'll keep trying.
And do you feel when your back's against the wall like that, that's when you can kind of put your head down and unleash the inner mongrel?
Yeah, that's, I think I need more mongrel a lot of the time. I'm learning about myself. But yeah, you know, all the girls are so good on the Challenger and on the CT. Like, it's definitely not easy to make heats here. The tail end is super high, and with a wave like Snapper, it really allows everyone to perform really well. So I was definitely nervous and, you know, wanted to get some scores on the board, and I had a slow start. So I felt like, okay, your back's against the wall. You got to start making moves. So yeah, nice to just ride some waves and get some fun waves. Like, we haven't really had fun high-performance waves all year, so it just feels good to surf. That's what I want to do here, is just surf a lot of heats and fun waves, so I'd feel happy.
This event will be a part of the CT schedule next year. Depending on where that falls, you'll be here. What's some of your strengths and some of your weaknesses that you see at this wave?
Nice. Hit me with heavy questions. I like it. I think I'm definitely a point break surfer. I obviously grew up at Rincon Point and right-hand point breaks California, so Snapper, I think, suits my style, you know, that kind of more high-performance, carvy, rappy, snappy type of surfing. So, yeah, I feel like my surfing's there. It's just kind of my competing and game plans. I want to sharpen that up. So.
No easy questions on a Monday morning, Lakes. Thanks, Ron.
Lakey Peterson, a comfortable win after a slow start for her in the opening heat of the day, round of 32 here. Out there in the lineup at the moment, slow heat for the surfer in the red jersey in this one as well. Nadia Aristabe, she hasn't put a score on the board. Erin Brooks has got the two best numbers of this heat, and she got them in the first 7 minutes. 7.67, backed it up with a 5.83. Eve Leula, she's got herself 4.17, and she'll show us more for sure. Talented young surfer, clean style. One of my favourites from the opening round. We'll see how she turns this around. And Kayla Tomoto-Bennett, she had a 5.17. Bit of time with no sets approaching at the moment. Let's see what Kaipo's up to.
What's the best way to start your day? Oakberry Acai Bowl, and I'm right here at Oakberry where we assemble the acai bowls, and we can make it custom to whatever you want, but I'll go through the construction process. You can have chia, you can have oats, you can have granola. Add the coconut flakes, you gotta love those. Beautiful strawberries, best peanut butter in the world, bananas, put them all together, customize them for yourself. Oakberry Acai Bowls available right here throughout the entire event here at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. Yum yum.
Thank you, Kaipo. Might be time for morning tea, team.
Oh, they are so good. They've kept us fueled up, well, for the last couple of years, actually. Can't get enough of them. And there is, I don't know what they put in that peanut butter. Oh, my goodness.
Carver
It
is
is
not
to die
wrong.
for.
It
No,
is
no,
good.
he's spot on. He makes a good little bowl there too.
Yeah.
He does.
Yeah, if you are what you eat by the end of the
Oh, no.
Aussie leg, we're just going to be a couple of
blocks.
bowls
We've,
of oakberry.
Been treated
in here.
very well on the Aussie leg, haven't we?
Oh, my goodness.
Yeah, I'll be rolling home.
21 and a half minutes remaining here. And no action for a little while here. So Nadia now, do you start to feel it, Rich? Sitting there at the start of the heat, you know, you probably have a plan to get off to a quick start. And in these heats where there's 4 competitors out there, if you're the last one to get a number on the board, do you get rattled, or do you just go, okay, the goal is to get a wave that's going to give me the opportunity to match Aaron Brooks?
Yeah, it's about picking the right wave here. You need to stamp your authority on your first wave, get into the heat. There's no point taking off on a small little insider. Well, he goes over.
Let's see what she can do. Great surfer, just on the attack. Love the variation in her approach through those earlier rounds. Chipping away, looking super motivated here this morning. Fighting hard for her numbers on that one.
Yeah, that was great surfing and great wave selection. She obviously opened up with that 417. I feel like that's going to be better. But get a look at the water right now. It just looks like a disco ball, doesn't it? Just so many glimmering bits of light. It's so beautiful. It's absolute pristine out there. Absolutely pristine.
Yeah, great conditions for sure. Beautiful little line starting to march through here. Here's a good looking set now.
And lining it up is going to be the surfer from the Basque Country, Nadia Aristabe. And she's going to get a couple of good hits here to get started. So her patience being rewarded now. And she's making it count, threading together some nice combinations on the outside. The wave just fizzes out and doesn't connect through to the inside. Well, it didn't have a whole lot of energy in it. It actually kept on rolling, but she was done. And that should match up pretty nicely with what was dished up by her competitors here.
Yeah, well, back to your question, Ron. So she picked a good wave. She waited for that big opportunity. This is over here just wrapping some beautiful turns, snapping cleanly off the lip, kicking the tail out, but keeping that momentum and energy down the line as the wave runs off. Little floater section, tags it again. Really enthusiastic style. I love the way she surfs. She got that 4 on the first wave just for the single turn, so that's going to be a good score. But a bigger wave here for Nadia. This backhand approach, tighten the pocket. Smooth surfing here from the Basque surfer from Veraus.
Yeah, this was really, really well done, especially for sitting for 15 minutes. I mean, it's a long time to not catch a wave here that everyone else is dropping scores. And for me, I've just got to compare it to Erin's first opening wave, obviously on the backhand as well. I mean, I feel like maybe not quite as high as that, but just under. I feel like it's a great opener. I feel like she's going to be right there. She's going to be putting herself in the mix. She waited a long time, but yeah, she converted.
It's interesting, you know, bigger waves offer more critical sections and as a result typically get you more numbers, but I also like it when the judges are willing to reward great surfing on a smaller wave as well. And Eve Leula, she had a wave that was maybe half the size I thought of Nadia's, but her first 2 turns were so crisp and sharp and fast that for me, I don't care that it's half a foot shorter or whatever than Nadia's wave. It was just a bit more on edge. I don't think it'll be reflected too much in the numbers because those bigger waves typically on trend throughout an event window kind of get you those bigger scores, but maybe I'm wrong. The score's just come through for Wong and it's a 6.4. That's a great reward on a medium-sized wave.
Yeah, I think the judges are actually identifying the degree of difficulty, the radical nature, the progressive nature of the turns. It's in the criteria. They've got to pay it. And, you know, it's radical surfing, and I love that they've rewarded it.
Yeah, and they've actually been doing a pretty good job of that. If you get an A1 wave and you don't do committed surfing on it, you kind of do get punished.
Yeah.
It's an opportunity for you to really shut the heat down, but you've got to surf hard.
Yeah, she definitely, on the, Stace mentioned this morning, it's really hard to surf a wave up here. She just did that.
Yeah.
That wasn't an A1 wave that came through, but she did A1 surfing and she was rewarded for it.
Well, the judges are kind of thinking along the same lines as me out there at the moment. They just threw a 7 at Nadia. She had a wave that I think had 8 points or more in it.
Yeah.
And she did surf it well, but she wasn't exceptional. She didn't risk falling off at any point.
I feel like she couldn't though, because she'd waited for 15 minutes.
Exactly.
So she couldn't risk falling like at that point in the heat. If she gets a wave like that and you blow it, you're really up a certain creek.
Yeah, true that. Well, now she's going to get busy without priority. You can see she's attacking a little bit more, knowing she's on a smaller wave. She has to if she's going to push this number up. And wow, dynamic finishing moves on this ride.
Well, if she surfed that first wave, that bigger wave down a little bit, she surfed this smaller wave up.
Yeah.
So you could see the energy output. She lifted it up a little bit. Great surfer here.
And tactically, Flick, she's on point.
Yeah.
You made a great point. She didn't need to risk it all. She was already on a wave that was going to give the opportunity to really draw some moves out. But have a look how much sparkier and fast twitch these moves are through this inside.
So it's more critical. You can just see the energy that she's throwing at this wave. And I like it. I mean, that's what happens when you drop a 7. You feel confident. Those last couple of maneuvers there were super critical. But yeah, she's obviously got that confidence. She's dropped the 7. Things are feeling like they're flowing a bit more now. She can open up in her surfing. So things are starting to tighten up here between first, second and third. I mean, all the women really. They've all got a good, solid backup on the board. And yeah, it's going to be, I think, it's shaping up to be a really good heat.
It sure is. Yeah, Keala Tomatabana, she's kind of trying to make up a little bit more ground, but certainly Nadia and Eve have put themselves in a really good spot here just by getting on pace with Erin Brooks. Erin had such a comfortable start, still in a good position with priority out there now too.
Yeah, she's just waiting for that wave that's going to improve on the 583. And well, if I'm Keala in second priority, I'm going to wait it out. I'd be considering my 517 as my backup.
Yeah.
It's not going to be my top score. Otherwise, I've basically got no hope of progressing through this heat. This one's it started a little slow, but it's gotten real interesting through this middle section here. Staying busy. Nadia up again.
She had a 4 on her last wave. Rips into that first turn. Gets a second in too. Looking sharp out here at the moment. Just over 13 and a half minutes to go. We'll see replays after the break, but we've got a good heat on our hands here. The Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM, is brought to you by Cooper's Brewery, the official beer of WSL Australia. By BioGlan, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia. By Ultimate Ears, official portable speaker of WSL Australia. And by SNS Group, official partner of the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. Well, many of the sports greats have been victorious here on the Gold Coast. But in the Challenger Series era, Caitlin Simmers winning in 2022, India Robinson got a victory here last year. Who is going to break through and take the early lead on the 2024 Challenger Series? Well, that person might be in this heat. Who knows? But Erin Brooks, she'll definitely be putting her name in the mix. She's up again, trying to get rid of a 5.83 here this wave during the break.
Oh, wow, what a combination of turns. Just that transition, the speed of the transition from one turn to the next. She's just so fast here. Great technique, swinging that upper body into the turn, and the board just following suit, carving a nice path off the top of these waves. You can see her eye line always just focused on that next section that she wants to hit. She gets the head turn, but quickly brings it back, keeping that focus down the line.
Yeah, that wave didn't go into her top two, though, 5.4. And looking back at the replay, you can kind of see why. You know, she was definitely committed to trying to convert on that wave, but she didn't really get the opportunity to size up the pocket of the wave.
Yeah.
Her eye line, even though she was hitting those sections, Felicity, was kind of always
more horizontal down the line.
Always lateral.
Yeah, and I think that's just got to do with the wave selection. It's interesting where she's positioning herself right now. I mean, she's in fourth priority and she's paddling super deep behind the rock right now. So
she wants to pit.
Yeah.
She wants to get barreled.
The panel's been doing a great job these last couple of days, but this is a really good illustration of just how onto the details they are at the moment. You know, very comparable rides, but they're really picking it apart. You know, Eve on her smaller wave really did warrant a better number. And Nadia Aristabe, she has done some great surfing as well. She's up again, trying to get rid of a 4 here. And really can thread together a number of solid backhand hits. Not going to get too many more points out of this one, but when I reflect on this heat, I think Kayala Tomoto-Bennett has maybe had the single best wave of this heat, and the judges were really onto the fact that she didn't really commit to any turns on that wave.
Yeah, when I saw this wave come through, in my books, it's the best wave of the heat. We've sort of mentioned it looked like it sort of barreled from the takeoff, and I understand that it's the first wave of the heat and you don't want to fall, and hearing that Erin's already dropped to 7.67, like, you know, pressure's on to get a good score, but I can't help but think that maybe she undersurfed that wave a little bit.
Nadia on the replay here, trying to get rid of that 4.
Yeah, coming around this section here, quick snap on the backhand. That's a better one. Threw more water on the second, but the wave's starting to lay down a little. Great surfer here. She was the European junior champion back in 2018 and has qualified for the 2024 Olympics through the ISA qualification system.
Yeah, she's a really strong competitor and starting to really put together some great heat performances. As we see, Eve up again. She's trying to elevate her position. She needs a 4.61 to get up in a second spot at the moment. Gaining some speed for a final hit here. Doing some good work on some smaller waves.
Oh. Almost looks like that was a really good wave. It just maybe not. Looks like it might have just got a little bit fat there down the line, but...
I would have happily taken that one.
Same. Oh, yeah. Take that any day in a free surf.
Ron, just getting back to your point, just on the judging, I think you've hit it today. I just want to highlight a couple of the points that I sent out to all the surfers, but we'll just go for this replay first. Ava just really, you know, powering through these turns, really accelerating through it. super impressed with how she's developed as a young surfer, starting to really apply some power into these maneuvers. Sets this up. Really snapping cleanly off the lip. Great vision here with Coast in the background, just tagging the lip again.
I think too, she's probably, you know, aware of the fact she's got a couple of really great goofy footers out there. What she's doing that I think Nadia and Erin haven't been able to do is get full redirection in the equipment. She's really drawing back into the pocket of these waves.
One of the points from the judges, ability to show a progressive and innovative approach by drawing different lines and angles on critical sections. That's one of about 6 points.
Okay, Keala is going to try and get herself back in this heat, just falling a little behind here. She's put herself on 2 decent set waves now. She's after a big score though, needs a 7.93. That's just to get the second.
That was another really, really good wave. It hit the bank great. It stood up beautifully. I feel like there was more intensity there with that wave, for sure. Let's have a look here. So here she goes, second wave. She waited a long time for this. That was better. That felt like more committed. So did that one. This wave starting to run off down the line. She goes for a little lip line float here. Gets another jam in the pocket, but it just runs off without her. Yeah, I just got to think. Wonder if she didn't do that little snap and she actually just continued to pump down the line. Maybe she could have got around that one. It did look like it ran off quite fast, but for me, there was more intensity in the way that she attacked that wave, and I liked what I saw.
Rich, are these competitors deep enough?
No.
Here at Snapper at the moment?
No, they're not. I'm seeing waves a little further around the point, and as the tide's coming in, you know, it does slow up enough when it comes into the bay. There's opportunities. You can see like that wave there, even that wave that's on your screen now. You could be riding that thing coming all the way through to the inside.
Or even positioning now, I mean, they're nowhere near near the rock, you know.
Well, Erin Brooks, you know, she's not going to push them out there.
No.
Nadia's not going to be too concerned about pushing them out to that more scoring opportunity, but
you can be governed by the priority in the heat.
This is true.
Yeah, whoever's got top priority, if they're not willing to go deep, you can't really go past them, because if you take off, they can either drop in on you and get an and get you an interference.
What we are seeing though is, you know, competitors foregoing that first section of the wave, and we're seeing some of those medium-sized ones serve up really nice steep sections, and you don't even necessarily need to surf all the way down to Little Marley. You might be able to rack up a solid score to get yourself up into the top 2, but it is big numbers that are required for those surfers sitting outside the top 2 at the moment. Just under 4 minutes to go. Eve Wong gets herself a 4.4, but she is after a 6.71.
It's crunch time now, 3.5 minutes on the clock. And you could throw a blanket over the field at the moment. They're all pretty bunched up. But Erin Brooks controlling the lineup. It's exactly what she should be doing, in fact.
Super smart surfing. I mean, off to an early start, bang, bang. You know, got your top 2 waves within the first 5 minutes, basically. And then just controlled the heat and closing out with priority. Super smart strategy, and got to be thinking now that she's just trying to improve on that 5.83. If a wave comes, she's taking it.
I think Eve is right there in, you know, match-winning form at the moment. The only difference between her, Erin Brooks and Nadia is that Eve's tried to manufacture numbers out of slightly smaller rides. Both Nadia's waves have been substantially bigger, and just as a result, you know, of her hitting those waves in all the right sections, she's managed to put herself up in a second spot here, but it's really close at the moment. I feel like Eve, she can connect with one of those quality set waves. You know, she might be the most informed surfer out there at the moment.
Yeah, I think Erin's more informed than Eve, actually. I think Eve, she's surfing great, but however, I just can't go past Erin's opening ride. I feel like her pace, her timing looks so good.
That's
Maybe
the
I'm
goofy
being,
footer in
I
you.
was literally about to own it, but I think it could be the goof in me. Thank you. No,
Yeah.
I do think that Erin is in form for sure.
Yeah.
Eve as well, but yeah, she just needs to. Eve for me needs to find a little bit more of a bigger wave.
From my perspective, this is how I look at it. And I had this same perspective and comparison to make to the draw yesterday. Backhand turns, well placed out here at Snapper Rocks. They look great. There's not too many surfers on the planet who can't execute a backhand snap. There's different versions of it. You can obviously these guys do it at a world-class level, but on the forehand, I just think it's sort of the versatility and repertoire that's displayed by competitors out here on the forehand is sometimes it doesn't add up for me.
Yeah, but what would you like a backhand surfer to do?
I'm just saying it's more difficult to do the wraps in the pocket here, slide the tail, kick the fins, than to repeatedly and rhythmically bash a wave down the line.
Okay, I agree with that.
I can't do that. But a backhand snap on a wave, yeah, like not as good as these guys, obviously, and the women in the draw here. I can't do that, but I can do the same turn over and over again.
Yeah. I see what you're saying. 100% I see what you're saying, but what do you want from a goofy footer out here? Because it is so hard on your backhand facing the wave, like to cut back completely, where I feel like it's actually an advantage to a forehand surfer facing the wave and being able to have more visibility and be able to cut back. That's why it is easier.
I'm not taking anything away from the performance of these two goofy footers in the lineup. I'm saying that, but I'd like to see a fin drift on one turn, a power vertical on the next section, a power carve, Bobby Martinez style.
Yeah, right.
Through the wave.
I was about to get in on this. Yeah, I was about to get in on this conversation and try and be somewhat of a voice of reason here and give you a couple of names. Maddie Wilco was one. Mark Occhilupo is another. You know, they've done so well in this event by providing variety on the back end.
Yeah, but
it's just a
agree
different
with you
approach.
as well.
It's the regular footer in me speaking and the goofy footer in you talking.
I'm not agreeing with you, Ron.
To be continued.
And I think we'll keep battling about this for the ages.
Oh, for the rest of our lives, no doubt. But the bottom line is wave selection was on point for Erin Brooks and Nadia Aristabe in that heat. And the proof is in the score lines there. They hit those sections with perfect timing, and they are surviving and moving through to that next round. Heat 2 is a wrap. We got another big clash coming up, and we have an expert panel coming in for the call. Kaipo Guerrero, Wade Rabbit Bartholomew, and Shimmy Disco, Dimity Stoyle stepping in for the call.
All roads lead to the surf. Before surfboard riding became a super popular thing, all families came to all the different beaches, Rainbow Bay, Greenmount, Kirra, all the way up to Burleigh, Surfers Paradise. It's our #1 asset. The world's best surfers absolutely love coming here. It's a friendly place. It's a place of high performance waves. And there are these real life experiences you can have that it's nearly like an open air theme park.
Beautiful, absolutely beautiful, and so much more than just surfboard riding, but we're focusing on surfboard riding today. We got the women's round, the 32 out in the water, Kuiper girl, along with 78 world champ, father of the Dream Tour, Rabbit Bartholomew, and special guest, Dimity Stoyle, aka DJ Shimmy Disco. We're bringing you the show right now, and thank you for joining us. We got another great heat out in the water and another beautiful day here at Snapper. Dimity, you're home.
Yeah.
It's absolutely stunning.
What a day. Oh my goodness, the view up here is incredible. You know, where else would you want to be right now but the beach?
Yeah, and we got another great heat out here. Rabbit, India Robinson, Teresa Bonvolo, Zali Kelly, and Nikki Van Dyke. Unfortunately, in this heat, we are going to see some friendly fire. We're going to lose an Australian competitor.
Yeah, hey, this is a full-on heat, this one. There's some real talent on show here.
Start with some replays. Dimity, take this one away.
Oh, is that India?
Yeah.
Straight up, you know, big snap to get it started. She dominated that inside position, obviously, getting the first bomb. Nice big wrap there. She's got so much power and flow. And comes through, gets a little bonus section in here, and then, wow, a couple big snaps back to back.
And it looks like we're going to pay our attention right now. Rabbit, this is Teresa Bonvolo, the Portuguese surfer.
Yeah, Teresa, the lone goofy footer in this heat. So the goofy footer's doing pretty good in the last heat. So they should get a bit of a inspiration from that.
And Nikki, straight up into the lip.
And Zali Kelly, Dimity wants to get on the action too.
Yeah, wow, how's this four-wave set? That's what we want. We want four-wave sets, all four surfers getting a great start. Zali's just straight into it as well. A couple snaps on the inside there and flicks off.
So we'll be waiting for scores. We can tell you India Robinson started out with a 6-point ride, a 4.83 for Teresa Bonvolo on the backhand. Nikki Van Dyke checks in with 2.33. Still waiting for the score for Zali Kelly. Of course, in this heat, Bugs, we got our defending champ, India Robinson, who took a big win out here just last year.
Yeah, and she started out really well. You know, India, gosh, she surfs here as though she lives here, Dimity. You know,
Yeah.
she really knows this way well, and she connected both those sections. So I think virtue of that, she got the better of the first exchange.
Yeah, and this is very similar to the conditions that she won in last year. It's almost looking quite identical to that day.
Well, let's check in now with the last heat winner on the beach with Stace. Who you got, Stace?
Thanks, Kaipo. Aaron Brooks, you were bouncing off your chair up there quite literally before your heat. Talk us through what you're seeing.
Yeah, I was a little nervous about the call this morning. It was pretty slow, like early, but then we'll put it on hold and the waves started coming in, so that made me feel a little bit better. But I was just having jitters because this is my first heat of the whole year on the Challenger Series, and I really wanted to do well.
How early did you get to the Gold Coast?
I got here 5 days before, but before that I was in Fiji, only going left for a whole month. So I knew I needed to get some waves, which is pretty hard out here with everybody practicing and everyone who lives here, but I got a couple and it's been really fun.
Talk to us what you think about when you see that perfect canvas down the line and just endless opportunity.
Well, in a free surf, it's different. I would probably push harder than in a heat because I don't really want to fall because you don't know if there's going to be any more like that. But I just feel blessed that God's providing some good waves for us and that we have this amazing wave on this event.
What are you going to do for the rest of the day? It's nice to have an early heat sometimes.
Yeah, I wanted to go to Time Zone with Isabella Nichols and play laser tag and go bowling and have a nail day with my mom.
Enjoy the Dodgem cars in there. Thank you, Aaron. Thank you, Kaipo.
That's an example of all the variety of things that you can do right here, Dimity.
That actually sounds like a huge day. Like, how is she going to find the time to fit all that in? But she's young and full of energy.
For those tuning in and not here, can you tell everyone what time zone is that she's referring to?
Yeah, so Time Zone's like a fun, it's a I don't know what the international translation is for that.
It's like an arcade.
It's an arcade, yeah, games.
Well, there's one in Waikiki.
Yeah. Waikiki is an arcade in itself. Here we go, Nikki Van Dyke. This happened during that interview, Dimity.
Yeah, she had priority, so she's got a bet. Oh, that one actually fizzled out, so maybe a bit of a mistake there. Should have waited for something better, but you know what? She's getting moving. She's looking loose. Got 27 more minutes.
Yeah, plenty of time. 35-minute heats. We're down to 27 minutes in this heat. A little bit of a lull. 3.33 checks in for Nikki Van Dyke. I got another question for you, Dimity. Your girl crew, looks like you guys always have so much fun on social media. Is every day fun for you guys?
It's fun. Every day is fun. Every day is fun. This year I've lost my regular housemate. Nikki always comes up and usually stays at my house. But now Laura's just moved up from Sydney. She's got a place up across the road from Steph, so the whole crew's in Rainbow Bay now.
That is so wild.
And Laura's got a lot more spare rooms than I do, so Nikki's upgraded to the penthouse.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Nikki on the paddle here. Under priority, why not? Just up and out. Like you said, Dimity staying busy. Bugs, another beautiful day out here. Banks hanging in there. And so even at 2-3 foot, looking perfect.
Yeah, well, that's the thing about it when the sand's really good. It just lifts up and emphasises whatever swells there. It's a bit of a wave magnet. And also it holds the line. Even though we've got the incoming tide, it's not a massive high tide this morning as it's more towards the middle of the day as it is. But it will slow up. It will not so much opportunity behind the rock. It'll kind of migrate more towards the middle of where those women are surfing now. But yeah, even a 2 foot wave, a 2.5 foot wave, you can do a full repertoire, Dimity.
Literally, it's unbelievable. And what I loved about Erin Brooks in that last heat was because she's so small, she's got such a tight arc, and her board's really quite short compared to a lot of the other surfers in this event, that her waves almost looked like full head-high waves, and the way she was surfing them was incredible.
Yeah, particularly when you see that angle when it's filmed from the keyhole.
Yeah.
And it kind of looked like she was on overhead waves.
Yeah, fully. It was pumping. But on a day like today, I've got a board that's like sort of 2 inches shorter. It's round tail, so it just fits so well in the pocket here because snapper's such a sucky wave. And, you know, it's so shallow that even on a 2 foot wave, you know, it's so sucky compared to a lot of other locations that you want a board that's just going to fit right in that pocket.
Yeah, so like a longer rail line, you could kind of get stuck a little bit.
Yeah, almost catch and nosedive a little bit.
You can see one of the competitors there shielding the glare. You get that little bit of morning glare out there, and it's sometimes a bit difficult to see the sets coming.
Yeah, just a beautiful morning here. But a little bit of a lull, and I think the reason why we decided upon 35-minute heats for this round is because, you know, the folks, Will Hayden Smith and the rest of the people over there at Tours and Comps realized, hey, there was some of these lulls coming through, so we tacked on an extra 5 minutes for this round of heats, and I think it was a really good call as we're flying by here at the Gold Coast flight cam. Beautiful shot, just another wonderful day. And it looks like we got a paddle. Nikki Van Dyke. And that one just spun off. Dimity, how do you pick the good ones out here?
Yeah, so the trick is just you want to find the growers. They look like, you know, they can even be 1 foot when you take off, but you're looking down the line. You want to look down the line, and they're quite obvious when you're out the back. You can see, you want to watch the swell line, what it's doing down at Rainbow. And if it's got a long wall down that way, you know it's going to grow in size and it's going to run all the way down the bank.
Nikki staying busy again, speeding down the line. Nice slash for Van Dyke, and that's all she's going to get. But just reps at it right now. It would be the strategy for Nikki Van Dyke under priority.
Yeah, it's definitely tricky at this size to get away from the pack. You know, like when it's bigger the last few days, you've had that wide bank that breaks. But at this size, only the definite sets are going to even maybe do that.
What we saw Nikki doing those last times was going a bit deeper and getting the wave, just like that wave there, that really hugged the bank, and getting a couple of moves in before she gets to the other competitors.
Yeah.
And they're not really interested in it because they'll only get half a ride.
Yeah, exactly.
You know, they want when you go super deep and you get that little hug up.
Yeah, there's definitely some times where I've surfed heats out here and haven't had priority, and I've sat up deep. And here goes India.
So Robinson, a lot of power through those first couple turns. And the pace of this wave, a lot more user-friendly. The warble on the inside, she finished it off. So that is going to cap off her opener. 6.17, she's going to have a great backup and really kind of pull ahead of the pack right now at the 21-minute mark.
The power that she's got, the natural power. I mean, I think that's really, she rode that to success last year, and we just saw it on display there. You know, she's got such a powerful hack, and she comes out of the top of the wave, throws the big buckets.
Yeah, and she's so smart. Like, how's that for a heat? Made sure that she was on the inside, got the first bomb. That way, then, you know, and then she's in the head of the line for the next priority rotation, and it just proves then that she's taken the next best wave.
Here comes Nikki. Quick surfing down the line, putting it together on this one. And nice finish for Van Dyke, so likely going to be her best score so far in this matchup. So be waiting for scores for Nikki Van Dyke as well as India Robinson. We're at the 20-minute mark. Priority sits now with Teresa Bonsoy. Pristine conditions. Bugs, you think, what about the wind? You think we're going to see this kind of still high pressure wind or lack of wind for most of the morning?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, really confident of that. And what will happen is that the wind will sort of shift to the southeast in the afternoon, but that southeast wind, you might even see some white caps out to sea, but the face will still be just pristine. Not a drop of water out of place. I don't know if it'll get that lumpy sort of texture that it got yesterday afternoon. We had a lot of squalls coming through, and those squalls nearly made a tiny little 2-inch southeast wind swell.
Yeah.
Right?
Replay here, Dimity. India Robinson.
India, see, look at how much speed she just throws into those turns, and that just shows how much power she's got. She's got the very strong legs to be able to do this kind of surfing, and I really like the finish she got on that. Got to throw the tail, and Nikki straight after, so she's looking really loose. I'm glad she found a wave that had a bit more run on this, and I love that board, that snap there, throwing a lot of spray and finishes it well. So she's loosening up every wave. So
love this angle here, Kaipo. You just see the down the line. You see the you know how square they're coming off the bottom. Really a beautiful angle. It looks bigger. And just a nice slashing move there. So showing her experience, so much experience, Dimity.
yeah, oh, incredible amount of experience. And
Teresa here, Dimity.
yeah, wow. Oh, just losing it. That's a shame for her, because she was on her way to a score on that one. Just got that point of difference there. She's able to throw her board up on the backhand and get that release. So she's almost got a slight advantage if she can use it to her advantage, the way Erin did on the backhand, you know, in waves this size.
Yeah, we saw it yesterday too with goofy footers. Bugs, I think you commented on that they were able to achieve some of the bigger scores because they were able to go, you know, the rhythm and be able to get really vertical. Equal big numbers for the goofy foots yesterday.
Yeah, well, what happens is that, you know, a goofy footer can streak along the wave. They're really waiting for the wave to slow down.
Yep.
And so they can just go into that bottom turn, and where they can hook it out of the top and drive down the face and then straight into another bottom turn. They kind of can squeeze in an extra maneuver.
Yeah, and it's actually easier on your backhand. You know, the amount of energy that it takes to do a big snap on your forehand compared to the backhand, you can almost use the wave and the gravity to just kind of whip your board up and then kick the tail. And it's a lot easier on the body too.
I agree. And the numbers actually prove it. Yesterday's score from Nat Young, a 9.33,
Wow.
highest score of the event so far, was done on the backhand. And then I look back at former event winners out here, guys like Matt Wilkinson and Owen Wright, and what they were able to do here as far as rhythm and putting that board really vertically over and over again.
Oh my God, what about Oki the other day in the Legends Heat? He got such a bomb, and I love the way he delayed that first snap to just get it in the most critical part.
Backhand surfing on display
Bang.
here with Teresa Bonsoy putting it together in fast fashion. Currently in second, needs an 8.17, however, to go to first. As we wait for the score for the last wave for Teresa, we're going to take a Bonsoy brew break. You take a brew break too, but meet us back here in a minute and a half. We'll be waiting.
All roads lead to the surf. Before surfboard riding became a super popular thing, all families came to all the different beaches, Rainbow Bay, Greenmount, Kira, all the way up to Burleigh, Surfers Paradise. It's our #1 asset. There's great old archive photos of them surfing longboards in the 1940s and 50s, all different craft. Surfboard riding really came to the fore in the 1960s. Before my time, there were great surfers on the Gold Coast. And what happened through the early 70s, the Queensland titles and Australian titles were the big deal. 73, the birth of the industry on the Gold Coast. Then along came international surfing. It was Burleigh Heads, the best surfers in the world. It put pro surfing on the map. You know, we used to get 5,000-10,000 people along the beach at Burleigh, and that just exploded pro surfing. We're blessed with some of the finest sand bottom point breaks in the world. The world's best surfers absolutely love coming here. It's a friendly place. It's a place of high performance waves, and they experience all the theme parks and the beach. Our hinterland is amazing, and there are these real life experiences you can have that it's nearly like an open air theme park. There is an air of excitement and anticipation every year with the Gold Coast Pro. Seeing the best international surfers coming, taking on the locals. Everyone's got their favourites, and it brings out the best in everyone surfing. So you're going to see amazing action. I've been surfing here for well over 50 years. In amongst that, I've had so many magical sessions. I feel blessed to have been born and raised here on the Gold Coast, and this is my home.
Thank you for having us here, Rabbit. An amazing history, and you know, at the beginning of this event, we got some great news as well. We're going to have this event as a championship tour event for the next 4 years, Bugs.
Yeah, there's a real buzz around the place on that news. You know, look, it's unreal having the Challenger Series here and QS events, but we haven't seen the World Champions here for some years, and you know, we kind of were spoiled. We had such a long history of events here that counted towards the world title.
Yeah.
That's a big deal.
Yeah, that definitely gave me goosebumps feeling that as well, because when I was on tour, it started right here at Snapper Rocks, and that was just the best feeling, starting the year here, all your friends, good waves, good weather, good times, good surfing.
Yeah, it's going to be an amazing addition to the schedule in the upcoming years. And, when we look at the overall scope of the footprint of Australia and what it's going to mean to the championship tour going forward, we're going to have the trifecta happening in 25 onward, with 3 stops here in Australia for the championship tour. Replay here of India Robinson. This was a 6-point ride, so Robinson's going to work. And imagine that, Dimity. This is actually going to be a throwaway score for India.
Yeah, and the other girls would be watching that going, damn, I need a 6. Like, if only I was on that wave.
Zali Kelly. And this looks like it's a replay of oh, we're still waiting for the score for this one, Bugs.
Yeah, well, Zali's really been super selective, and she's used a priority on this one. She needed to get going though, Dimity.
Yeah, and Nikki right behind on that beautiful blue board. She's got good speed on this. Big snap there. That was really nice. Wow, backs it up with a huge one.
Jeez.
Wow. Okay, that's going to be a great score for Nikki Doles.
It looks like she's putting it together on this one, and that is going to be a solid score as we see this in slow motion, Bugs.
Yeah, Nikki's still, absolutely international caliber. She really puts this wave together.
Wow.
Just that huge snap there. She goes out on the shoulder, does another big snap. She just finishes that wave off unbelievably. As Dimity said, she really looks on song on that wave. She lifted her level.
Yeah, we all know that she's got one of the best techniques, so to be able to finally get a wave that she can show a bit of that form that she's in, because she's surfing so good at the moment.
She's a good friend of yours, Dimity. Do you know her plans for this year? Is she going to do, because last year she started off the year with a couple of 9s, in Australia,
Yeah.
did really well.
Yeah.
And then, didn't do the rest of the event. Do you know if she's going to do the entire Challenger Series this year?
I think she's, she's accepted a wild card for the full Challenger Series season.
Okay.
So she's taken that position, and she's fired up. She's
Cool.
surfing so good.
Great.
She's training. She's, she knows this wave so well because she spends so much time coming up here, staying with us. She surfs snapper a lot more than what a lot of surfers get to. So she's hopefully she gets a good result here, and then she can just
Parlay onto it, yeah. Well, she's currently in 2nd place. That one moved her up, and here she is again. Certainly the busiest surfer in this entire heat, and just gaining momentum as this heat matures. Great couple of carves there, looking to better 4.87. Last wave for Nikki Van Dijk was a 6.93. Putting together the scores right now, and currently has the single highest wave score with that 6.93.
Wow, it's just that combination of those 2 big snaps straight into that wrap where she got to drive a rail in and really show a point of difference.
Yeah, solid surfing. So waiting for one more score for Van Dijk. We'll take a look at the replay, Bugs.
Yeah, this is a small wave, but it's so well surfed. She comes into this section right here. Beautiful hacking turn there. Keeps the speed up, Dimity, and she really goes to town on this wave. She's starting to warm up for this heat.
Exactly, and it's just nice to see she's doing a full wrap right back into the source, holding that rail as far as she can, and then mixing it up with snaps in between. So I think the judges rewarded her with that 6.93 before.
There we go, the unabridged version of the heat. All the wave scores. You can see Nikki Van Dijk actually, they owe us a score, so she's ridden 9 waves so far. Highlighted are the top 2 waves for each of the surfers. That kind of tells the story of the heat. Still waiting to see if Nikki will increase upon her scoreline. She gets a 6.07 or above. She will take the lead in this heat.
That's funny, the wave count. Macy and I were talking about that the other day. We were just reminiscing on the days when there was a 10 wave limit. And it was just the worst thing in the world because you catch 10 waves, and why do you want to stop surfing out here? You just want to catch as many as you can.
Yeah, it was back in the day with these old amateur rules with the why is that there?
No, yeah, and
Because the judges can't keep up.
You know,
well, it was. I think there was a 10-wave limit before because it's back in paper and pencil time because that's how many spots there were on a score sheet, right? Wow, big wind up there for India, and another power hack. And the surfer from Janjuk just putting it together here. Looking motivated and great timing. Nice finish. You can see by the body language, Bugs, that she likes the feeling of that wave.
very positive body language at the end of that heat. And Dimity, what a cleverly surfed heat because, you know, absolutely aware that she's trying to better that 617. She's going to go on nothing less.
Yeah, I definitely feel like she's bettered that score. This will be her best ride for sure. Just this snap, this one here, straight into this next one. So much speed, power, flow, throwing so much into it. And you know what? I think that finish was huge. She would have heard Nikki get a 6.93, and the Victorian battle is on. This is Janjuk versus Phillip Island right here.
Oh, wow.
I like that. Zali Kelly needs a 7.87 right now, and caught behind. That's not going to do her any favors there. So the opposite in body language with Zali kicking out of that wave. You could see the frustration, and now maybe actually it's a slow motion paddle battle. It's not a full-on paddle battle going on right now. I like the battle of the Victorians though.
Yeah, there's a huge rivalry there. If you're from Torquay, Janjuk area, and if you're from Phillip Island, you're not, you know, you might be both from Victoria, but you're not friends.
Yeah. I do want to say hi to all my friends over at the Janjuk pub, however. That's all tuned in right here. One of my favorite places.
The Bird Rock or the Janjuk?
The hotel,
There's so many good spots.
But the Bird Rock's good too. I saw you play a great set over there. Actually, you played a set just this last weekend as well.
Yeah, so, where?
Right here, right?
Oh, right here, yes. The Legends heat brought the crowd.
Yeah.
And then I brought the vibe. So
Yeah.
thanks to the Legends for bringing thousands of people down here.
What a magical afternoon.
That was incredible.
And can we talk a little bit now? Now I guess I'm talking to DJ Shimmy Disco.
Yeah.
Out to lunch. We got some big happenings coming up this coming weekend right now.
Yeah, so this Saturday is definitely the party of the year for the Gold Coast.
Wow.
Out to lunch by Fisher. Fisher is in town. He's throwing the biggest festival that's hit the Gold Coast, and it's on Saturday.
Get down here. Getting down on the backhand. Teresa Bavala, caught on the heels right there. And that is painful for the surfer from Cascais, Portugal. You see her slapping the water, frustration. Still slapping the water, Bugs.
Yeah, well, you know, she had to be thinking a little bit further down the line on that one, Dimity. She went, you know, it's a difficult decision to make. Do you go for the maneuver in front of me in the section in front, or point break style, do you think down the line?
Yeah, and Teresa, she's such a passionate surfer. There'd be so much going through her head right now, like, you know, needing a score. She obviously wants more than anything to make it through this heat. The nerves right here might have affected her decision-making riding this wave. Knowing after that turn, she might be onto a score here.
That's a horrible feeling, just getting caught behind. And you said passionate surfer. They had one of, you know, almost a tragic moment in 2022 where she missed making it to the championship tour by just one spot. 2022, we take the top 5 women. She finished number 6. She made the final in Haleiwa, and that still wasn't enough. It was so tough.
That's right. That was the year Sophie McCulloch had to win the event,
and she just
to do a Hail Mary.
And she did that.
And she did that. And how many times has that ever happened in pro surfing? Is it
rare?
Maybe Richie Lovett did that, didn't he?
Yeah.
Same location.
Same
Haleiwa.
location at Haleiwa as well. You're right. But that was, I mean, going into that event, Teresa you would have bet the house on her getting onto the championship tour. It looked like it was inevitable, right?
Exactly.
And then a series of things happened, and the one person that could bump her won the event.
You wouldn't read about it. It's one of those situations where you just, that's all you can say.
Yeah. And the guy, a lot of dreams have come unstuck at Haleiwa too.
Yeah.
There's brutal consequences.
Haleiwa can be a dream, but it can also be a nightmare.
It's such a scary wave.
Oh, that's why we love the user-friendly wave over here.
Yeah.
And,
I'm going to stay on the Gold Coast.
and we've seen some really, really good performances here. And thanks again, Bugs, for having us because it's just been another magical stop. It's been a magical trip. We had a magical afternoon with all the world champs, Snapper world champs. We had the tunes by Shimmy Disco. We had about thousands of people on the beach screaming with every turn.
Yeah.
I mean, I got chicken skin when all of that was going down.
That was so magic.
Well, we've got a bit of a set coming through here.
Van Dyke takes this one. Nice read on this wave, matching the speed down the line, zipping when she needs to, slowing down when the wave slows down. Floater ending there. Zali Kelly trying to battle back.
Oh, wow. I mean, Zali's wave choice, I'd have to say, has been kind of less than favourable. You know, look at her scores along the line. It's really been the waves. And she two or three of them, she's actually used priority.
Yeah.
I know it's a desperate situation that she basically needs 2 waves.
Yeah. And it's tough because I do know for a lot of the surfers that don't surf here a lot, it is quite intimidating. There's just it's always crowded. And sometimes it's a mental challenge just even getting out here just to deal with that many people. And I know the less time you surf out here, the less you're going to be knowing which ones to pick.
Here's our heat leader and defending champ, India Robinson, hammering again down the line. Full body torque through that one. And India is well on her way to the round of 16.
Well, she's got the 8-point ride under the belt. That was an amazing ride, Dimity, and that wave there, it's not going to better the 6.83, but what a powerful statement for a defending champion to make.
Oh, definitely. That heat was just perfectly surfed on her behalf. Started so strong, just built throughout the whole heat, got that 8-point ride, and now she's solidly in the lead.
Just 30 seconds. Priority with Teresa. Teresa needs a 6.3. And so the Portuguese surfer will have an opportunity. There she is. Needs to scratch upon a wave real soon. Would have to be the next one hitting the bank. Let's see if it hits her in time. Doesn't look like it's going to happen. Hands have to leave the rail. They do not. So it will be a Victorian sweep in heat 3 of the round of 32. Both India Robinson and, on screen, Nikki Van Dyke moving into the round of 16. Waiting for some scores just to clear the screen, but the math has already been done. So we are waiting for a couple of waves, but those numbers will be inconsequential. One for the record, though, previous wave for India Robinson. She did go excellent. She got an 8-point ride. So look at that big heat total for India Robinson, 14.83 2-wave total. That's huge.
Solid heat there by India Robinson. Amazing performance. Nikki Van Dyke showing her class.
Yeah, the smartest competitors, they showed their, what do you call it, their bugs wit. You know, when you, like you Bugs, when you've been doing pro surfing for so long, you just have a little intuition.
Yeah.
Oh, we've got the Bonsoy board caddies down there as well.
Yeah, Nikki took the Bonsoy board caddies surfing the other day.
Yeah, they went down to Rainbow.
Yeah.
Just waiting on last of red, Nikki. Surfers in that next heat, stand by. Waiting on last of red.
We're waiting for the last score of red, but red already won the heat.
But Nikki bettered her situation on that last wave.
Signature? Surfers in that next heat, please stand by, waiting on scores.
Okay. This is when I go to you, Bugs.
She ran away with it.
The result is already done, and we're waiting for scores from the judges. What's going on in the tower right now?
Well, I'm a little surprised that they're waiting for this. The result looks so clear to me.
That's what yeah.
It's a very cut and dried situation. I don't believe the surfers in third and fourth have got something so significant that it could turn the result.
Yeah, no, we're actually waiting for the score for India Robinson right now, and so that's why I'm little confused. All right, they got it in.
Oh, it did improve her position. She won by a bit more.
Maybe they were using pen and paper up there.
3, 2, 1.
All right.
I'm like so buggered. Far out.
It's definitely one of the most strenuous waves on the tour.
From that last heat.
There you go, 15.1, India Robinson and Nikki Van Dyke moving on, and we're going to move on to a break, but we'll be back with a new heat in the water. When we return, it's going to be Isabel Nichols, Macy Callahan, Anon Matsuoka, and Laura Ropp in the lineup.
The Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM, is brought to you by Oakberry. Fuel yourself with the official acai of WSL Australia. By WeatherGuard, official portable storage of WSL Australia. By Bond University, not for profit and not to conform. Bond University exists for you. And by Bailey Ladders, official ladder partner of WSL Australia.
Thank you for joining us for the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM Kaipaguro, along with Rabbit Bartholomew and Dimity Stoyle, talking you through the action. We're in heat number 4, round the 32 for the women. And we got Macy Callahan up and riding, Dimity.
My housemate right here. And yeah, we just live down the road together, so she surfs this wave a lot and she's looking really sharp.
Nice start there for...
She doesn't want to get off this wave.
No,
She's just... yeah. I like the energy though. She's looking really sharp. Lots of energy, fired up.
Macy Callahan, 23 years old, originally from Avoca Beach, now residing here on the Gold Coast. And Dimity Stoyle's flatmate.
Yeah, it's so good. She's the best housemate, and it's so good. We just, you know, we're both surfing. We kind of wake up and go surf together, and then it's just, it's a good kind of having someone that does the same thing that you do and kind of push each other. And, you know, there's always filmers around where we're trying to get the best waves, so it's a nice, fun little competition there.
I actually like both you and Macy, your guys' sense of fashion as well. We'll talk about fashion a little bit later because we're going to talk about backhand surfing in the way of Anon Matsuoka. Anon has had this run through here, just a young 18-year-old Japanese surfer, but I've been so impressed, Bugs, by the flair she has on the backhand.
She displayed it right there.
Yeah, that was I love watching these Japanese surfers. And Isabella.
Yeah, this is a really tight heat. This one, there's some really big names in this heat competing, and some newcomers. And Isabella, nice snap there. And I think Isabella's living here too.
Yeah, she just lives up the road at Benora.
And here's this wave by Macy. And it's as you're saying, Kaipo, it's a long ride, and she gets some really good moves in on this wave. She surfs this wave really well. I've seen her out here many times in competing, and she's won tournaments here. And
yeah,
she knows what it's doing. Yeah, she knows what she's doing.
Look at this whip here, Dimitri.
Yeah, so what I was saying before, I got to see a lot of these surfers when they came over for the regional QS series. They were co-sanctioned with Japan, and I was blown away. Anon and a few of the others were just I'd never seen before, and just look at that. Like that's, it's so exciting to watch. And there's just so many of them. They're all pushing each other, and there's a real, like a Japanese storm coming through right now.
Yeah, it's radical, and there's a lot of talent. They have their own, the JPSA, they have their own surfing association there. So sometimes, almost Japanese surfers are almost camouflaged that we don't see because they have their own circuit there. But when a lot of them break through and start doing the international comps, it is a deep pool of talent, Bugs.
Yeah, well, I mean, gosh, 20 years ago, we really made a bit of a plan to create pro juniors in Japan, and then we knew it was going to be, we knew there was always, Matsu Ono and the Ono brothers, and there were so many great surfers from Japan, but we knew that the best chance for the Japanese surfers to progress to the CT level was a new generation coming through, starting with the pro juniors, establishing QS events, and then obviously their internal JPSA events.
Yep. Well, 5.83 checks in for Anon Matsuoka, and let's check in on the last heat winner with Stace.
Thanks, Kaipo. India Robinson, Vico 1-2. That's got to feel good.
Yeah, it does. I love Nikki. She's like a sister, so I'm stoked we were both able to get 1 and 2 in that one.
And talk to us about the whirlwind of emotions these last couple of weeks.
Yeah, it's been a lot. Like, I'm not going to stand here and say it's been easy. I've been dealing with it, but yeah, I think having Snapper to fall back onto is probably, the best little boost I could ask for. So, I'm kind of just taking things as they come this week, not putting too much pressure on myself and just resting as well. It's been a big few months.
And the results you've had at this venue speak for themselves. That must make you with extra confidence paddling out for heats?
Yeah, I think, obviously winning last year was a dream come true, but the way I was able to do it, I think it shaped me into a better athlete, and I have a stronger mindset because of that win. So I think paddling out here, I'm definitely comfortable with what waves I want, how to surf the waves. So yeah, I'm just kind of taking it as it comes.
You got a beautiful spot right on the headland here with Alessa Spencer and a few of your other competitors. What do you do for the rest of the afternoon? You going to hang around and watch their heats, or are you going to tune out?
I might go switch off for a bit. Just try to rest up. The sun's kind of killer, but I just want to say, shout out to my best friend Sophie McCulloch. She's it's hard that she's not here. She should be staying with me and winning heats as well. It's tricky that she's not here, but I love you, Nate.
Sure, she's tuning in. We're all thinking of you, Soap. Thank you, India. Well done. Thank you, Kipes.
Yeah. India Robinson, last year's Challenger Series champion, fought her way back onto the championship tour. Unfortunately, first half of the year, she got relegated back to the Challenger Series. She's going to have to do it all over again.
Yeah, so, but she'll get through it. She's such a smart competitor, she just showed in that last heat. And to get through the Challenger Series, that's pretty much all you have to do. Smart surfing, and, she's already got the talent on the wave. So as long as she just keeps up that strong head space, she'll get through it.
Yeah. Challenger Series consists of 6 events, and you get your number at the end of the year. Your ranking is based upon your best 4 finishes. So, you have a good run, You can have a good run, actually, Bugs, in Australia in these next two events, in this event and then down at Sydney. You're halfway to qualification leaving Australia.
You sure are. There's no doubt early season momentum really carries you through, and we saw India say that the win last year gave her a stronger mind, a stronger mental approach.
Here we go. Isabella Nichols already has a 7.33 in her score line. And she's whipping through some turns here to look to back that thing up. Better at 3.5, and she'll do her job on this wave. It feels like she's on her way to bettering that number. Quick finish for Bella. Macy Callahan right behind her, looking smooth. The connectivity between the turns. So we'll be waiting for scores for both of those surfers. Your thoughts on that exchange, Dimity?
Yeah, Isabella surfs Snapper Rocks so well. She's out here so much. She just lives up the, 10 minutes away up the hill there in Benora Point. So, yeah, local now to this area, surfs here so much, and you can show by her timing on this wave here. So she read this one perfectly. Started off, nice snap here. Really close to the pocket there, just staying in the zone, and so much good flow too. That's what I love about watching her surf. She's loose and fast, and then gets a nice finish here. So,
and take a look at Macy.
Yeah, Macy, big slide of the tail on that one, just throwing it right back, and then shorter wave. It's not going to be a huge score, but she's riding waves. It's good.
Bugs, it looked like Laura Ropp got a wave too.
Yeah, Laura really need to get going in this heat. It's a slightly bigger wave, so let's see what she can do. Nice snap there. Nice poise on this one, Dimity, and she's going down the line, a big finish,
wow.
And she nails it.
Big finish on that one. The pace of that wave was perfect, wasn't it, Bugs?
Yeah, it just looks like a bit of a stronger wave with a bit more substance in it. She brings it right around there, and she looks down the line. I thought it was a well-constructed ride.
Yeah. I think on a day like today with the size that it is out at Snapper, you want a wave like that she just caught. It's slightly bigger and it has a finish to it. You don't want to get those ones that just taper off into nothing, because you just end up doing little, cutties, and then it's just, you want that one with a solid finish so the judges are going, oh, that's a good score.
Yeah, I mean, a great start and a great finish, bookends, definitely got their attention.
Yeah.
So we'll see what comes in for Laura as well as Macy. We're waiting on those numbers. Laura Ropp on the paddle back out, just 18 years old, out of Florianopolis, Brazil. Part of the emerging women's movement coming out of Brazilian surfing. We also have seen Sofia Medina. She was successful in her opening round. And another noted Brazilian up-and-comer, Taina Hinkle, also was in this competition. Unfortunately, Taina eliminated, but we will see Sofia Medina later on in this round.
And Kaipo, it's kind of like Japan and Brazil culturally 20 years ago. There weren't many women surfers.
True. It was very male-dominated in those two cultures, and now we're seeing this new generation of women surfing, both in Brazil and you're right, Bugs, in Japan. I honestly, I call you the father of the Dream Tour. I would love to see Japan coming back on stage, either with a CT or a CS at some point.
Yeah, I mean, it's such an important, part of surfing. And as you said before, it's a little under the radar at the moment. Yeah, it would be, I think it'd be great to have an event in Japan.
I love Japan. It's one of my favorite places on earth, and I've competed over there a few times actually, and there was a contest a couple of years in a row where the waves were actually pumping. It was like a mini version of D-Bar, and it was just so fun offshore all day. I won the event one year, and the next year Coco won the event, and then they didn't run the event in the future, but we need to bring it back because I was blown away. The waves are actually really fun in Japan.
Yeah, it's really cool. Yeah. Speaking of really cool, Stace Galvin's a pretty cool guy, and he's always roaming around. What do you got for us, Stace?
Thank you, Kaipo. Just trying to follow your act, mate. I'm here with Vahino Fierro. Vahino, what are you seeing out there?
It looks really fun. Looks like there's a lot of waves and a lot of opportunities everywhere. So I'm in a couple heats and I'm super excited to go in the water.
and obviously you've got a big year coming up. The whole world is going to be in your neighbourhood in a couple of months. You excited for that?
Yeah, I'm excited. Like, I've been training at home for the last 4 months, so I was excited to have a break and come here and start my Challenger Series campaign, and then back at home, and it's paradise over there. There's perfect waves, so it's gonna be the best show ever, I think.
Was the first time you went right last week here?
Yeah, I've been going both. At home, I have rights and lefts everywhere, but going right this whole week has been really good for my backhand, and I'm just super excited to go in the water. Yeah.
We're excited to see you coming up later on. The Bonsoy Athlete Zone is starting to heat up down here, Kipes.
Frothing. Absolutely frothing. Well, 20 minutes on the clock, and the scores are all in. Laura Rupp, a 5.4 for her previous ride. She's in third place. Anon Matsuoka opened up with a 5.83, so a strong start for the Japanese surfer. Still searching for her backup. Macy Khan did get her backup. She got a 3.4 to back up that 6.33, and out in the lead is Isabella Nichols with that really obvious 7.33. That's a big number, Bugs.
It sure was. She opened up with a huge score. And, of course, Isabella, another one who's kind of bounced between the Championship Tour and the Challenger Series. So she's back here again, but she's at least in a place she knows well.
Yeah, I can't imagine what it's like to go through that, because that format has changed. Obviously now it's just, that's what it is, and for them it must be so hard to just go back and forth, and then you're actually not really getting a break. You're just you're just going straight from one grindy tour to the next one, and then you're non-stop. I feel like after the cut is where the tour gets to relax, and they get a bit more time to prepare, and then so if you're missing that back half of the year, it is a bit of a disadvantage.
Yeah, and Isabella, it was a positively emotional experience for her. End of the year, Sakurama, crunching the numbers. She was the last woman to make the cut. She was number 5 on the Challenger Series last year, so she was right on the line. Every heat was important for her, and she was able to accomplish that. So all Isabella's got to do is do the same thing all over again.
No rest for the wicked.
Cut and paste.
Yeah, cut and paste on that one. Anon Matsuoka right now with priority. And, we talked about the priority anchor. We saw that yesterday, Bugs, where some surfers sitting with that priority and maybe not managing the clock well enough. Is that something for the competitors that they should be aware of?
There was certainly a lot of that yesterday afternoon. I thought it was it was a tricky lineup. It was some heats we saw guys going out there and just getting, two guys getting waves straight off the bat, others going out there saying, well, I'll do the same thing, not getting away for 20 minutes.
Yeah.
It's a coach's nightmare, really.
Yeah, and there's something about surfing a heat which I learned pretty late in my career, and if I had known this a lot earlier, probably would have gone a lot further. But just when you lose a heat, you needed a 4 or a 3.5 or something like that, and that because you ran out of time.
Yeah.
And watching the surfers, there was Nikki in that previous heat, just constantly riding waves. She's already had 3 or 4 4-point rides that she can fall back on if the heat did go flat in the last 10 minutes.
That's so true. But in this situation right now, see, I think Anon is with priority. You look at, she's got a good score there. It's probably important for her to get a good wave right now because Macy it's a tenuous second place. She's got a very low backup score, so Anon can actually leapfrog here if she uses her priority well. Obviously, she needs the ocean to accommodate.
She's got so much time. She's got 16 minutes, and so her next decision is crucial. She's going to have to wait for a good wave. It'd be silly for her to take just an average score at this point in the heat. But yeah, if she does, just say she did fall on her first turn.
Yeah, well, let's see if Matsuoka can back it up. She's holding priority right now. We'll find out when we return after this Bonsoy brew break. Well, it's the time. We got the Bonsoy board caddies. They've been locked up in the caddy shack all morning. We let them loose at Rainbow, and now it's time for them to surf with Callum and Nikki. Let's go.
The kids are going to go rampant out there. There's some epic waves.
So excited. Just want to get a couple runners and, yeah, shred.
Yeah, they're repping the yellow jersey. All world number ones. About to head out Rainbow. Looks fun.
So good, frothing with the Groms. There they are, the Bonsoy board caddies in the caddy shack. Just ready to strike out there, take care of your backup board, catch a couple waves themselves. Talk about frothy DJ shimmy disco.
That put a huge smile on my face. How cool was that when she's like, I just want to get the runners.
Already got some cool terminology going down.
Yeah, they know.
Good stuff. It's Dimity Stoyle along with Rabbit Bartholomew and myself, Kaipo Guerrero, talk you through the action here. We're in the back half of the heat number 4, round of 32. Top 2 advance out of this heat into the round of 16. We get to the round of 16, things change up a bit in the format. Then we go to head-to-head competition, one-on-one. So, Bugs, really important, you know, for our competitors to get out of this heat, because I feel like that's when you really get the challenge, when it goes head-to-head competition.
Yeah, this is a critical round. I mean, the head-to-head, obviously, you know, the opportunity to get good points.
Right.
And that's a big deal. Those points are so important to have a positive points in the ledger to start the Australian League.
Yeah, this round has always been the hardest round on paper to get through, because it's the 4-person heat. It's stacked at this point. You got 4 great surfers generally in every heat, and it was always the hardest one to break through, because everyone just wants to get to that next round with one-on-one surfing.
Yeah, you get through this heat, you're guaranteed to equal 9th place finish. You get through the next round, and then you're in the quarterfinals, and then that's really for the women, and the math that the women need to do is really quarterfinals or keeper results.
Yeah.
And so that's where you kind of got to get, like, if you're, because we take the top 5, equal 5th, you keep on coming in 5th, you really, mathematically, the odds are in your favor.
Yeah. They sure are. I mean, you might be able to carry a 9th if you get a 1st.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah, and the last few years has been so tight that girls are actually not qualifying with a bunch of 5ths. We saw Bronte McCauley was in that situation, and she was saying, you need to actually make finals.
Yeah.
But the girls are so tight. 5 surfers, it's wild.
Yeah. Yeah, especially, those are... So you win an event, that's 10,000 points to your credit. So you get that 10 grand right there. And there's only, if you think about it, there's only 60 grand in points available throughout the whole season, 6 events, right? So you're right there. And so we're going to see who's going to get the head start by the time we finish up this first event of the Challenger Series. And likely, too, and I'm going to throw this to you, Bugs, is likely, I feel like Saturday will be our finals day.
I feel it is. I think, there's a new train of swell coming in, a southeast swell. It'll go more east as it goes on, so by Saturday the swell will be east. Thursday and Friday should be pretty good.
We just need to make big finish on that one. She liked it.
Yeah.
But yeah, the comp needs to be wrapped up by 3 p.m. because that's when my set starts at Fisher Show.
You know what? Yeah, let's make a note of that too. And we're doing really well because we're getting through more heats today.
Yep.
Laura Ropp right here, Dimity.
Yeah, so nice little, obviously had a huge finish on this. She gets a nice carve to start and just sticks with it here because she obviously saw that coming. No, it was only a 2-turn combo, so she threw everything into that finish.
Yeah, Laura's got a lot of potential.
And coming back to live action here, Macy Callahan currently in second and advancing position in this heat. wants to better her 3.47 that she has in her scoreline.
I feel that's really similar to some of the arrives she's had with the waves. She hasn't been able to get that last big maneuver.
Matsuoka here on the backhand. Again, quick surfing from the Japanese surfer. So just snappy in her approach. And she's putting it together here.
Wow.
Gets the finish.
Wow, good wave choice. She used her priority superbly.
Yeah, that was very smart of her, and she capitalized. She ripped it.
Gosh, I mean, she knew it too.
Yeah, that was cool.
We keep on talking about the goofy footers. If they're able to get into rhythm like Anon did in this case, Bugs, it is just so impressive.
So impressive. And then she's just throwing huge buckets out the back. And she just really goes down. She really read this wave well too, of when to hit it hard, like there. And then she just finishes it incredibly well. There's more in this. She got stronger as the wave wanted, but that finish there was crucial.
Yeah, that finish was sick. And here's Macy, just a nice start to this one. The wave looks good at the start and then throws a lot into that turn.
Yeah, it's a good solid start by Macy on this wave. And now the wave really tapers off and she doesn't get that finish in. All her work was done at the start of this one. It's a nice, neat finish, but without being a spectacular finish.
And you know, Bugs, she's won the most prestigious Snapper Rocks event, the Usher Cup.
Yeah,
she's a champion, so she knows what she's doing. She just needs to get on a bit better wave.
Yeah, no, she knows this wave inside out.
Of course, the Usher Cup is a club competition that is founded by Robert Bartholomew and Bugs. It's grown every year. Now you got some clubs from the U.S. coming over the last couple of years to compete in the Usher Cup.
And Hawaii.
And Hawaii.
Yeah. Really cool.
That was cool seeing Seabass back in town.
Yeah.
Ripping. And Malia Emanuel. She won it this year.
Prepping for her heat. This is Maud Lacar. She'll be coming up against Kobe Enright and Sarah Baum, as well as Luana Silva in the next heat.
The meditation station down there. They're getting in the zone.
So still waiting for score for Macy Callahan, as well as Anon Matsuoka. Laura Rupp has jumped into second place on her last ride, a 5.77. But again, we're waiting for scores, and the situation will likely change in the standings once those two scores clock in for both Anon as well as Macy. Pristine conditions hanging in there throughout the morning. Numbers coming through, a 6.4 for Callahan. She goes into second place. Still waiting for a score from Matsuoka. If Matsuoka gets a 6.9 or greater, Anon will take that second place position off of Macy Callahan. Here's our heat leader, Isabella Nichols. Nichols with a couple of beautiful carves to start off. Bella working her way down the line. Wave continues to offer more opportunity. Countless maneuvers on this wave for Isabella Nichols. However, the wave does taper off a little bit, so it didn't have that last growing section. So we'll wait to see if Isabella has increased her lead over the rest of the pack.
Well, there's three great rides. Macy got a good one, and on that is a score that we are really waiting for. This is a strong ride by Isabella, I feel.
Yeah, look at this. She got so much damage done at the start. I feel like she, look at 3, 4, and then this turn here, backed it up with another one. So yeah, that was a well-surfed wave.
Sometimes you have a two-turn combo, and then sometimes you have a 14-turn combo.
I feel like to just go over and over again, this wave allows it, and it just, you get into that zone where you just go one after the other and it flows.
Oh, it flows all right. This is beautiful surfing. What a great angle here. And Isabella, she's just in such good rhythm on this wave. Gets so many maneuvers, as Kaipo said, but there's some quality in there too, Kaipo.
Yeah, quality turns. So we'll see if that increases. Important score, though, coming through for Anon Matsuoka. Needs a 6.9 to go into second in advancing position. We were impressed by the energy that she was able to put in the wave, but she comes in under. A 6.53 for Matsuoka, not enough. She remains in third place, Bugs.
Wow, okay. That could have gone anywhere. That really could have gone anywhere, that score.
And this heat is on now. 4 minutes to go. We've got the top three there all so tight. Actually, all four nearly, you know. Laura only needs a 6.96, so anything can happen from now. Laura's got priority, so.
Still waiting for that score for Isabella. I kind of feel she's going to add to her score. That was a brilliant ride.
There was a lot of power in that, and yeah, I think that will better her last one for sure.
Now we're kind of into that bonus 5 minutes, the additional 5 minutes. So let's see if it has a bearing on this outcome.
Oh my, look at the numbers coming through.
Yeah.
For Bella. And Dibity, you're right, a 7.67. So
yeah,
Isabella did increase her lead over the rest of the pack. Now it's a race for second in this heat.
Yeah, and you could just tell when Isabella was on that wave, it was one of the better waves of the heat, and you could tell she was in the zone there. She was just going so confident into each turn and throwing a lot of power into it. She was feeling it, and the score came through 7.67, best wave of the heat so far.
Now, Bugs, strategically, Macy Callahan has second priority and is sitting in second place. How does she play this last 3 minutes?
Yeah, well, I mean, look, this is a high-scoring heat. All four surfers have really got a shot at qualifying here. Laura has got the pole position with priority, and she needs basically a 7-point ride. That's well within her wheelhouse. Anon, well, she showed on that last wave, she can definitely get another 6.2 as Isabella goes to town on this little one. And yeah, Macy be very aware of trying to stay on top of the surfers in third and fourth.
Yeah, you can see the positioning of Macy, seeing a little bit wider, being aware of both Laura Ropp, which she can't do anything about because Laura's got first priority, but she can really monitor Dimity where Matsuoka is.
Yeah, and that's what her priority should be right now. You know, Anon only needs a 6.2.
Yeah, and Anon's not in a bad position. She's sitting just inside. If she paddles inside of Macy, then it's a bit of a honey trap. And you can see she's just fishing. She's looking for a wave. And as you said earlier too, Dimity, there's not that wide section to go to with this higher tide.
There's nowhere to hide when you don't have priority out here and at this size and this tide, what's happening right now.
Great take there, yeah. So just the different status of the playing field, basically, when we look at this. You know, we saw in previous heats and in previous days, you could go wide, right? And you could sneak away, but Anon does not have that luxury at all.
Yeah. We saw Hiroto got a bomb the other day. As he's paddling back out, he got another bomb on the way back out.
Yeah.
Breno, who's local boy out here, he had priority, but he wasn't sitting down there, so he didn't end up getting it. And, you know, that's not a mistake. It's just unlucky at that point.
Yeah.
Lucky for Hiroto. He ripped it too, so.
He did surf well. And now we see Macy just sort of following down. Anon's going to get a wave here. To get a wave, it's a smallish wave.
Now remember, she needs a 6.2. And I feel try as she might, and this is some quick surfing, but for sure she's not going to get the score, especially without that finish.
Yeah, she had little choice but to go for that wave. There was nothing left. Macy was coming down and she had a higher priority. It was a very kind of difficult situation for her.
Laura Ropp finds this one. Laura needs a 6.96.
Yeah. Hey, look, all four surfers really acquitted themselves in this heat. The young surfers showed their potential and the experience came to the fore.
Yeah.
Well, it's not official yet. We need one more score to lock in, and the score locks in, and now it's official. So, Dimity, your flatmate.
Yeah.
On to round of 16.
Cheer squad is here, ready to go. Watch again. Nikki and Macy are through.
The cheer squad worked with Dimity Stoyle coming through here to call some heats for us.
Thanks for having me.
Of course, there's all the numbers there. Isabella Nichols, Macy Khan advancing out into the round of 16. And thank you again.
Thanks for having me.
Dimity. And DJ Shimmy Disco, by the way, Saturday.
Party of the year.
Party of the year, 3 p.m. You're on the deck.
Yep, out to lunch.
Out to lunch, 3 p.m. Check out Shimmy Disco. Thank you for joining us. We'll be back with more from the Gold Coast, the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. More right after this.
All roads lead to the surf. Before surfboard riding became a super popular thing, all families came to all the different beaches, Rainbow Bay, Greenmount, Kirra, all the way up to Burleigh, Surfers Paradise. It's our #1 asset. There is an air of excitement and anticipation every year with the Gold Coast Pro, seeing the best international surfers coming, taking on the locals, and it brings out the best in everyone surfing.
And it's bringing out the best in our Challenger Series competitors as we move through the round of 32 for the women. And we have a great lineup again out there, just ready to fight for a place in that next round. Ronnie Blakey here on set, joined by Felicity Palmatier, Richie Lovett, Flick. It's so beautiful out there at the moment. And even though the energy's just decreased a little bit, these competitors are still finding opportunities.
Oh, in the break, I went down to the athlete zone and I was just watching it, and there's still so many beautiful waves coming through. I mean, we heard Vahine talk about it with Stace down in the VIP area too, but there's a lot of waves, there's a lot of opportunity, and it just looks so dreamy out there. I mean, look at the colour of that water.
Amazing stuff. And look at this lineup. Luana Silva, freshly relegated to the Challenger Series, so desperately wants to keep a place on the CT. So she'll be fighting hard up against Sarah Baum, who's been a consistent performer but hasn't broken through into a championship tour event just yet. She'll be in the blue. Kobe Enright's going to be in the white jersey, the local girl who's taken up a spot in this draw and could prove very dangerous. And Maud Lacar, who powered through the opening round. She's out there in the green. Should be a fun one, Rich.
Yeah, it's going to be an excellent heat, this one. And first ride goes to Maud Lacar. Just swooping on these open faces here. Nice layback hack, so it's a real trademark move of Tyler Wright. And good to see a lot of the women starting to adopt that turn. Really putting some power into that into the motion as they really hack down a line. But a nice way to start things off.
Maud Lacar's been at it for a while, campaigning on the Challenger Series for a couple of years now. Hasn't had any big major results though. Kobe Enright, she surfed so well in the opening round, and she's going to get her heat off to a good start here, but a fall on the outside. Luana Silva Got to be the favourite in this heat, just based off the surfing she's been laying down on the championship tour and also in the free surfs. A super talent on the rise and looking to get back to the elite level. What a start this has been. Had to overcome a bit of a chop in the face of this wave, but has done extremely well to keep powering and pounding this wave to death down the line.
That was a great wave, great opener, and great wave selection too. Started off big, she had multiple sections there to hit. It was beautiful. CT surfing straight away. Here we go.
There's a difference, isn't there, Flick? Just the extension of these turns. Watch this, just fully extended through the turn, then the compression, and that just equates to more power, more energy, more acceleration, more spray. And she continues down the line here. This section goes again. She sets a rail, connects with the lip twice through this section. Gets through that little crease. Total leg burner, this one, all the way down the line. So past the little Marley Rocks.
And this is Kobe's opening wave. So she got 3 belts here. Well timed. Probably wanted one more there, but got to think maybe she should have just hung on to that last turn, waited a little bit more for this. This is Sarah Baum on a backhand, straight up into the lip for the second time, and gets a little float there to finish. Will she get around this section? She does. Stays with it. And this one's starting to stand up on the inside here now. And she's getting a little bit more work done. Sarah Baum so strong on the backhand. She falls there at the end. This was looking so good.
Well, here's that backhand approach that we've been putting under the microscope, and a little bit of drift off the lip on that one. So not just your typical, your standard backhand hook. Sarah really starting to mix it up on the backhand and showing some variety, which we highlighted earlier. It's a difficult thing to do.
Yeah, it is. I think we'll be battling about that one for the ages.
Sarah, though, we've seen her in a championship tour event, got the call up as a wild card over at J-Bay last year, surfed her way through to the quarterfinals, and you know the general vibe on Sarah is that she's just one of those competitors that once she cracks the championship tour, her surfing will be suited to some of those world-class locations. She's got a great style. We saw that on show. But I think from the opening exchange, Luana Silva is going to blitz the field with a huge number here, because Maud Lakar got a 6 out of her opening ride. And then straight after it, we saw, I felt like it was excellent surfing from Luana.
I agree.
Yeah, I feel like we're going to see a big number for Sarah as well. But this is the surfer in white up and riding, Kobe Enright.
The local, who is in this event as a wild card, has had some reps in Challenger Series contests in the past, but this is the spot that she'd been marking as a place to really collect a huge result, maybe her biggest ever competitive result. But she's going to be up against it. This is a super stacked heat. A lot of experience in the lineup. Maud Lakar, like I said, has been at it on the qualifying series, Challenger Series for a while now. Sarah Baum, same story for her. Very accomplished surfer, Sarah. Luana Silva, though, is the one competitor in the mix here that's broken into the championship tour ranks and done it a couple of times. Kobe Enright drops a 7.07 with her first ride. So now you start to really wonder just how high they'll go with Luana's score.
Luana's has got to be giant now. It's got to be.
Yeah, because even when you look at Kobe's ride, she threw so much at it. She had good hits, but Luana just a bit more refined, got through her turns a bit better, and the judges picked up on that. 9 points for the surfer representing Brazil. We know she lives on the North Shore, Oahu, and she's dropped an unbelievable wave. I was going to say, it felt like to me it's been the best wave of the day, and the panel marking it that way too.
Yeah, the judges always looking with a meticulous eye and picking up on the commitment, full-blown commitment on those opening turns, the extension that we talked about, the power. You know, it's easy to see. There's a speed to it that it was faster than any of those opening rides. And well, Sarah Baum looks like she's dropped an okay number as well, 6.17.
Yeah, really strong from all competitors in this heat with an okay number, but none better than this one.
Yeah, this was beautiful surfing. Just straight away, you just see the difference that she spent time on tour. Just the connectivity between the turns, the read on the wave, and knowing what turn to put in what section, I feel like was really critical on this wave. Timing was great. These two hits here, and she had another little rivet to deal with here, but she gets through with ease. Yeah, this was a great wave by Luana.
Those first two turns were on edge. They were really on rail. If you pay attention to the board, it was leaning right over. The whole rail of the board on her heel side was cutting through the water, buried. And that just, it equals power.
Equals power. I think when you've got amazing variety too, you know, you've got an advantage over competitors who, you know, are trying to fit a turn into the same part of the wave repeatedly. They're kind of thinking, oh, I've got a money turn that I can go to. When you're really good at each of those individual moves, you've got a choice to make. You know, you've got a couple of options up your sleeve when you come off the bottom there. So Luana Silva on fire here at the moment, but Kobe Enright, she's backed up that opening ride with a 6.6, and she's taken the early lead here. But really enjoyed watching Luana surf. We were chatting yesterday, you two, about looking at the rankings after the cut on the men's side, and you know, who are we surprised to see fall below the line? There's definitely a lot of talent there, but really there was only a couple of surfers you were mentioning, whereas on the women's tour, when you talk about who you're surprised to see below the cut line, you almost start going, well, I'm kind of surprised to see everyone there, because it's such a compressed tour. There's such a small field that, you know, it's such a shame that someone like Luana is in this position, but the way she's surfing now just sort of tells you that she should easily get back to the CT.
It does, and I feel like last year we saw it happen. Those same sort of women that fell off ended up in that conversation again. I mean, obviously we had a couple of rookies. We had Sawyer and we had Alyssa, but it's so hard to go past someone like, you know, Isabella Nichols in that last heat. You've got, they're just so good. Luana Silva, I mean, I think
India again.
Yeah, India Robinson. There's just all those names I feel like deserve to be on tour, and it's just because the tour is so small, it's so cutthroat. I mean, I can think of other names that didn't quite make it, but I think, you know, Bronte McCauley, another name that she was one spot short. You know, obviously Luana ended up getting that. It was a wild card, right, that Luana ended up getting. But Bronte just put together a great year. She even had a win in Bolito, but still didn't manage to crack the tour, which for me is just unfathomable. How can you get a win and then back it up with still solid results, but you're still not getting on there? It's just crazy. But the consistency required on the Women's Challenger Series is radical. You've got to have thirds or better.
Yeah, and they're fighting for 5 places. So it is, like you said, it is super cutthroat. Impressed with all competitors out there in this heat at the moment, all dropping good scores. None better than Luana Silva. Let's check in with the winner of the last heat with Stace.
Thanks, Ron. Isabella Nichols, I've been asking a few of you the same question. It's been a whirlwind of emotions, no doubt, for you. What space do you need to be in to compete your best, and do any of those emotions from last week help?
I think that's actually a really hard question, and I'm curious to know how everyone else answered that, because I'm still trying to figure it out myself. I think just coming back to like feeling confident and trusting my ability, and it's really hard, you know, like coming back to the Challenger Series and trying to keep that CT level going. Sometimes I find that there's times where I slip and I'm like, okay, like just get through your heat, and sometimes my level drops a bit. So I think the key for me is just maintaining like that CT standard and really just picking the best waves and surfing as well as I can on them. And it's really hard out here trying not to like get too excited about the waves that are coming through, and pretty stoked that Will and the crew from WSL put on hold for an hour, because it's definitely gotten a lot better compared to this morning, so thanks for that. And yeah, it's just super fun and rippable out there.
Talk to us how hard it is to pass up those smaller waves, because the judges have been pretty direct with their scoring. You still need to be on the better waves to have those bigger scoring opportunities.
It's so hard, because you see these little refractions coming off the rock and you're like, oh my gosh, that could like properly line up down the line. And once I would like the last 3 or 4 minutes there when I had 2 sevens and 4th priority, I was like, okay, now I can just like maybe have some fun. And I was looking for a little double up and it didn't come. But yeah, just looking at it through the morning, like the judges definitely aren't rewarding the smaller waves, no matter how good you surf them. So just waiting for the good ones is hard because, yeah, like we had a pretty big lull through that heat. And then there was a 2-wave set and I was in 3rd priority. I saw the girls just like banging out some sick turns behind me and I'm like, oh no, I'm going to need a score. And yeah, then a really nice wave came through behind it. But yeah, it's fun.
I'm sure you got plenty of fans tuning in. None bigger than Sophie McCulloch. Did you want to say g'day to her?
I just want to say much love to Sophie. She's one of my best friends and an absolute charger. Sad she's not here with us because these literally, I had that thought this morning, these are like her conditions and she'd be going to town on them, but next year for her, she's going to come back bigger and stronger and she's the toughest person I know, honestly. She's such a weapon. So I love you, Soph, and I hope you're resting up and doing a lot of crosswords at home and we'll see you back in the jersey super soon.
Thanks, Isabella. Well done. Thank you, Ron.
Thank you, Stace. Yep, Sophie McCulloch, everyone's sending their thoughts your way. Of course, suffered an injury tackling some heavy waves over there in WA. But she's got some good perspective on it. Could have been a lot worse, but she's in full recovery mode at the moment. And we're missing her from this event. And we'll probably be missing her for a few more, but sending her all the best for a speedy recovery out there in the lineup at the moment. 18.5 minutes to go. And Kobe Enright just continues to work for her numbers here, trying to get rid of a 6.6 with her last wave. And it looks like she might do it. Drops a 6.67, ups the requirement just a little bit. And that's where Kobe Enright's dangerous in this lineup. She knows how to find those ones that Isabella was talking about that stick to the bank real often and give you some scoring opportunities.
Yeah, real stylish surfing. Nice flow and speed. This is live action with Maud.
Maud Lacar working this one over, and this wave already starting to fade away. Her second score, she needs a 3.01 just to get up in the second position at the moment, but she'd only be moving there temporarily because Luana Silva's holding a 9 and hasn't put a second score up yet. And Luana, you can see what she's thinking after dropping the 9. She's like, don't even worry about it at this point. You know, so early on in the heat too, she doesn't have to think about searching for a backup score. She can wait for a good set with priority and absolutely drive a nail into the coffin.
Oh, yeah, she definitely can. I just go back to, I think it was the first heat of the day. It's a bit different story, but Zoe had that 6.5 in the very first minute of the heat, sat right until the end, only needed a 3 or a 4 and didn't convert. And so, I mean, a 9's different, right? She's up and riding here. You've got to be thinking she's getting the score.
Yeah, used her priority too, so, you know, wasn't going to make that same mistake. And works this one over, just chipping away at it.
And CT surfer too, you know, smart. She's not going to sit there. She knows she just needs a small score. She's going to get up into one of those advancing positions. Yeah,
has a real edge over the field, a 2-point edge. Just with Kobe Enright's best wave, so anything she adds to it, you know, if she drops a 3, it's basically a 5 that's going to be required from her rivals. And yeah, she's going to just now, I think she really will fall in to that priority order and wait her turn reach.
Well, she's not willing to just fall in. It looks like she wants to relinquish 3rd priority here off Maud. We've got ourselves into a little paddle battle here. That's a better angle. Shows that Maud is a little further out in front. And she will raise the white flag on that one.
3.83 for Luana. She moves up in the 2nd spot now. And as I mentioned, those requirements in the 6-point range for Maud Lacar and Sarah Baum. But Baumie is, I think, a feared competitor, especially on the right-hand point break. You know?
Definitely. Baumie sort of comes from the same era as me. She's a little bit younger than me, but she's been around for a long time. She's got a lot of experience, and she's a really progressive surfer too. I'll get back to that point in a sec. Oh, this is Baumie now.
Yeah, nice hit in the pocket to get started. Hasn't found that more square approach to the pocket of these waves, and as a result, this one's not going to factor in.
Yeah, but that one there, just not the kind of right wave selection, just wasn't steep enough. But yeah, Baumie you know, she's been trying to crack the CT for a number of years now. She's come really close, taken some time off. She's come back. Luana getting busy.
Trying to better a 3.83 with a 4.74. She can jump up in the first place. That one's maybe not going to get her there, though.
I'd like to see her just settle down a little bit and just take her time, get back up into the priority order and just put this thing to bed with a big score. You know, it's she's got that 9. She worked hard for that score, deserved every point on it, but she needs to back it up here and just put this thing to bed.
That's right, yeah. Even though she's got that really strong ride, you know, as long as Maud Lucara and probably especially Sarah Baum are within reach with a single ride, she'll be vulnerable. She'll want to get up into the lead. She's got to get ahead of Kobe Enright here.
Yeah, she does. And it's so within reach. I just even look at that opening turn as we see Kobe
Enright, you know, just surfs at it looks to be a slower pace to her competitors out there, but places her turns nicely, always moves a lot of water. And certainly knows which waves are going to connect down the line here, and she's done it again, chipping away at this one.
Yeah, she's got the advantage of the height and leverage, those big swooping turns, they're powerful.
Sarah Baum fighting to just click together a couple of big backhand hits here. But again, that wave doesn't really give her the momentum down the line to get that strong, stylish backhand flow happening.
Yeah, I mean, I go back to Kobe, and for me, she's surfed great. She's placed her turns really well. I think timing has been incredible, but for me, Kobe's wave selection has just been amazing. I mean, she just has the ability to, that first turn there, that was great. Big opening wrap, followed by a second one, but her wave selection's on point, and so it should be. She's grown up here, she's surfed here so many times, she's surfed in board riders comps out here, and she, I mean, that's the real hero here, is just her knowledge and experience, because she's schooling everyone else in the wave selection. Obviously, Luana's got sitting at that with that 9, but Kobe's just had wave after wave here.
Yeah, the timing's on point. I don't know if you'd call it a measured approach. She's just really in sync with the waves. You know, there's nothing overly flary and progressive about it, but it's good foundation surfing. You know, she's cutting deep lines in the wave, and the judges can't help but give it a score.
This is Baumy's last wave, and looking really nice up until here. It's a little bit slower on this inside. She's got some nice work done already. Just waiting to get a finish here. Don't know if we actually saw the beginning of that wave. I think we picked it up before a little bit down the line, but...
Got a lot of turns done.
Yeah, she did.
7 or 8 turns on that wave.
Yeah. So we're still waiting for that score to come through from her. And the beginning of that wave, I really liked it. I didn't think we saw that before, so it was good surfing. She's going to need more, though, because, you know, when Kobe's sitting out there with a couple of, 7 and almost 7, and Luana's with a 9, I mean, it's hard work. Sarah needs to get up into the 7 range, you know?
Totally. 100% agree. She's working hard, though, keeping the reps up. I like the heat strategy at this point.
Well, just on 11.5 minutes remaining, waiting on some scores to come through. We'll figure out what Sarah Baum and Maud Lucara need right after this Bonsoy brew break. Welcome back to the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM, taking a trip from outer space right down to Snapper Rocks here, and this gives us a fantastic look at how the Tweed River Sand Bypass works, how the sand lines up here at Snapper Rocks and right through Rainbow Bay, creating the Super Bank, Rich.
Yeah, it's an amazing phenomenon, really, the way the sand moves up the coast. And a lot of water moving out through that Tweed River breakwall. And we've got this sand pumping station on the other side of the breakwall. It brings it out right at the top of the point here, behind the rock at Froggy's. And as we've heard Bugs mention, you know, the sand pumping outlet right at the tip of Snapper Rocks doesn't get used that often. It's only been used a couple of times, but it's all that sand around the rocks, and then just the natural flow of this southern energy moving up the coast deposits this sand just so beautifully around the point and makes what is a machine-like type wave, which is one of the most funnest, rippable and joyous waves to ride in the whole world.
It's awesome for competition too, because you'd quite often get, you know, even on small days, fun waves that offer multiple sections for competitors to show their variety in their surfing. And Luana Silva has done that better than anyone in this heat. A 9-point ride to kick things off. Hasn't really backed it up yet, though. And as a result, she finds herself in second place here. And, you know, with some high-caliber surfers just below her, she's got to be careful not to be overtaken here. As we see Maud Lacar, this wave during the break.
Yeah, this one from Maud was shaping up to be really nice here. Let's see what it does on the inside. Gets another crack in the lip here. She's trying to improve on that 3.83.
Oh, she had a 5.97, so pretty decent score, but not enough to see her up in a second place. Maud, she's another one of those campaigners who've been watching for a while now, 31 years of age, from St. Martin. Originally in the Caribbean, but living in the southwest of France these days. And she looks like she's been really working hard on her performance in the lead up to this Challenger Series. She looks sharp out there at the moment. Yeah, she's up against a really heavy field, though.
Yeah, I was about to say, this is quite a high-scoring heat, and we're not done yet. You know, everyone's got a decent number on the board. So, which also just shows you that the caliber of waves that's coming through at the moment, more consistency. The tide's coming in and still producing these beautiful waves here at Snapper Rocks.
Slight edge to Kobe Enright and Luana having the strongest waves of this heat, and Kobe having two of them. But Maud and Sarah are right there. They're in striking distance, and the numbers that they've already posted that they're hanging on to are pretty similar to the requirements. So you know it's very achievable. Yeah,
it's definitely achievable. I mean, Maud and Sarah have both got 6s, right? Like, they only need a 7, or a higher 7 would be good, mid 7 would be good, just to match it, to get into that advancing position. Obviously, Luana, you've got to be thinking, with all that CT experience, 6.5 minutes on the clock, she is sitting out there with priority. She's got to be improving on this situation. She's going to be jumping up into lead. You've got to be, you know, you're putting money on it almost. You're assuming
if you're the other three competitors in this heat that
that's what's going to happen.
She'll take the #1 spot, and it's going to be a battle for second.
Yeah.
Something seems to happen psychologically to someone when they drop a really big number early on, and we did see it earlier with Zoe Benedetto. It sort of seems to throw, at times, your strategy out the window a little bit, or almost adds pressure to back up that big score.
Or false sense of security. You're like, got a 9, I can just sit here for a while, I'll just watch some waves go through. And I feel like maybe because you surfed so well, you become so selective because you're like, I'm just only going to take off on the best of the best. And right now, she's literally dropped anchor.
And then there's the other situation where you could tell Luana Silva went, I'm going to back up that number early.
Yeah.
And she managed a 3.83. Then she took herself out of the priority order again, took a medium-sized wave, got a 3.07, so didn't convert. And then she's gone back out there, waited for her opportunity with priority, which she's got now. And she's sort of in that situation where the clock's burning. She's got to make a smart wave choice, and she's got to convert.
Well, this is where she needs to just hold a nerve, though. I don't think she needs to panic at this point. Still 5 minutes on the clock. I think the worst thing she could do is pick up another 3 or a 4, because then it just hands the advantage back to her other competitors. She's at the top of the order. She just needs to make a smart decision. But that little earworm starts to talk pretty loudly at this point and starts going, you should be riding a wave. You've got to get up and going again.
It's like when you watch a whitewash game of football. Once someone gets so far ahead, generally they'll have a lapse of concentration at some point and the other team will get on the board. But here we go, Luana Silva looking to shut it down. She needs a 4.74 to get herself up into the lead. Big section here, bashing away at this one pretty nicely. Been busy, surfing with great speed. The wave was trying to get away from her, but she hung on to it. Maud Lacar on the outside. Ducked in for a bit of cover for a second there. And we'll see what happened at the start of that ride in just a moment. But what are your thoughts? Do you think Luana's going to get the number she needs to jump into first here?
Yep, absolutely. Without a doubt. It was good surfing. It was clean surfing. The wave height was enough. Here goes live action. Kobe.
Nice hit to get started here from Kobe Enright. Maybe one of her better turns in this heat so far. And there is another one. So she's looking to get herself that lead, maybe get it back now.
Wow.
Trying to better a 6.67. You'd say she's on her way, and she's going to finish this one off nicely on the inside. The local crowd are right down here, the Snapper Rocks Board Riders Club, cheering her on. Now, that was pretty impressive.
It's almost Joel Parkinson-esque, how smooth and flowing it was, and it can sometimes disguise the speed. This is Maud Lacar streaking down the line, hammers off that first section, almost by default, by mistake, almost
ended up in the barrel.
Ended up in the barrel. You could see her foot placement just got a little out of sync there. This is Luana Silva, a great wave choice here. You know, it was time to pull the trigger. I think she's going to get, it's going to be a mid-range score, but it will be enough to solidify her advancement, you would think, in this heat.
That was great surfing.
Yeah, just the finish.
It was great. It was really, really well done. Super crisp, in the pocket. It was a smaller wave. She held her composure, and she's definitely going to get that 4.74 that she needs, I think. But, I mean, wow, out the back behind her, Kobe, this impressed me. This was great surfing, great wave choice. This is the most spray that I've pretty much seen thrown today on this turn here, right there. Biggest amount of water displaced by any woman this morning, in my opinion. That was really, really well done. Super powerful, well timed.
Full-blown power surfing, and that final hack, just water displacement. We haven't seen water displacement like this all morning. She's picked an absolute gem. She's actually got most of the good waves in this heat.
Look at all those scores right now, like a 7, a 6, a 6, a 5. She's about to drop a massive score right now.
Yeah, this is a huge number.
Well, Luana did drop a 6.47. That sent her up into the lead, and to get it back, Kobe Enright needs an 8.41 out of that ride. And with the GWM 2-minute warning popping on screen, I think Kobe and Luana are going to make it pretty difficult for Maud Lacar and Sarah Baum here.
Yeah, they've sort of left them in their wake here.
Yeah.
Just, you know, love looking at the contrast of Luana and Kobe. You know, Luana, lots of flair and spark and speed off the top. And Kobe, just those long, drawn-out power carves. Beautiful display of surfing.
Big number on the way for Kobe as Sarah Baum gives herself a fighting chance here in the final minute. She gets a bit more aggressive on this one. Losing her flow, though, and as a result, she's going to go down, but the scores are starting to roll through for Kobe Enright, and she is going to get herself back in front here, an 8.7 as Luana now goes after a 6.77 to reclaim that #1 position. Good looking wall too. The waves are firing here at Snapper Rocks for day 3, and the women in the round of 32 are loving life. As Luana comes right through to the inside. And this wave just keeps saying, run at me. What kind of finish can she throw at this one that might help her convert the number that she needs to get back in front? 20 seconds to go.
Wow, so many good waves just got ridden in this heat. It was unbelievable. I mean, I'm so impressed with Kobe. I mean, most people were really struggling in the last few heats to even find 2 of those waves. I mean, she's managed to find 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of them.
The numbers were coming easy for Kobe in the beginning of the heat because she was getting herself on such good rides, and it was kind of almost a surprise to see her dropping 7 points on her first ride, but then there was no denying her on the 8.7. Oh, that was always going to be a monster number, and she's got another. We've got another one on the way here for Luana. who only needs to do a bit better than her previous ride, the 6.47, to get herself back into the #1 position.
Yeah, and she might just do it. Didn't exactly get eyes on what happened out the back, but you know, it was good surfing. Definitely the two form surfers of this heat. Sarah Baum putting some great rides together as well, but geez, these two were strong. Luana Silva showing that you know, it's suspicious signs, really, isn't it, for the rest of this event?
Yeah.
She's looking very, very good, and if she continues this form, she'll be right back on the championship tour in no time.
Oh, it's a rich vein of form that she's tapped into here at Snapper Rocks. No matter who wins this heat, you know, we've seen a great performance from both competitors, really close in the score lines at the moment. And honestly, I feel like at the end of the day, the numbers that Sarah Baum and Maud Lecard put up would probably have got them through some other clashes in this round.
For sure.
Yeah, this was sad. Look at the heat totals. I mean, everyone into the double digits. Kobe and Luana absolutely smoked it. 15 and above.
Yeah, smart move from the Grom there. Luana, fresh off a run on the championship tour. With surfing like that, you got to think she's likely going to be back on there in 2025.
Yeah, you'd have to. And, you know, we saw the outpouring of emotion when she got relegated from the tour. You know, it was heartbreaking for her. You feel like she didn't do her best surfing yet, but, well, she's given us a little taste of what's to come.
7.13 for Luana on her last wave. That gets her back up into the lead. Kobe Enright is going to easily hang on to that second position. And there are the numbers, so impressive across the board. What a heat.
Thank you.
And the great news is there's so much more to look forward to coming up next. Bronte Macaulay, Vahine Ferreira, Rosie Smart and Sarah Wakita will be out there. Welcome back. Still moving through this round of 32 for the women here at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. The waves have come on. A lot of consistency in that last heat. Let's hope that continues for this fantastic lineup of competitors. Bronte Macaulay, a championship tour surfer of the past, trying to get back there, being very close to getting her position back on the CT the past couple of years on the Challenger Series. One of the most exciting campaigners who we've seen in championship tour events as a wild card. Vahine Fierro is going to be out there in the blue, the Tahitian. really does have a well-rounded act. Rosie Smart, rising Grom from down at Sawtell, Coffs Harbour region here on the East Coast. And Sarah Wakita, who took out the Asian qualifying series event schedule, I should say, and she's also a super talent. So you know how it goes on the CT, no easy heats. Same story here on the Challenger Series, and you know, a really stacked field coming from all corners of the globe.
Yeah, this is a super stacked heat, and I mean, if that last heat was anything to go by, I hope that consistency sticks around. But yesterday, one thing I did notice was, and I was talking to a lot of the guys, was that it was sort of one heat on, one heat off. Some sort of had that rhythm and some didn't. And I mean, the ocean does work like that. And I'm just really interested to see how this plays out and if we're going to still continue with that flurry of waves or if things are going to get a little bit sleepy.
Well, we're an hour past high tide now. It's on the decline. But the good news is I had a deeper look at the forecast, and it looks like the swell period actually bumps up by a second or two, and the swell shifts around a little bit more east this afternoon. So good signs. There's been plenty of waves. Super contestable.
Big numbers too, and you know, you can put a little bit of that down to the performance levels, but you know, Snapper certainly providing plenty of opportunity in that last heat, with all competitors dropping solid scores. As we see the hustle for that inside position at the moment being won by Bronte McCauley. And this is an interesting part in any heat for this year when priority's neutral.
It's hard positioning that deep and being on your backhand, right? Like, it's great, it's assertiveness, and my only worry is on your backhand. You've obviously got your back to the wave. A lot easier positioning in that place when you're on your forehand. You know, you can get that down the line speed. So we'll see what happens here. We've actually got 3 goofies in this heat. And Sarah, obviously, the regular footer. So 3 backhand approaches, all slightly different. But for me, when I look at this, I mean, Bronte, in my eyes, really does deserve to be on tour. Last year, she came incredibly close. I think she finished number 7 on the Challenger Series rankings, and that was even with a win. I mentioned it before. She won Bolito and wasn't able to find that consistency throughout the year. I mean, in my book, she was really consistent. It's just unfortunate. You've really got to be getting those high-end results. Like, it's honestly semi-finals or above for the women. Even I look at the previous year to that, there was Sophie McCulloch, Teresa Bonvola and Alyssa Spencer, all with quarterfinal finishes, and it literally came down to Soph winning that final Challenger Series event and getting the jump. But it's just so tight for the women on the Challenger Series.
It certainly is. Sarah Wakita's going to find some room to move down the line here. A couple of good hits. Nice little carve. Great mix-up in the 3 turns at the start of this ride. She moves on through to the inside. Sticking with it. It's going to hit the sandbar and go again here. Not a whole lot in the wave, but she does well to set the fins free over that final section. Not a bad start. 28.5 minutes to go.
Yeah, she's an exciting young surfer for sure. Those first couple of turns, a lot of flair and pizzazz as she went down the line. This is Rosie Smart.
Yeah, I loved what I saw from her yesterday. I hadn't seen much of her surfing. I've seen things on social media, but wow, I mean, she blew me away. She dropped an excellent number yesterday. This is Sarah. This is her opening ride. This was really good surfing, really crisp, and a good read on a little tricky section there. So she did really well here. Got a really quite a narrow stance and really pivots off the tail of the board there. Yeah, she did well. Great little opener. But when I just put it in the context of that last heat, I'm just thinking, wow, there's more out there.
Yeah. Oh, let's feel the buzz. What a spirit-lifting performance that was, Stace, from Luana Silva.
Yeah, that's right. Thanks, Ron. Luana, how's the legs feeling after those runners?
Legs are feeling a bit shaky, but actually happy they're shaking. Those are pretty 2 good waves.
What's it like coming out of each turn and then just seeing more sections down the line?
Oh my God, it never ends. It's like the best feeling ever. It's like a wave pool in the ocean. This is the best place for high performance surfing. Yeah.
What's it like being pushed that early by Kobe in an event like this? It's got to be good for your confidence.
Oh, it feels really good to have a heat like that with Kobe. It was like back and forth. In the beginning, I made a mistake just like going for crappy little inside waves that shouldn't have been gone on. But after it kept going seesaw with her, and that was really like fun. I miss doing that with people.
Put you in a good rhythm for that 9.
Yeah, that 9, I think that was a magical wave. That was a beautiful wave. I was really happy to get that first wave, and then it just put my confidence up, so I really enjoyed that.
It's beautifully surfed. It's the kind of wave that can turn your year around.
Yeah, I hope so. I mean, I feel really good for this event. That 9 was a good way to start after being cut again, but I have a big smile on my face today and continuing on for the rest of the event.
Well done, Luana. Thanks, Ron Dog.
Thank you, mate. Yeah, Luana will have that big smile on her face on Saturday afternoon with half the Gold Coast head out to lunch. There'll be smiles.
30,000 other people.
Yeah. Gums and teeth will be on show. Let's have a look at this one for Bronte. This during the interview, she blitzed this wave, and the variety on the backhand so impressive.
Oh, it really is. This is what we were speaking about before a couple of heats ago. Beautiful demonstration of what it means to surf this wave well on your backhand. This was incredible, and right behind her, Vahine.
Yeah, Vahine just went righto. I'll do that as well. And then some. Just beautiful fans of spray. Getting that board vertical, staying right in the power pocket. But, man, this is just a beautiful display of backhand surfing. So Vahine just standing a little taller than Bronte. But great to compare the two, and a huge finish.
Wow, what an exchange. Rosie Smart wants in on the action too.
Wow, are you kidding me right now? The waves are absolutely firing. Rosie going to town. And I love that you can see just the differences in all their styles too there. And Sarah, she wants some as well. Here you go, starts off with a wrapping carve, into another one. Straight up into the lip. What she got here on the inside, the wave seems to be tapering off a little bit. She's going to stick with it. She's out of there.
4 absolute style masters out there at the moment. Great backhand exchange there. You know, really solid scores about to drop for the 3 goofies, I think. And Sarah Wakita, even though she didn't have a wave that provided a steep wall right down the line, she still showed some real class on the rail. So an epic way to kick off another big heat here.
That was giant. The Bronte Vahine back-to-back, that was really impressive surfing. And contrast in styles, but each had their own really strong points to those waves. I can't wait to see where the judges go with this and how they differentiate the two.
I feel like Bronte and Vahine in particular, they were ripping off the top. They were really destroying the top part of the wave with a lot of aggression and power. The speed was there. The other two, Rosie and Sarah, more placement. It was precision. It was nice, stylish. But there was just an edge in the power department for the backhand surfers for me.
For sure. I think it's just the strength out of the top and continually pushing. You've just nailed it, Rich. That's 100% what it was. They just kept powering on through the lip there, whereas, yeah, the placement, it was just more so placing the turns for Sarah and Rosie, but wow.
Great surfing, though, from all 4 women.
Yeah, it was
incredible.
Great.
Yeah, good test too for Vahine and Rosie Smart. For a long time now, we've been talking about the strength of Bronte McCauley's backhand and that it's world class. So if they equal those numbers on that opening exchange, the 2 campaigning surfers, they'll be doing really well. But we are about to see huge numbers drop for Bronte McCauley, a 9.5. What a way to start her Challenger Series campaign for 2024. And Vahine is not going to be too far off the pace.
Oh, my.
Wow.
And those numbers rolling through for the Tahitian as well. 9.17. Super impressive. We knew it was going to be close.
Well, you got to be careful if you're Rosie and Sarah not to be too deflated by this situation. Yep, they are big scores. Yep, it is going to be a mountain to climb. But you've got to stay in this heat. Still plenty of time to go. they need to now find that wave and surf out of their skin. But check this replay flick go.
Oh, just beautiful backhand surfing. For any young girls or guys want to know how to attack this wave on your backhand, this is a perfect demonstration of it. And sort of to your point before earlier on, just demonstrating variety on her backhand as well, just not that same repetitive hit. And this is Vahine behind her.
So with both of these rides, and more so with Bronte's, look at the nose of the board on Vahine's. As she comes down off the turn, it's directly pointing to the sand. When Bronte McCauley came down, the nose of the board was actually pointing back towards the foam. So the rotation on her backhand hits, while as beautiful as both women have performed here, Bronte's had a deeper angle on it.
Yeah, and this is Rosie. This was great surfing, but I think you can really see it here. And I feel like this could be, because she is young, right? She's not as mature. She isn't as strong as Bronte or Vahine. But you could just see that she was placing the turns. She dropped a good score for this number.
Yeah, she got a 7.5. Bronte on the lookout for her backup number now.
Wow, Bronte's looking so strong right now. And the timing is just impeccable. And they're choosing the right turns for the right section.
Seen some amazing goofy-footed performances here at Snapper Rocks over the years.
This is just a pleasure to watch these women just taking apart these waves here, really getting that board up vertical.
The consistency's there in the conditions at the moment, and that's good news for surf fans, because we've got some really informed competitors out there. We can't even get through a replay without someone catching a wave out the back. So we've got numbers coming through now for Bronte and Vahine. Felt like Bronte backed her first score up beautifully. Love just diving into the details with those opening rides. Vahine, her wave just moved down the line at a slower pace. So Bronte just was forced to surf with a little bit more speed through her opening ride too, but very comparable rides. And as a result, very comparable big numbers. But everyone's kind of got a good score on the board now. Sarah Wakita, 6.1 for her ride in that same set. Rosie Smart wasn't too far off the pace, considering she had less room to move, and she had one of those waves that really stands up on the outside section, and she let go of a nice little collection of moves to get her best score, and she's still well within reach of a progressing position here. In fact, as it stands, she's up there, but only momentarily.
Yeah, well, just looking at the numbers comparatively, well, Bronte McCauley, as we say that, has just dropped a 7.67 to back up the 9.5. Biggest heat total of the event so far. An incredible couple of numbers.
Wow, that was absolutely incredible. She's surfing so well. I mean, what a great start to the heat. If you could think of any way to open up a heat, this is how you'd want to do it. And what a way to open up your Challenger Series campaign.
So Bronte is working with another former pro surfer, Matty Cattle. Saw Matt this morning. He said they came down, had an early surf. Bronte had a really fun free surf, felt really confident about her chances. So another, obviously, Matty Cattle, very successful career in his own right, and another powerful goofy footer.
Yeah, I like the idea of goofy footers working with goofy footers. But Bronte's had success out here in the past. She's had good feelings. She's had great results. Championship tour, I believe was it a third or a fifth is her best out here. And then last year out here too, just scoring big numbers, as we see Rosie.
Rosie picking off a nice little runner here. Strong first turn. She's got a great flow, a really mature approach, this youngster. She drives up into the lip, and she's mixing up her approach to the pocket of the wave as well.
Wow.
This is a good wall, providing a lot of canvas for her to do her thing. She likes the feel of it. She looks to the beach. She's currently looking for a 3.93 to get ahead of Sarah Wakita. But Bronte McCauley at the moment has the field combo.
Wow, this heat, I thought the last heat was going to be the heat of the day, but being blown away now, this one's definitely taking the cake. Holy, here we go. This is Rosie. This is beautiful surfing. I feel like, for me, this wave is stronger than her 7-point ride. Just beautiful timing, a little bit more variety here in this one. and just such good pace and read on where to place her turns as well. I feel like she's surfing beyond her years. I think what might let her down, though, is just that finish. Just when I think back to Bronte and Vahine's waves and what have been scoring, they had that really strong finish.
Yeah, they pounded those end sections, didn't they?
Yeah.
She also was forced to work in a short amount of space on her 7.5, and as a result, it just meant she was able to flow or forced to flow from one move into the next, and she did so well to flex the repertoire on that previous ride. It feels like that one might just come in a little under and not help her cause here. Numbers have started to drop in for those backup scores. Bronte, she had the big one, 7.67 to go with the 9.5 well out in front. Vahine's dropped a 5.4 to back up her 9.17. Those two well out in front now. Sarah Wakita after an 8.48 to jump up in a second. And Rosie Smart is still going to be chasing a 7.08, it looks like, after this score drops. But Rosie, it feels very within her reach at this stage. And even Sarah hasn't really put herself on a wave as good as what we've seen Vahine and Bronte on. So the form's there for both those youngsters, and we'll see how they fare.
Incredible heat totals when you think about it. And, you know, for these youngsters not to be phased or rattled, to actually be standing up to the occasion here, to be handling and managing the pressure and just allowing their surfing to really shine through on these beautiful conditions here at Snapper Rocks. It just goes to show you the maturity and talent globally on the women's field at the moment.
Yeah, so much depth, and still two more big heats in this round of 32 to look forward to after this one, with some real big names in there. Alyssa Spencer, Sally Fitzgibbons, and some great young talent in Ellie Harrison, who had an amazing run down at Bells in the Championship Tour event as a wild card. Sophia Medina, her surfing looked fantastic yesterday. She seems to have really taken her performance to another level. And obviously a couple more exceptional talents to add to the mix there. But things are just lining up beautifully here. 14.5 minutes to go. Bronte Macaulay is going to be hanging on to this lead, and she'll be hard to budge out of that top position. But Vahine Fierro well within reach as we take a Bonsoy brew break. The Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM, is brought to you by Bonsoy, the official milk of the World Surf League. By GWM, official automotive partner of WSL Australia. By Boost Mobile, official telecommunication partner of WSL Australia. And by Experience Gold Coast, strategic partner of the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. Loving our time here on the Gold Coast, loving my seat here, picking at the brains, the big throbbing surf brains of Felicity Parmentier and Richie Lovett in what has been an exceptional couple of heats, some big numbers dropping here.
I wouldn't go that far, mate, but sure. No, this heat has been an absolute banger. There's been so many excellent scores. I mean, 2 big 9s. Bronte's backed it up with a 7.67, and it's absolutely cooking out there right now.
It sure is, Rich. Just the form of these campaigners, some of them trying to get back to the championship tour. The youngsters are stepping up in a big way too.
Yeah, they are. It's great to see. You never want to, see heats where someone's just totally blowing the field away. You love to see competitive heats where everyone's getting a good opportunity and stepping up. And I just love that we've got so much talent from all the different regions around the world. And there's sort of no weaknesses. People are coming in here and really threatening to take titles. So it's it's cutthroat. This is this 3-toured system that we've established here with the World Surf League. I think it's a great one, and it's really accommodating and showing that there's a great pathway to becoming a top-level professional surfer.
Yeah, it's also demonstrating how much depth there is in each of the WSL regions, coming via their own qualifying series to earn their place in this Challenger Series draw. We're seeing, I think, a much more competitive field. Some of those new names that have definitely stepped things up, I think, even since the last time we saw them on the Challengers last year.
Oh, definitely. I feel like the level has risen again, and I think there's been a lot of surfers even talk about it. I saw a post the other day. It was a story. Rio Wader put one up. He was like, I'm so impressed by just the level of the surfing on the Challenger Series. Once again, it has been risen, and I've seen multiple people comment about that, and people, in the outside web, people watching, and the level has risen, and especially on the women's side. I mean, I've just got to look back to the performances at the beginning of the year at Pipe on the Championship Tour. I feel like that's inspired this younger generation that are on the regional qualifying series. They're on the Challenger Series, and they're watching these women tackle these waves of consequence. How radical they are, and the different lines they're drawing, and being like, right, I need to step it up if that's where I ultimately want to be.
Rosie Smart just kicks out of that one. Doesn't get a whole lot out of it. So the situation at the minute just remains the same. Bronte dominating at the top with an excellent score and a solid backup, a near excellent backup number. Vahine also a big number, getting up toward that near perfect range. Rosie Smart, she's got a 7.5, has work to do. Sarah Wakita with a big task ahead of her, having to chase down an excellent score. Well, we've got a bit of a break here. Let's see what Kaipo's up to.
All right, we're here at WeatherGuard, where, you know what? You can get the Golden Key competition going. What you do is you scan the QR code, you get your key, you see if you can open the WeatherGuard. If you are able to do that, you get 100 entries into the raffle. What's the prize? We have 2 custom DHD surfboards, as well as a $500 voucher for WeatherGuard gear. Thank you, WeatherGuard, for keeping everything safe and secure.
Great prizes. The WeatherGuard offering, also that custom board from DHD. Seen a lot of Darren's boards put to really good use in the opening days of competition here.
Yeah, absolutely. The latest model, the Ethan Ewing Juliet model, has been one that's a lot of the competitors have started leaning into. It seems to be a really successful board for Darren. He's got so many good models, and obviously been manufacturing here on the Gold Coast for a lot of years now.
Yeah, Mick and Steph both looking CT ready in the Snapper World Champs heat.
Honestly, watching Mick, I was just like, wow, how dare you go off and enjoy your life and have a family, because I was just wanting to see him in heats again. It was incredible. I'm honestly joking about that, but it was incredible, the level that he was surfing at. And I don't know about this torn MCL business, because that just did not look anything like it. He was ready to probably have won any of those heats in that opening round of event. It was amazing. He was surfing so connected. He looked, the variety, the connectivity, the flow, the progression, all of it.
It was all there.
It was.
We could do it on one leg. 7.5 minutes remaining here.
Maybe.
And we've had huge crowds down here over the weekend. Monday today, everyone's just taking a little bit of a breather. But funny thing about this region is that once the afternoon kicks in, there's generally swarms of people coming down to watch the last couple of heats. And we are just at 12:30 p.m. So they're probably on their way.
Yeah, I'd say so. Beautiful afternoon on the Gold Coast. Come down here. It's a great place to enjoy the afternoon.
Awesome place to watch an event unfold too. Sarah Keita doesn't have a whole lot of space, does 2 quality moves, but she needs more. Needs an 8.48, and now she's going to be at the bottom end of priority. So she's one competitor out there at the moment who's in a hole and she's gonna have a hard time digging her way out of it or climbing her way out of it. Rosie Smart, though, for me, is still a shot, but she's got priority working against her as well.
Yeah, well, only needing that 7.08, but she's going to have to somehow find her way on a quality wave, because a 7.8, it's not any old wave inside of it you can get. It needs to be one of those ones that stands up all the way down the bank. Probably a series of 4 or 5 turns all connected.
She's got a 7.5 though, so you know she knows very clearly in her mind what she has to achieve when she gets to her feet here to chase down this number.
Yeah, it's got to be a good confidence booster. I mean, she needs to just repeat that again. You're going to jump up into second. Only problem though is Vahine is sitting at the back with priority. You've got to be thinking that just with the form she's in after dropping that 9.17, she's probably going to improve on that 5.4, making that requirement harder for Rosie.
Totally. Yep. Breakaway here though. Rosie's heading up the point. It's like Vahine is going to just tail her. Perhaps looking for something right around the rock there. See if she can, well, what she wants to do is try and force Vahine and Bronte to relinquish priority. She's going way up there around the rock, and Bronte Vahine doing the old drift down the point trick and just steal scoring potential away from the two that need it.
Yeah, well, they kind of dictate, you know, where you can sit, really. I mean, Rosie, yeah, she's moving up the point, and if Sarah is too, but the moment Bronte and Vahine decide to go, they can just drop in on either of them. Yeah, wow.
Down the line, having a look at it, Bronte McCauley trying to better a 7.67 here, up into this first section. Super explosive. Just arcs through the second move, and again, just the timing so spot on at the moment. As she brings it right through to the inside, gets herself another solid finish here, and it might just go into her top 2. Sarah Wakita on the outside. Needs a big score here, an 8.48. Nice carving work. She's been well and truly on with that manoeuvre option, but with the explosive backhands of Bronte McCauley and Vahine Fierro on show, I think she needs to get a bit more of a vertical approach as well.
Agree. I think the horizontalness of that, it was beautiful surfing. It was great to watch. It was really on rail, but it's so hard to go up against someone like this who's getting so critical in the pocket. I mean, that is just great surfing. Super, super impressed with that. That third turn, I mean, just she's coming out of the lip with so much speed, and like to your point before, Rich,
bang,
on that first and third turn, the nose of her board is going all the way back around to the foam.
Yeah.
It's just so much degree there of, you know, it's just, yeah, she's surfing so well.
It's like a nail gun going off every time she hits the lip. It's like a shakunk that just, you know, hammers it. It's almost an audible noise that comes off the board that we're hearing up from here in the booth. That's how much power she's putting into it.
3 minutes to go here. Waiting on the numbers to come through for Bronte. Sarah Wakita has a score on the way as well. Doesn't feel like it's going to factor in though. But yeah, a really impressive performance. Touched on some of the magic backhand surfing we've seen here over the years. Claim event wins. Maddie Wilkinson with that beautiful tail release. Bianca Batendar had a couple of magic runs through the Championship Tour event here at Snapper Rocks. Caroline Marks, obviously, even Bronte, but you know, I kind of think back to some of the amazing backhands that we've watched here over the years. Mick Lowe got himself a victory here. He had a really sharp backhand approach and broke through in an era dominated by some of the best regular footers we've ever had on the championship tour to get himself a victory. Bronzy McCauley, though, 8.33. This has been a memorable performance from her. One other person that I wanted to mention, Mick Campbell. Just had a great variety in his backhand, ridiculous timing, and there is some little shades of Cambo's backhand approach in Bronzy surfing as well.
There definitely is. You know, Cambo was rock solid. You know, he was dependable when it came to backhand surfing, really hitting it vertically, and I can see it. The resemblance is definitely there.
And then out here most days, you can see one of the best backhands of all time, Mark Occhilupo. Who just attacks this wave with a power, I think, unmatched by anyone on the backhand. So many great servers from this region. Nick Vasicek is one of the best surfers.
I was literally just about to bring him up.
Out here at Snapper Rocks. You don't see him too often in a jersey out here, board riders events for sure. He surfed in the trials.
Great in the tube.
His contest, but he's amazing.
Very good.
What a heat score total here. Biggest heat score total of the event. 18, almost 18 points. 17.83 for Bronzy McCauley. Rosie Smart's after second spot now. Needs a 7.08. Finds a nice insider. Hasn't she done some brilliant surfing? This wave already starting to taper off. So it will be hard for the youngster, but man, it's been an impressive first hit out on the Challenger Series for Rosie.
Yeah, unbelievable experience for her. I'm just going to see Vahine. So this will be a counting score.
Yeah, Vahine's attacking this wave too, probably thinking, you know what, it's not a guarantee that Rosie hasn't given you something to chase here. There was a bit of work done from Rosie on her wave, but we kind of know from our perspective that it's not going to get her the number she needs to jump up in a second. Vahine's going to be sweet here.
Well, what a great heat. Some memorable surfing there for sure. No doubt we'll see that in the highlight reel when we do call off competition for the day, which is unknown at this point.
What a performance. We're still waiting for some scores to come in to make it official, but thank you, Felicity. Thank you, Richard.
Anytime, Rondog.
Our pleasure, Ronnie. Pick our huge brains anytime.
Bulging brains.
Here we go. Bronzy McCauley is going to arrive to the beach to a massive round of applause. A 9.5, her first wave of the 2024 Challenger Series season. Backed it up with another excellent score, 8.33, the highest heat score total of the event.
Wow.
And look, just...
It was such a polished performance, wasn't it?
Yep.
Just not a foot wrong.
No, it was so good to watch.
So cool too. It's not like she's jumping out of her skin. She knows that she's got a lot more heats to surf to bank a keeper result here.
Yep.
Vahine with a very impressive number of her own and hanging on to second spot there. Rosie Smart, Sarah Wakita out of the event. We've still got a couple of big heats to finish off this round of two. We're going to bring in Kaipo and Bugs for the call.
All roads lead to the surf. Before surfboard riding became a super popular thing, all families came to all the different beaches, Rainbow Bay, Greenmount, Kirra, all the way up to Burleigh, Surfers Paradise. It's our #1 asset. The world's best surfers absolutely love coming here. It's a friendly place. It's a place of high performance waves. And there are these real life experiences you can have that it's nearly like an open air theme park.
Back at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM. Women's round of 32 out in the water. It's heat number 7. And another dreamy day in the Gold Coast. Hi, I'm Kapgura, along with 78 world champ Rabbit Bartholomew. And, well, we got the word. We're going to finish off this round.
Yeah.
But what a round it's been for the women this morning.
As you said the word, dreamy conditions out there. Just not a drop of water out of place. Those last couple of heats, huge scores coming in. You know, the women surfers in this round are phenomenal.
Well, another great pack of surfers. 4 enter the water. 2 are going to advance out of this heat. Alyssa Spencer, Ellie Harrison, Tessa Thiessen, and Philippa Anderson all out there. This is our last round of 4 surfer heats. Getting into the next round, then we start our head-to-head competition. We already got replay bugs.
Yeah. So it looks like Philippa Anderson here from Newcastle in New South Wales, and Philippa has been a mainstay through the regional series, and she is no stranger to Challenger Series action. Oh, she just sort of trying to get over that little ridge in that wave, bogged a rail. Tessa. And she's on a backhand here. We saw some big backhand performances in the last heat. And again, what a great finish there.
So waiting for the numbers to roll on through. We can tell you that Tessa got a 5.17 and a 3.5 for Philippa Anderson. Like you said, Bugs, Philippa from Newcastle, 32 years old. She's the veteran of the bunch, originally from Port Elizabeth, South Africa. Then the family relocated here to Australia. And Philippa's brother, Craig, one of the world's most renowned free surfers.
Definitely a surfing family.
Yeah. Tessa Thiessen, 27 years old, representing France by way of St. Bart's Island. And Tessa, the goofy foot out here, had the best of that opening exchange. Still waiting to see Alyssa Spencer or Ellie Harrison come into play. There's Tessa on the paddle back out.
You know, it was in the mid-70s. I was over at Florida with Jeff Crawford, and I was asking him, I said, what about this place St. Bart's? Is there waves there? I guess there's waves all over there.
Really?
I'm not sure. I've never been there, but...
Huh. Yeah, Jeff Crawford, former pipe master.
Oh, great surfer. We had a Florida Pro final together on the CT, and Sebastian Inlet, and just such an awesome guy.
Yeah, old Sebastian Inlet.
Old Sebastian, the original one.
When you had the good bounce back then, right?
It was I tell you, it was the best 2-foot wave in the world at that time.
Yeah, the wave would bounce off a long jetty that was extending out into the ocean, creating a side wave, and the wave would grow like a lot of the waves out here.
Yeah, I'm telling you, there's a kid called Kelly Slater.
And that kid called Kelly Slater came from that area, didn't he? I think that's when I first saw eyes on Kelly Slater. We've been celebrating him throughout the entire event, the GOAT. Eyes here on Ellie Harrison, the 18-year-old from Barron Heads, Victoria. Ellie Harrison made a name for herself over at stop number 4 of the championship tour, where she came in as a wild card and surfed her way all the way to the quarterfinals. So bright future for Ellie Harrison. Let's see if she can, if that's going to give her some confidence coming into this Challenger Series. Also out there in the red jersey, we have Alyssa Spencer, 21 years old from Encinitas, California. There's Alyssa. And Alyssa, one of the CT surfers, is her rookie year on the championship tour. She's relegated back to the Challenger Series. And but she's had a lot of success in the Challenger Series. She's won in 2022. She took a big win in Saquarema, Brazil. And last year, 2023, she took a win in Ericeira, Portugal.
Yeah, well, there's no doubt about it. The CT surfers do arrive here at Snapper with hardened match fitness. They've been in the trenches, so to speak.
And in a way, it would have to be, and we heard a little bit from earlier today from India Robinson talking about, you know, just your mindset and, you know, and not coming in almost angry, you know, because of being relegated to the Challenger Series. It's a whole new season for the CT surfers here.
Yeah, well, this is a season opener. You know, those surfers have already been in 5 big events, but this is a season opener. So you do have to shake it off. You've got to kind of recalibrate your mind and come in fresh.
Yeah, yeah. Well, let's go down to the beach with Stace Galbraith. He's with the winner of last heat.
Thanks, Kipes. Bronte McCauley, that time away from competition paid off. You are on fire.
Yeah, the bank was so fun. I was just visiting to get out there, and we were lucky we had like quite a few waves in our heat. So just like such a treat surfing snapper with 4 people.
Too humble. I reckon that's some of the sharpest you've looked in a jersey in a long time, Bronte, and I say that with all respect.
Oh, thanks. Yeah, I just really wanted to open up. That's like really the goal of this event. You know, regardless of the result, I just want to surf and open up. And you know, you just don't really know how many more events, you know, what the year's how it's gonna play out. So I just really wanted to surf and just enjoy it.
Oh, you certainly made a good case for getting a few more starts this year. Talk to us about your equipment. It looked amazing.
Yeah, I feel like DHD just makes like the perfect snapper board, really. So maybe a few new ones, and I got those on Friday, and I haven't really like tested them out yet. But yeah, I was riding a Phoenix, yeah, so it's a 5.6. I think it's like 18 3/4. So just a short board, or actually probably more of a semi-groveler. So yeah, it felt really nice in the pocket.
Chuck that one in the cryogenic freeze chamber. I'm sure Mum and Dad are watching at home. Did you want to say good morning?
Yeah, hey to the family. Mum's at school, but hey Mum, hey Dad, and my sisters are watching. Hey to them too.
Should have had that one on in the classroom because that was a clinic. Thank you, Bronte. Thanks, Kipes.
Yeah, a huge heat total for Bronte McCauley. 17.832 wave total. Giant numbers.
Well, she made the point that, I mean, I was down in the Bonsoy tent just before, and I'll tell you, that last heat pumped. There was set after set after set.
And this heat taking a little bit of a breather. Alyssa Spencer sitting out there with priority. Has yet to ride a wave. We saw during that interview just a quick up and out for Ellie Harrison, just a 1.5. So no real, I mean, I guess the 5.17 is kind of a keeper for Tessa. But other than that, no one really making a mark as of yet. And we're 10 minutes into this heat.
No, well, it has been a slow start. Not to be unexpected, really. That last heat took a lot of energy out of the ocean. And there was 3 9+ rides.
So now it's just the strategy, Bugs. I mean, I feel that the on-again, off-again type of heats, these surfers must have an innate feeling that that's you know, is the case and be prepared for it.
Yeah, I mean, you're seriously sitting there with priority, really hoping it's not the case. You want it to be pumping, but your use of the priority becomes just so important when there's, you know, just slim pickings.
Alyssa Spencer uses the priority, picks up this one with some opportunity down the line, opens up with a couple of snaps, comes around that corner. Always sharp on the backhand. And nice rhythm through the end section of that wave. Score that for Alyssa Spencer, probably the best wave ridden so far. We'll wait for the score to come through.
And to your point, I think Alyssa might have made an adjustment. That wave wasn't probably up to the standard of the best waves in the last heat, but she might have gone, you know what, very aware. Her coach might have said, hey, you might have an off heat as far as wave consistency, and so she elected to take a mid-size range, surfed it well.
Yeah, the on-the-fly adjustments, I feel, Bugs, that these surfers need to make, really important. We'll take another look at it.
Yeah, she maintains the speed down the line. She goes straight into that backhand repertoire. Wave goes a little flat there, but then she comes into a nice sort of stand-up section, snaps it beautifully there, and again, and she gets one more in. So three at the end, one at the start, and that's what it'll be judged on. This finishing turn here, vertical, and so it's well in front of the wave. She made it look easy.
And the judges deemed that the highest scoring wave so far. Checks in with a 6.83.
Well, it's pretty good when you can get a near 7-point ride on a smallish wave. It was I think she'd be well pleased with her effort and her decision to go.
Yeah, smart heat strategy so far. And again, Alyssa, had to deal with some of the heartbreak over there at Margaret River. Definitely, this is an event where she needs to reset and settle into, really the reality of competing this year on the Challenger Series to earn her spot back on the Championship Tour.
Yeah, well, she can look forward to 6 events in 6 quality international events. She's going to have to surf through a lot of 4-person heats to get to the one-on-one, but we're one shot away with a 6.83. She's well on her way to that round of 16. That's when things really get interesting, the matchups.
Yeah, then round of 16 we go to head-to-head matchups. So we're going to come through this heat and into the round of 16 head-to-head matchups, and then we just go down the bracket from there. And that's when you really get like an idea of the top and bottom end of the draw. Here we go, Philippa. Series of forehand snaps. He gets a little more room to move at the end of this wave. And she's going to add to her score line, which currently she's just got 3.5 in.
Well, it's just been a beautiful day here from start to finish. We got up this morning and it was just clear skies. We've had a few rain squalls yesterday afternoon. Here we see this wave, Philippa, and she gets a couple of nice. It's not quite as stand-up as the wave for Alyssa, but this is a good way for her to go to work on. Nice cutty there, and a wave just sort of starting to peter out now. Probably incrementally increase her. She does. She gets a 4.3, so she's improved. Nice cut back there. Just bounces off the whitewater, looking for something a bit more down the line. So 4.33 puts her in first place at the combination of the 2 rides. Not safe ground though.
Yeah, I don't think a heat total of 7 or nearly 8 points generally is not in the safe zone for these surfers, especially after seeing some of the numbers put up in the last heat. Priority now is with Ellie Harrison. Ellie just with a tiny score, and there she is. So tiny score for Harrison, and she needs to get stuff going. It's going to be Tessa under the priority. Utilize the backhand whip here for the French surfer. And looking to better that 1.93, which I think she just did.
She absolutely did. You know, in amongst those 3 maneuvers, there was 2 pretty slick ones. Short ride, compressed, but she's backing up a 5.17. Could have been a pretty smart move. This heat's definitely a lot slower. This is perhaps the second half of the heat as we're quickly approaching. And here she goes here, she goes up and slams it under the lip. And this one's more of a check turn, but this one here, that's the money turn right there. You can tell that she was coming out of that lip quickly so that she'd get back on that inside edge and get around that whitewater. It wasn't to be.
Well, it was enough to put Tessa into first place. That was a 4.07. Anderson drops down to second place. All that's going to shake up, however, once Alyssa Spencer gets her backup wave, because, mind you, Alyssa still has the highest single wave in this heat. Ellie Harrison sitting on priority and being extremely selective at the moment.
Yeah, well, she's wishing and willing some of those waves that came through for Bronte McCauley will come her way. And, you know, conditions, look, it's an interesting window, Kaipo, because we are looking at, I'm not sure about the next 2 days. The Thursday, Friday, Saturday is looking like a new swell.
Okay.
It's going to start out from the southeast. Could be a bit of weather with it, that's okay. Some strong southerly winds. And it's going to whip up a bit of surf. And then what happens is it'll go southeast and then east-southeast, and then probably by Saturday more of an easterly swell.
So how will that change, you know, the shape out here, say a south swell compared to an east swell?
Well, it won't be a pure south swell. There'll still be east in it at all times. A real south swell, what happen here, you can get a wave that it just sort of stays only on the bank itself, and it's very hard. Like, one surfer can get one wave, say a 4-wave set in a south swell. 4 surfers could ride from here to Coolangatta Beach.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it's pretty full on, because you don't have that wide easterly looping wide section to perhaps break down and allow you to drop in.
So would that be the preferable swell for this break, a south swell, or do you want some east in it as well?
No, south swell usually brings quite a bit of current.
Okay.
You definitely want east in the swell, because east gets into the bay. East is coming from straight out from where we're looking on the screen. It's coming in bay, well, that's probably northeast, but it's coming into the bay. South is wrapping. So, you know, you might see a 3-metre south swell.
Okay.
We'll get half of that.
Oh.
Snapper itself at the head of the super bank will pick up a bit more, but it usually needs...
A lot of it will go out to sea,
a lot of it, you know, big south swells head straight to cloud break. You'll see the horizon with these huge big undulations, and that's heading to cloud break. On a big south swell, we kind of get a glancing blow.
Yeah.
But it's enough, you know.
I think it's time for a Bonsoy brew break. Let's take that, and we'll be back in 90 right after the Bonsoy brew break. Sally Fitzgibbon's getting ready.
The Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM, is brought to you by Cooper's Brewery, the official beer of WSL Australia. By BioGlan, official vitamin partner of WSL Australia. By Ultimate Ears, official portable speaker of WSL Australia. And by SNS Group, official partner of the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM.
Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. Heat number 7, round of 32 for the women out in the water. Kaipagura along with Rabbit Bartholomew on the call here. And Tessa Thiessen out in the lead up against Philippa Anderson, Alyssa Spencer, and Ellie Harrison. And as we were away from break, this happened. This is a priority error.
Yeah, it sure is. This a situation where desperation overtook the thinking. This is how wildly different one heat can be from the next. I mean, you know, you've got to compartmentalise each heat. So it really doesn't matter what happened in another heat. It's what happens in your 35 minutes. But in the last heat, the third place who got eliminated on 14.23 would mean that Alyssa Spencer, with that 6.83, she needs a 7.4 to get to where third place got to in the last heat. It doesn't count for anything, but it just goes to show there was, well, great surfing, but really pumping waves in that last heat. In this heat, sleepy.
Yeah, and I guess it goes to show that you have to be really adaptable, right, Bugs?
Yeah.
To anything that can happen. And, you know, I guess you can make a plan on the beach, but once you're out in the water, you have to be flexible, and that plan's going to have to change sometimes, like it is right now in this sleepy heat.
The best laid plans this side of America.
Yeah.
Anything can happen out there. And as I said, compartmentalising it. And that's what I think Ellie Harrison just hit the panic button in a way and went, I've just got to go. And she forfeited priority and really has put herself in a pretty horrible situation.
Yeah, so Harrison now hanging in the 4th place position and in 4th in priority. So that is a tough position to be in for the teenager from Bowen Heads. Alyssa Spencer, on the other hand, has the highest single wave score with that 6.83. And now Alyssa really, in my mind, has heat control. She has control of this heat because she does have that first priority. Her next wave selection is going to dictate where it's going to go, but she knows how to surf a heat. She knows the drill right now. She's got plenty of time on the clock as well.
And that's what, you know, we touched on the battle-hardened competitors that are just coming off Margaret River, and they come into here and they really do know how to manage a heat situation and manage priority. Because, you know, I mean, they're surfing against the best of the best. And Ellie's looking at this wave.
Ellie taking this one deep.
And she's got it.
And she's going to have some room to move down the line. So getting this under priority and doing her best to fight her way back into this heat, Ellie Harrison.
Yeah, well, you could hear the hoots on the beach from her support crew going, come on, because she just got herself into this heat.
Getting back into the heat, and let's go down to Stace and see what Stace is up to. He's out and about.
Thanks, Kipes, here with an Oakberry surf conditions update. And as expected, that swell's held in all throughout the day. Still seen some really fun heats, and obviously that last heat was insane. However, you did see that little double up in front of Ellie Harrison's wave just then, and that's a sign of the tide starting to run out. You will see the conditions start to split up a little bit more into the afternoon, and that's why we went on hold this morning for an hour, just for that tide to fill in. And I think the contest directors have made a good call this afternoon. With the tide running out well into the evening, that's when we will see the conditions start to fade. So we've got a couple of heats left, and then we're wrapping it up for the day, which I think will be spot on.
Yeah. Thank you for the conditions update, Stace. And yeah, it's 1:09 local time. The tide is receding until 5:03 p.m. So yeah, the tide drawing out. Replay here of Ellie's last effort.
Yeah, this is a clever little ride by Ellie, because she went deep, and when she paddled for that wave, the other women with higher priority just didn't even want to bar that wave. And Ellie has got a 3.10, which, when you look at the fact that Tessa is sitting in first place with a 5 and a 4, Philippa with a 4 and a 3, that's you know, a 6 point. I mean, she needs a 4.73 now, Ellie Harrison.
Yeah, so she is put herself back in contention. This could change a lot of things. Here's Alyssa Spencer picking her spot down the line before slashing on the backhand. Nice finish, and she's going to back up that 6.83. and go into the lead in this heat?
Yeah, I think she's really aware of her surroundings and the situation at hand. And I think she went, you know what, I'm going to put this thing away right here. It's a low-scoring heat. This is a small wave to use her in priority, but she felt it was time to go. And the backhand, she really winds up there like a corkscrew off the bottom, and she just finishes up like a pro, like the pro she is. So she squeezed every little ounce of energy out of that wave. It was a pretty ordinary wave, but now I think this will settle her, because we'll see the true situation. Second seems to me up for grabs.
Yep, I agree with you. Spencer on the paddle back out. She just got a 6.17 on that little wave, so she's taken actually a commanding lead over the rest of the pack, vaulting up into first place. And like you said, Bugs, now it's going to be a little bit of a battle between the remaining three to get that second and advancing position. Up, out. That was Harrison just feeling that wave out. Another wave coming through here. And it's going to be Filippa. Fades a bottom turn. Just get some room for a big swoop back into the pocket. Short snap there. A series of looping cutbacks. Snappy little finish.
Yeah, she's kind of had, she's had really similar style of waves. You know, they haven't been the waves where you can really go vertical into the pocket. Surfed it well. Here's an interesting looking wave.
Tessa, good looking wave, nice size on this wave, hooks it off the backhand there. Patient approach, picking her spot. And this wave now starts to rifle down the line. And Tessa answering with that wave rhythm. Finishes out, and a 7.83 will take her to the lead. Great effort. Ellie Harrison trying to mount a comeback at this point. Series of cutbacks going into a snap. And Harrison looking loose on this inside section.
Yeah, Ellie Harrison's one of the teenagers with potential from Australia and the pride of Victoria. But she's got someone to answer there, because Tessa just got a stonking wave. That's really going to make second place pretty solid. Philippa is now on her wave. Again, I mentioned it was a pretty similar ride where she's doing this series of cutbacks in the pocket. And nice little snap there. Just solid surfing, if not maybe lacking a bit of dynamic as far as the wave not allowing her to get that bottom turn, top turn snap going. There's some nice snaps at the end.
And then Tessa here, Bugs.
Yeah, well, this is a really interesting wave. Good looking wave. I like the way she looks down the line all the time before she goes into her repertoire. Snaps it there. Down the line she goes again. Gets around this section. Wave slows up. This is where she goes to town. A combination, and quickly goes up. Watch this. Bang. And then quickly up into the lip again. That was a high degree of difficulty. That 1-2 at the end. And this is a neat little ride by Ellie Harrison. I mean, it's a smaller wave, and you can just see, though, she's got a bit of spark in her surfing. I think there's a real lot of potential in her surfing right here. Loose, and yeah, she looks like she's having fun.
Yeah, well, Ellie, you know, made a name for herself around the 16 over this year at Bells. She got Tyler Wright. That was a big win for the teenager.
Massive moment. I mean, it was like she announced herself.
So we're still waiting for 3 scores, and there's no doubt that these scores will shake the standings up just a bit. Actually, to consider that, I feel Tessa probably still got the best of that exchange. She's currently in second place. She's probably going to retain that second place. Philippa here with a chance to take that away. A series of top turns, a little late there. Looking for some more, but that's all she's going to get.
Well, the judges having a lot of scores to have a look at right now. I believe there's 4 scores to come in. Well, one of Philippa's come in, the first one.
Yeah, 4.3. Judges owe us one more score.
So that was that previous ride, the one we said, just kind of a carbon copy of that 4.33. Really similar rides, and it's kind of been the feature of the waves she's actually caught. They've only provided so much scoring potential. Tessa's ride is going to be the critical one here. Ellie got herself definitely a better wave than 3.1. Definitely her best ride. But I think there's going to be a lot of work still to be done for Philippa and Ellie. Okay.
Well, Tessa has really secured her second advancing position now. Scores dropped for her a 7.23. So it did increase the need for both Philippa Anderson and Ellie Harrison. Both need excellent scores to get into the top 2.
Well, that's a tall order with 1 minute 48. They both need excellent scores. They are pretty much down the priority order as well. Ellie's in second priority, and here she goes. This is her last. She's going to have to really cut loose on this one.
Well, like, sounded like she heard you. She cut loose on that turn. She's going to need more, though. And gets the finish. But probably not enough for the requirement, because her requirement's huge, a 9.3.
Wow, that's a big, it's a tall order.
Alyssa Spencer, talk about efficiency. 2 waves, 2 scores, and 50 seconds away from a heat win.
Nailed it. Very solid heat management. Although when you only get 2 waves, you can't afford to put your foot wrong. Obviously, it would have adjusted had something dramatic happened, but she did it. She did it with ease, really. Tessa gets her last wave here, inconsequential.
Yep, it will not affect the standings, however, but Tessa in a strong second position right now, down to 20 seconds. And I feel that the result for this heat is a foregone conclusion at this point. It will be Alyssa Spencer in first, advancing on into the round of 16, along with Tessa Tayson. It's official now. Let's rack up those numbers. There you go, 13 points. Heat total for Alyssa Spencer. That's enough to get her into the round 16. There's the numbers, and the numbers indicate time for us to take a break. We'll be back with the final heat of the day here at the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM.
Welcome back to the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro. Uncle Kaipo, I apologise, but out of the room, out of the deal. I am doing the Bailey Ladder update here. We've had an amazing day of women's surfing. The conditions have just been picture perfect, and we do have a good little bump in swell forecast for later in the week. And when we get back into men's action, I'm really looking forward to Heat 6 in the round of 32. It's a bit of experience up against, I want to say, a couple of youngsters. Al Cleland Jr. and Jacob Wilcox are going to take on Alejo Munez and Jadson Andre. 4 contrasting styles, 4 very unique characters. I really can't pick a winner in that one, but it's going to be exciting. Thanks, Uncle.
Wow, no ladder, no hard hat, no high vis, and no coated eye protection there on the work site for Stace. We're going to have to talk with the supervisor at the end of the day for that one, Bugs.
I think nice comeback.
We let the civilian on the over there at the Bailey Ladders leaderboard. It's okay. Here we go with a former world junior champ in the way of Francisca Veselko. Quick snaps there for Kika. And she's up against a formidable field of Sofia Medina, Sally Fitzgibbons, and Sol Aguirre. Here we go. Sofia Medina. Little caught up there, but regains her flow. Nice arc there for the teenager. Younger sister of 3-time world champ Gabe Medina, and a fiery final section there for Sofia. So wave started out a little slow, but she made up for it at the end.
She did. She milked that one for everything. And as you said, it was a wave of 2 halves. First half caught her up a little bit. The second half, she just blitzed it.
Yeah, so we'll be waiting for scores. It looks like Sally Fitzgibbons got a wave also. She's out there in the red jersey. And set the heat. Let's take a look at all the replays, starting with Sally.
Yeah, well, Sally Fitzgibbon, who's one of the tour veterans and knows his wave so well. Snaps it, really brings it around a long. Oh, wow, she recovered beautifully there. Amazing recovery by Sally Fitzgibbon. Now she keeps busy. She's going to make the most of this situation now. So all 4 surfers getting a wave. Is Sol on her forehand. Great cut back there. This wave sort of petering out. She's got to look down the line to see if it's got a little bit more for her. She'd like a finish. She sets it up and just kind of snaps out under the lip there for the finish. This wave here, really fluid style. Just great moves. Really zippy, and you can see why she's a world junior champion. So Francisca gets her opening wave, just sort of loses it at the end there. She got a couple of good points. Sophia had to really work hard to get into that wave. Right here, she kind of bogs an edge there. So not much happening now, but now she sees something down the line. Now she maintains the speed into this section. And this is where she cut loose a bit here. 1, 2, and she gets a nice little foam climb to finish with. A little bit more left in it, but not much. Uncle Charlie said, milk that thing.
So waiting for the score for both Kika and Sofia. A 7-8-3 for Sally Fitzgibbons, nearing excellent on her opening wave. And here goes Sal again.
Oh, Sal.
Forceful turn to start. Looking speedy down the line. Beautiful snap. Another gouging turn. Fitzgibbons looking energized. Talk about throwing everything at the finish. Sol Aguirre. And Sol picking her spot on this wave. Nice little runner on the inside section. She gets a nice finish as well.
Well, talk about a fiery start to this heat. 28 minutes to go. There's six or seven good rides already had.
Kika.
Wow, Francisco still waiting for a first score. This wave looked promising from the drone position. She get around this section, and now she's going to do a big, mighty snap there.
Yeah, you talked about some of the growers, Bugs. Look at this wave, all the way down through.
Yeah. She just bashes that lip and just lands it still with her speed. What a great exchange there between those three surfers.
Look at the waves still coming through.
Jeez.
Unridden. We talked about those on-again, off-again heats. We saw a pretty slow heat in the last one, and this one just turned on.
Yeah, it really turned on. Grace, this is the kind of start you want in a heat, though, where, you know, you get 2 waves under the belt and then you can go into a priority rotation with a little bit more comfort. Certainly Sally's in that position now. She's got just two really hot waves.
Yeah, we saw Sally in her preparation juggling, and you know,
that was super good juggling.
If that's the result of juggling, I think everyone should be juggling before their heat, because Sally is looking switched on. Take a look at this one.
Yeah, I know. This wave here, it's all business by Sally Fitzgibbon. This is where she really gets the speed going here and just snaps it. She just goes into motion, another gouging slice in the wave there. And this move here, Kaipo, wow, she throws the tail, goes back on her haunches and just recovers. That is so much pressure on your knees. That's just such a beautiful angle. And Sally she's all business out here today. Carves down the face of the wave, still maintaining that elegant approach she's got, and she's really developed more elegance in her surfing, I feel.
Soul on the replay.
Yeah, Soul. You know, and another exciting surfer. And she gets a couple of great snaps here. See how she really lines this up. Buckets going over the back. And the finish of this one is spectacular. It's done at high speed. And she comes around this section and she snaps it under the lip there. So, wow, that's a couple of points on offer there. And this is Francisca. And I just really like her fluidity. Now she goes connects the sections. And she's just a live wire of a surfer. This wave doesn't have that stand-up section for her, but still she maintains the speed there. I love that finish. Finishes with a flourish. And here's Sal.
Sally got a third wave. And Sally looking absolutely on fire here. Throws away that air.
Yeah.
But no harm, no foul for Sally Fitzgibbon as we take another look at it from the Gold Coast flight cam.
Yeah, Sally's kind of just having fun now. And I'll tell you why she's having fun, because she got an 8.77 on her previous ride.
Yeah, look at that. That's an excellent heat number for Sally Fitzgibbon. 16.62 wave total. There's all the judges. And one went as high as a 9.3.
Yeah.
Resulting average for Sally Fitzgibbon's at 8.77, like you said, Bugs.
I mean, they're really rewarding that degree of difficulty, just throwing caution to the wind. You know, she's obviously worked. She's always had a good recovery, but her first 2 waves, they were like miraculous recoveries.
Yeah, and I feel also the degree of difficulty and the amount of risk she was utilizing in the maneuvers she was doing. She could have very easily got caught behind because she really committed to those turns, but was able to just continue her forward momentum after putting everything into those big gouges. So Sally Fitzgibbons, I mean, gosh, she's looking the finest of the pack from what I've seen today.
Yeah, I'd say so. This has been just an amazing performance by Sally Fitzgibbon.
Yeah, you know what? It was a great pace performance by Alyssa Spencer. 2 waves ridden, and the heat win, Stace.
Thanks, Kipes. Very professional approach. Alyssa Spencer, you're keeping the red jersey relegated theme going. All of you guys that have come off the CT have been on fire.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I was definitely like a little bit slower than I was expecting. The 2 heats before me were just pumping and girls were dropping 9, so kind of had to like just recalibrate, I guess, the game plan when I went out there and just kind of adapt to what was going on. I definitely wanted to ride more waves, but there just really was an opportunity for that out there, so I was happy I at least found 2 good ones.
Flashing back to earlier stages in your career, coming to this event versus now, what have you learnt from those 5 events on the World Tour?
Yeah, I definitely learned a lot there my time on tour. I think the things that I learned the most was about like heat strategy and really just being like confident in your game plan going out and picking good waves and just being smart with priority were my biggest takeaways there. So I think having that and being able to take it back onto the Challenger Series will be great. And yeah, I mean, I've been here before, so I know what to expect, and I'm excited for this year.
You're off to a great start. We'll let you enjoy the rest of the afternoon. Thanks, Alyssa. Thanks, Kipes.
Alyssa Spencer. And this is Sophia Medina finishing off her ride. Opened up with a 4.23.
Yeah, we've got a really hotly contested event here, but already it seems like it's a battle for second place already. There's 22 minutes remaining, and I mean a 16.6 total by Sally Fitzgibbons. It's she's really raised the bar high in this heat.
Yeah, she's really put away the heat in the first third of the heat, and right now I think she can just kind of play it cool. Almost relax.
She could relax. She could also go, hey, you know what? There's only a few people out at Snapper.
Yeah, catch some waves, huh? It looks like she's,
yeah,
from what I can tell, she's way up. She's sitting the deepest.
Yeah, that's cool. Well, the tide is running out, and that behind the rock section will come alive. The conditions so far have really remained quite pristine. As Stace said, you know, this afternoon on the outgoing tide with more of a southeast, it probably will deteriorate a little. I don't think it will deteriorate as much as yesterday, though, because we don't have the squalls. They're squally. They were coming around from the southeast and east, and they kind of created this little ripple, like this little, I call it a 2-inch southeast wind swell.
Right. Well, Sophia Medina did score a 6.83, and Medina goes into second and advancing position. Soligari needs to fight back. She's got priority, needing a 5.14 to take that second place position. And Kika, Francisca Veselko, needs a 6-point ride.
Yeah, what she needs is a really good wave that she can really show what she's capable of doing. And Sol, but a great move by Sophia to get that 6.83. Very timely. Just on 20 minutes to go now. So we're still in the first half of this heat.
And I love the beauty shot and the beautiful colors in the green water here on the Gold Coast. You can see the sand getting churned up from the bottom.
So here's the situation. We've got 5 days left in the window.
Yeah.
I mean, if you ran full days, we've probably got just over 2.5 days of surfing remaining.
Okay.
Now, sure, you can pick the eyes out of it, whether they'll do little chunks each day or whether they'll be lay days. We don't know that. We'll be checking in, just check in early in the morning for the call. The call will be made at 7:30 tomorrow morning. We don't know exactly what the ocean will throw up, but we know that there is some movement in the ocean towards the end of the week. That we do know.
Okay. And we know that there's going to be about 30,000 or so people here Saturday afternoon into the evening for the Out to Lunch show with Fisher.
It's just hard to comprehend. It's just madness in the town of Coolangatta, like it's never ever seen before. I've lived here all my life.
Is this the biggest crowd that you think expected here?
I think there was.
Well, some of the CT days, you guys had some big crowds.
Not 30,000.
Yeah, not 30,000. Yeah.
But when the Queen did come and visit us here.
Okay.
And that would have been 30.
Who brings more people, Fisher or the Queen? I guess that's good. I guess that's what we're going to have to solve.
Okay.
And we'll know in about 5 days.
Okay.
On who draws the bigger crowd.
Well, I know who draws a more raucous crowd.
The queen, of course.
You know that.
18 minutes remaining. And Sally Fitzgibbons, she's the queen of this heat, actually, because she is ruling the final heat of the day. There she is, paddling to her throne, because she's gone way up in excellent range with that 8.77.
Well, of course, we had the Queen visit us on Saturday afternoon too.
Ah, of course, the Queen of Snapper.
And did she put on a show?
Gilmore put on a show along with Joel Parkinson and Mick Fanning and Kelly Slater and Mark Occhilupo, and it was a magical afternoon.
It really was. It was well, it was a slice of history, because, you know, I don't know if that'll ever happen again. It's never happened before, and I really don't think it'll happen again. I think if you were here, you experienced a historic moment and the ocean complemented exactly how brilliant everyone was.
Yeah, it was really nice to feel, you know, reflecting back on that, Bugs, the energy of the crowd and how everyone was cheering on for every surfer.
Every surfer.
Every turn. And the collective energy was a special moment in surfing. So hats off to the Tours and Comps here and everybody who made it happen. Of course, Bonsoy for making this possible. And speaking about Bonsoy making it possible, just that brought to mind, it's time for a brew break. I'm gonna foam up a latte, and I'll be back after this Bonsoy brew break.
All roads lead to the surf. Before surfboard riding became a super popular thing, all families came to all the different beaches, Rainbow Bay, Greenmount, Kirra, all the way up to Burleigh, Surfers Paradise. It's our #1 asset. There's great old archive photos of them surfing longboards in the 1940s and 50s, all different craft. Surfboard riding really came to the fore in the 1960s. Before my time, there were great surfers on the Gold Coast. And what happened through the early 70s, the Queensland titles and Australian titles were the big deal. 73, the birth of the industry on the Gold Coast. Then along came international surfing. It was Burleigh Heads, the best surfers in the world. It put pro surfing on the map. You know, we used to get 5,000-10,000 people along the beach at Burleigh, and that just exploded pro surfing. We're blessed with some of the finest sand bottom point breaks in the world. The world's best surfers absolutely love coming here. It's a friendly place. It's a place of high performance waves, and they experience all the theme parks and the beach. Our hinterland is amazing, and there are these real life experiences you can have that it's nearly like an open air theme park. There is an air of excitement and anticipation every year with the Gold Coast Pro. Seeing the best international surfers coming, taking on the locals. Everyone's got their favourites, and it brings out the best in everyone surfing. So you're going to see amazing action. I've been surfing here for well over 50 years. In amongst that, I've had so many magical sessions. I feel blessed to have been born and raised here on the Gold Coast, and this is my home.
It's a great place, Gold Coast of Australia. You gotta check this box if you're a surfer from anywhere in the world, and check out this man-enhanced wave, the Super Bank, running through here. That's the site of the Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro presented by GWM. We're in the last heat of the day. Sally Fitzgibbons in the lead, but the show continues even after the last heat of the day. Remember, we're gonna have the WSL post-show with Ronnie, Richie, and Flick to wrap you up with all of today's action. And they'll probably be talking about Sally Fitzgibbons and her performance out here, because Sal has got a giant 2-wave heat total of 16.6. We saw an outstanding performance also by Bronte McCauley earlier today, going way up into the excellent weight range.
Yeah, that's. I believe that'd be the highest combined total of the tournament. It was such an amazing performance, and Bronte has got, her backhand is brilliant.
Sal, wow, swinging that Glen Pang surfboard, catches a rail there, a little swivelly on that one, but she's got nothing to lose at this point. We still see Sol Aguirre in the white jersey there, sitting patiently with priority, just needs a mid-range score to give herself a chance of advancement into the round of 16 at this point, Bugs.
Well, that's right. I mean, Sol needs a 5.14. Francisca needs a 6.07. They are well within their reach. But Sophia, that 6.83 sits well in her column.
There she is, the green jersey, Sophia Medina, younger sister of 3-time world champ Gabe Medina. In the blue jersey there is Francisca Veselko, and there's Dad,
11 minutes
Charlie
remaining.
Medina, and also Yufu from team manager from Sharp Eye Surfboards as well, with a watchful eye on the ocean.
Yeah, I tell you, it's hard watching. You know, when you're
a coach. I mean, when do you think you're not just a former world champ, Rabbit? I feel that you're a surf historian too. When did you see surf coaching come into play?
Oh, well, it would be, I mean, my first gig at real surf coaching was taking the part of the Australian team to go to the 1992.
So about around 90, is that when you think it started, right around there?
No, there would have been a little bit of coaching.
But like team coaching, right? Like what Rod would do, and the rest of the Australian team.
Yeah,
but
that was team coaching.
But individual coaching.
Yeah, good question. Wow, I mean, full-time coaching, I would think probably started in the 90s.
Yeah.
Not much earlier. I mean, I got, in my entire career, right? Yep. I got one bit of coaching. That's when I was 11-year-old surfing the Shorebreak at Kira.
Yeah.
And I'd borrowed this old longboard, and the old Johnny Charlton said to me when I came in, he went, "Rabbit, you're surfing like a tin soldier." and I never wanted to surf like a tin soldier again. So I ended up getting a really loose style after that. That's it for coaching for me.
Yeah. No, I feel like, and I like to look back at surf history, I feel like that loose style that I saw you had in the 70s and the early 80s with taking the cutback and bringing your arm across the chest type of cutback. And then I saw Tom Curran kind of copy a little bit or borrow some of that influence, that body mechanics that you brought. And then I actually saw Kelly Slater kind of borrow some of that from Tom Curran. So there you go.
That's not a bad lineage.
Yeah, not bad at all. Here's Medina. A couple of sharp turns here for Sophia. She wants to ditch a 4.37 that she has in her scoreline. She's on her way, and that was very unfortunate because I felt she was straight on her way to improve her scoreline.
Yeah, she really was. And she wouldn't be happy with that. Ended up a fair way down, didn't quite finish the job.
Yeah, long paddle back out.
No current today, so it's not too much of an effort, but still, it's a long way to go in a wave to blow the final manoeuvre, and it's sort of will she improve on that 4.23?
Yeah. That is up to the judges, but you know, my feeling is probably not. 8 minutes on the countdown. Pressure cooking for Sol Aguirre. And if Sofia did not improve upon her situation, Sol still needing just a mid-range score to turn the heat into her favor.
That what it does, apart from everything else, it leaves a door open for your opposition.
Yeah. Yep, and there you go. So it comes under for Sofia. She remains with the same heat total. Fitzgibbons
surfing.
Just looking loose. Again, no harm, no foul. She'll remain in first place. Sally's free to surf and just catch a bunch of waves at this point.
Yeah, I kind of felt that's what she might do. You know, like I don't think she's even thinking strategy or anything right now. You'd be so happy with an 8.77 and a 7.83. Sure, if a whole bunch of sets were coming through and there's some scores were up the ante, I think she'd put the head back on.
Right. Right now it's a free surf session. That is a serious moment for Sol here. Still sitting with priority. Clock is ticked down to under 7 minutes now. And Sol would actually just love to hold on to that priority until maybe a minute left on the clock, get the score and not let any of her opposition have a chance to strike back.
Oh, that would be the perfect shutout.
You can really calculate now, right? With live scoring and accurate timing and all of this stuff compared to, you know, you were around with the infancy of professional surfing where you just come to the beach and you might feel like you want the heat, but that's not necessarily the case.
Well, you're going along the heat and you go, oh, they forgot to put the green flag up.
Ah, yeah. Is it on?
Has it started yet?
Yeah, has it started yet? It's about to start for the Groms. Look at all the Groms on the rock. They're ready to get out there. Oh yeah, this place fills up real fast.
Oh gosh.
Isn't it Monday a school day, by the way?
Don't mention school around here. I mean, you know, back in the day, you know, for surfing a great day at Snapper, I'd go to school the next day and get the cane.
Yeah.
I mean, there's kids one day in the Surf Excellence program, they're mumbling about the onshore. I went, hey, what you kids are doing now, why should you get the cane for?
Look, hey, everyone's under 16 right now that's waiting to get out into the water. That's for sure. Here we go. There's a big moment for Sol. Good size wave. Nice first slash there for the Peruvian. Nice roundhouse with a bank on the whitewater. Make it 2. Setting up for this inside running section. Stomps on the tail there. And doubles it up for a finish. So,
yeah,
that should do the job for it. Right behind Sofia Medina. Trying to strike back. Clearing that section and throws a big hammer down there for Medina. Beautiful carve off the top for Sofia. Sofia, trim line here, lines up, and another beautiful control of the rail. Clean rails there. Nice snap for variety from Medina. One more snap. She's got more down the line. Getting into rhythm here. Medina needed to strike back, that she did.
And finishes off Medina.
There's a celebration. There is a celebration.
That was a great wave.
That was something. And look at her now. I mean,
and you know, Sol, with her last effort, turned the heat and got into second place. If Sofia did not respond, and she sure did.
That's amazing. What a response.
Take a look at it.
Sally might be getting interested again.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is an extraordinary wave. You know what I like about this one is she sets this up beautifully and then just goes in as a hammer move, and then she keeps thinking down the line, and now again she gets a speed going again. I like that, and she gets a bit low on the compression, slams it around again, and now she goes top to bottom. She's got the wave in the palm of her hand now. She goes past Sol, and each one of these is a scorer. And yeah, she's exhausted this wave, and you know that might be one of the longest waves she's had. you know, I think she's celebrating that as well. And this wave here, you're right, she momentarily went into second place, and I think we can say that safely.
Yep.
And so, you know, really good surfing. This wave not cooperating at this point. She does this weird little stomp, and I don't think you get many points for it. That one.
Yeah.
But then she finishes nicely. She gets the speed up again, snaps it there, and just the wave quality kind of let it down. But I like that little exquisite finish.
Well, because in the moment, she knew she turned the heat in the moment, but her heart must have sunk when she looked behind, started paddling back out, and saw Sophia on an even better wave.
Oh my gosh. And surfed it so well. Really streaking down the line. That first hammer was something else. I love the way she set that up. She got that low compression, just exploded off the bottom of that wave. And you really controlled the power. So 2 minutes remaining.
Yeah,
Sally's got to get one before 300 groms get out there.
GWM 2-minute warning just went off. Still waiting for scores. Important scores for Sol Aguirre and Sofia Medina.
Well, are we talking about the excellent range here?
I feel for Sophia, I feel that was excellent surfing.
I feel it was.
So we'll see. So 5.14 would have turned the heat for Sol Aguirre and put her into second place. Here's the scores, and she will take a temporary spot in second in this heat. There she goes.
Oh, wow.
5.4.
Good call.
But Sofia Medina, to retake that second spot off of Sol Aguirre, just needs a 4.5. Sofia got that and much, much more. Let's see what the judges start to throw down. They'll throw away for Sofia. Previous wave score is going to be the important one. Be nice to get the number before the end of the heat.
Sally streaking down the line. Is she going to... Yeah. What a heat performance by Sally Fitzgibbons. She's really on fire. As you said, the standout of the day.
One of the standouts for sure.
I mean, Bronte was unbelievable.
Oh.
This is phenomenal surfing.
Nose pick reverse. Sally Fitzgibbons. And it's going to take us a while to close out this heat because the judges are going to be checking out both the score for Sofia Medina, which they still have not clicked in. And then, that was great surfing by Sally Fitzgibbons.
I'm feeling Sophia's score is somewhere between Sally's two scores. That's my gut feeling. And then, of course, Sally's still got another great score to go in there as well.
Yeah, we're hanging out for a while right now. And you can hang out too, because like I said, action's not over. WSL post show after this. Ronnie, Richie, Flick, give you all the highlights of the day. Some conversation for you. Maybe looking forward to what we see potentially in the future. Sally Fitzgibbons coming in, all smiles. Sofia Medina paddling there, pretty confident. The Groms have invaded the lineup. Nobody's in school. Monday's a holiday on the Gold Coast. Every Monday. And the judges still gotta find that little, at some point you gotta write down a number and give it to us. It's like a staring contest right now, Bugs.
I know, it's wild, isn't it?
It is wild. Okay, 7, 6, 7, Sofia Medina. As we guessed, goes into second in advancing position. So it will be Sally Fitzgibbons and Sophia Medina moving into the round of 16.
But still, the heat's not closed out yet.
The heat is not closed out yet. There's all the judges' score. So for Sophia Medina, so brilliant job by Medina, and brilliant surfing also by Sally Fitzgibbons. Yeah, we got some time for some selfies because can't close this heat out until this last number comes in.
Off the rocks for you.
I don't want if I want to ruin the plot, but Sally and Sophia have advanced into the round of 16. All right, the last score for Sally Fitzgibbons not being in one of her top two is 7.2. So now all of the digits are out, and the Bonsoy board caddies accompanying Sally Fitzgibbons. There's the numbers. That's the result. And we have the round of 16 all set for the women. Coming up next, the WSL Post Show.
Welcome to the WSL Post Show, a short but extremely sweet, Dave, competition down here at Snapper Rocks, day 3 of the event window. The Bonsoy Gold Coast Pro, presented by GWM, was not short on highlights and not short on big performances. Ronnie Blakey joined by Felicity Parmentier and Richie Lovett for the post-show to run through some highlights, and there's going to be plenty of them.
Oh, there's going to be plenty of highlights, even though over the last couple of days that swell has sort of slowly decreased. I mean, the surfing and the scores sort of haven't really added up. The scores have been massive. Today we just saw 3 9-point rides, and I can't wait to get into it and unpack it all.
We've whittled down the field to 16 surfers now, Rich, and they're very deserving of their place in this contest.
Yeah, absolutely. The performance level for me has been just right on point, extraordinary actually. I expected it to be high, but it's actually surpassed my expectations. And, you know, Snapper's delivered. All of a sudden, we're 3 days into this event and things are starting to get really interesting. We're going to move on to our surfer-on-surfer heats.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome to see. It was a little slow when we rocked up this morning. We went on hold for an hour. Good decision.
Yeah.
Once we got competition rolling, it was pumping.
Oh, absolutely pumping. I just couldn't believe it. It seemed to get better as well throughout the day. And I mean, for me, the goofies were the standout. And,
of course.
One for the goofs.
Yeah, but, across the board, great performances. Even for surfers that lost out today, they showed real promising signs and shaping up to be a great fight for those 5 positions on next year's championship tour.
Yeah, absolutely. If you go back and look at all the heat totals, you know, a lot of the time, 3rd and 4th place eliminated, but you know, really high in the scores. So, you know, although a lot of people left the competition today, they can kind of hold their heads high going, I put in a good performance, the level is there, but they'll be focusing their attention onto Narrabeen now.
We were lucky enough to call a couple of the biggest heats of the day. One of the highlight performances came from the competitors in heat number 5. Let's have a look at some of these highlights. Just brilliant surfing from all 4, all putting up good scores. Luana Silva, Kobe Enright, Maud Lacar and Sarah Baum.
Yeah, this heat was absolutely incredible. I mean, for me, Kobe had numerous great waves. I think about 5 or 6 waves, all great scores, but it just came down to her local knowledge. She just scored wave after wave, but this one here, this was the best wave of the heat. It was this 9-point ride from Luana. Really just CT surfing for me, just surfing at a different pace, speed. She was really able to pick the eyes out of what turn to best place in what section. And yeah, for me, clear cut above the rest.
Yeah, this was the hit that really cracked the code, wasn't it? And we saw Luana going to the 9-point range, but Kobe Enright, she dropped a couple of hammers as well, getting up into that 8.7 with beautiful, big open arc turns like that with lots of power, lots of speed and flow, and obviously the local knowledge shining through. She, well, she keeps up this form, she'll go deep.
Yeah, I think, you know, Kobe actually got the lead here sort of in the last couple of minutes of this heat, but Luana fought back, and in the dying seconds of this heat, she got a 7.13, so she ended up getting that lead back over Kobe again. But it was just really cool. Exactly what you said, Rich. This was the heat, the sort of turning moment in the morning where things just started to switch on, and the ladies were just finding absolute gems on this bank. And yeah, Luana just a step in the right direction to getting her spot back on that tour.
Yeah, a little bashed up through those first 5 events of the season despite some strong performances, but a 9 on your first wave of the 2024 Challenger Series. It's definitely going to put a smile on your face, and really well backed up for a deserving heat win.
Yeah, convincing heat wins like that, they serve you well as you move through the rounds. You really build confidence through the event and lift elevate your performance. But really good signs there. You know, hats off to Sarah Baum and Maud Lacar as well. They put in some good surfing, but just outdone today.
Yeah, we could have chosen a couple of heats to pull up as the Boost Mobile heat of the day, but following Heat 5, we jump straight into another highlight reel with some amazing performances from the competitors in Heat 6. Bronte McCauley, Vahine Ferrero, Rosie Smart and Sarah Wakita.
Oh, Bronte, straight off the bat, this wave for me, favourite wave of the day, highest single wave score, 9.5 on this wave. Series of backhand turns, and echoing what you were saying, Ron, you wanted to see variation on the backhand, and Bronte delivered. Just so critical in the pocket. And then straight out behind her was Vahine with this one, Rich.
Yeah, we talk about championship tour level surfing all the time, and we seem to drop that quite often, but this heat, it was riddled with it. And Vahine just with this beautiful backhand approach, very stylish. and just placing her moves just in the right section of the waves, really jamming it high, getting vertical. Lots of leverage on that last turn, just slamming those final manoeuvres.
I feel like the Grom here, Rosie Smart in this heat, she really blew me away just with her composure. I mean, knowing that Bronte and Vahine had just dropped a 9, she went straight out behind them and dropped a 7.5. I think it's just a sign of good things for her to come in the future. And even though she didn't get through, really, she can hold her head up high after this heat. But Bronte quickly backed up her 9 with this 8.33. And, I mean, Bronte obviously missed out on that championship tour by 1 spot last year. And, you know, devastating for her, but this is a great start to her championship Challenger Series campaign.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, Rosie actually scored 15 over 15-point heat total here, or 14, just shy of it, but, you know, some really good numbers there. A real confidence boost for Bronte McCauley, who's perhaps kind of gone up and down a little bit in confidence. The form's always been there, but she looks incredibly sharp today.
Yeah, like Luana Silva, breaking into the 9-point range on her first wave of the new Challenger Series season. But have a look at the matchups that are coming your way as we dive into what's to look forward to in that round of 16. Luana Silva up against Vahine. That's going to be a fantastic heat, and the contrast of goofy versus regular will be on show.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, these are two of the form surfers from today. It's actually a bit of a shame that they're going to match up in the heat of 16, and we're going to do it all again here in the next one as well. Another goofy foot versus natural foot encounter here, but an all-Aussie affair.
The foremost informed surfers, and 2 and 2, they've matched up against each other. That round of 16, these two heats, they're going to be absolute crackers to watch.
Yeah, if you want to see more of the matchups in that round of 16, you can check them out at worldsurfleague.com. But right now, we're going to hear from the winner of the last heat of the day. Stacey's with Sally.
Thanks, Ron. Sally, last heat of the round. Plenty of inspiration while you're getting ready up there on the Bonsoy athlete deck. What did you make of today's performances?
I was itching, Stace. I was watching so many good heats, especially I think that one, the heat of the day, was right before mine. And I was just seeing, some great mates in like Bronte and that just teeing off. And I don't know, you just feel it in yourself. You're wondering, every time you show up to a comp, you still get that, like, I don't know, tangible excitement, because you're wondering how your surfing's going to mould into what we have today and just getting that rhythm. So it was cool. I wanted to sort of be nice and attacking right off the outset, and it paid off.
It certainly did pay off. A reflection on your performance.
Yeah, just getting into a decent size one, just wanting to surf really free. And I got such good equipment under my feet. I worked on a lot of these boards last year with Glennie Pang and the TC crew, just like a little different to the tour stops. So there's just plenty to think on. I love it. Like, I just consider the first part of the year, you got to surf against like 1 to 10, and now you get to surf from like anywhere from 20 to 60 or 80 in the world, and that excites me. You just get this full gamut, different styles, different lines, and just competing against all that and trying to put my surfing in there is what gets me out of bed.
It's well and truly there. It's right at the top of the pile at the moment, Sal. Well done. I know you got a lot of people checking in at home that you want to say good afternoon to.
Oh, for sure, but competing at home, I got all these guys here. They've just been down here all day, and plenty of friends on the beach. But big hi to Mum and Dad, everyone at Giroa. Let's keep charging on.
On you, Sal. Thanks, Ron.
Hey, you, Stace. You think Sal might like her time in the lineup here at Snapper Rock? She rode 9 waves in that heat. She was incredibly busy and obviously had the 2 best numbers. So a dominant performance and a good return to form.
Yeah, I was on my break. I had a little look at the screen at one point, and I looked up there and I was like, holy moly, Sally is in great form. She looks like she's in sync with this wave. And just again, we've said it so much, CT surfing. Just a clear cut.
I think it's a good opportunity for surfers like Sally to maybe experiment with different manoeuvres and try a different style of approach that maybe she's been a bit hesitant to lay down in the Championship Tour format. Down in the Challenger Series, she can open up a little bit more. It showed there. She showed more variety in that heat than I'd seen all year long. So she's really getting it going.
Definitely. Let's have a look at the Surfline forecast and see what's coming our way over the next few days, Rich. You've been keeping a close eye on it. Today was a lovely surprise.
It was a little bit of a surprise there. You can see fun, clean conditions. Well, that's going to be on show from today up until Wednesday, and then things are going to change a little bit. So we'll come and check conditions tomorrow morning, because it might be more of the same. And as we saw, super contestable, really fun waves. And then a larger swell starts to fill in Thursday through Friday and into Saturday. There will be a little bit of weather and wind, unfortunately, but that means the swell's going to jack. So you can see here on the long longer range forecast. Next 4 days, the next 2, you know, maybe head high on the sets, but then after that, we're going to start seeing some 6-foot faces and perhaps get some real action behind the rock.
Oh, I'm looking forward to a little bit more swell on the horizon and probably a potential really great finals day with.
Well, more than enough for us to have a commentator's heat out there this afternoon, that's for sure.
Yeah, it looks fun. And I think you're right. I think we've got to keep turning up each day and getting eyes on it, because there is that magic period when the tide comes in and the swell generally picks up with it.
Yeah, absolutely. And it doesn't take much of a direction change in the swell and the degrees of the swell, and then it can come pouring around the point here. And, you know, that can sort of happen at any moment. So, yeah, we'll stay glued to this area. And, well, we've had great waves so far, and I think we're going to have great waves for the rest of the event.
So many big moments today, but it is time to dive into the BioGland Daily Dose and have a look at our top 5. And we are going to kick things off with Isabella Nichols, who's obviously spent a lot of time in this lineup. She looks sharp.
Bella looks so sharp out here. And, you know, she resides on the Gold Coast now. She puts in lots of time surfing snapper. And coming from the Sunshine Coast, she's no stranger to right-hand point breaks, and it just shows. She just put on an incredible performance, 7.33, backed it up with that 7.67.
Turned the frown upside down here today. So did India Robinson, who won the event here last year and has just tapped back into that winning form.
Oh, wow. She just looks so comfortable out here and inspired by her friend Sophie McCulloch, who unfortunately can't be here with injury at the moment, but feeling the energy and really picked up where she left off. These big power turns, super comfortable and feeling really confident as she moves through.
Great performance from India. Sally Fitzgibbon, spoke to her just moments ago. Just all over this lineup and dropping some really big turns as well.
Yeah, Super Sal is looking on fire. She's looking fired up. And I just love the insights that we got with Stace at that post-heat interview. She's just seen, you know, the first part of the year she got to surf against, you know, the best of the best, and now she gets to test herself against, you know, anywhere from 20 to 60 in the world, and loves to see where she's at, and she's at the top.
Yeah, so is Luana Silva. You know, the second time she's been knocked back to this Challenger Series, but she's still here, still fighting and dropping a 9-point ride on her first wave.
Yeah, precision surfing, powerful approach, great heat management. She sort of ticked all the boxes today and, you know, really showing some great form that got her onto the championship tour in the first place. So bouncing back in a big way and throwing a huge number down.
But coming in at number 1, it is the big backhand duel out, massive exchange from Bronte and Vahine today, both going into the 9s.
Oh, they both just put on a perfect display of how to surf out here on your backhand. But yeah, Bronte doing Western Australia proud, just absolutely scintillating on her backhand here. But then straight out behind her was Vahine with a 1-2 combo as well. Just her pace, her timing, and just the pace that she's surfing at is just really beautiful to watch. And it was a good demonstration of, I guess, the debate Ron and I were having earlier today of, you know, is it better to watch a backhand surfer out here or a regular? But
yeah, regular.
Backhand.
It doesn't really matter when the surfing's that good. It's just all fun to intake, and super impressed with the performance from Luana and Sally, from Bronte and Vahine. I think we can look forward to more excellent numbers from them.
Yeah, absolutely. It's you feel like they're really starting to, you know, muscle their way around this draw, and it's going to be an interesting day because we've got some pretty unique pairings where some of our informed surfers are going to come up against each other.
There was a lot of other rides that didn't make the WSL post show, but the good news is for everyone, we've got them in our highlights package. So enjoy those and check in tomorrow morning to see if competition gets back underway.
You have to say my dear, too bad that tomorrow is my last year. You're shook, you didn't like my tweet. Delete your account, better take a seat. Help yourself, if you're trolling me. You can't get enough of this on your feed. It's cool, you wanna follow me? I guess someone else gotta take the lead. Girl, freeze it, I'm racing. You chase it when I make it. What did I tell you? What did I say? Oh, you got the message yet? That girl ain't the only one breaking the net. I got a law degree, giving side eyes, but you're following me. You got the message yet? That girl ain't the only one breaking the net. I got a law keep it coming to me. Might get so many likes I don't need to share. Why you keep on trying and when nobody cares? Girl, face it, I'm racing. You chase it, but I make it. What did I tell you? What did I say? Oh, snap. You got the message, yeah. That girl ain't the only one breaking the net. I got a law degree. Give me side eyes, but you following me. You got the message, yeah. That girl ain't the only one breaking the net. I got a law degree. Give me side eyes, but you following me. Ain't no one.
This copyrighted event broadcast is produced by the World Surf League for broadcast around the world and may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise distributed or used in any form without the written consent of the World Surf League.